I turned it off 15 minutes after you said it.
No, that would make it hard to crack.
You said,
That's submerging the water.
no, because I want to go to that telly. Wait for them to come home, I guess.
Do what?
I guess I'm waiting for them to come home. She said 8:30, so.
You have watermelon.
Yeah.
How do you get that?
I don't know. I guess just wait for them to come back home. Anything I need to punch in?
What? They put that up there.
Yeah.
They put that up there.
Huh?
They
Oh.
put that up the screen up there. You got to take a picture of it.
I don't know what the situation.
You can take a picture of that. That is.
Are they not in session? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying they have not begun. Now, you think you could put the picture of it?
Huh?
You think you could put the picture of it?
What picture?
The picture that's up there on the screen.
That I can remove it?
You can't hear, Charles, I'm telling you,
No, I mean,
you can't hear, Charles. You see the picture? So you think you can take that picture down?
no, no.
Well, you asked me what button you ought to push.
We're ready to hear our presentations today before we get started.
Satisfied now?
Hmm?
Are you satisfied now?
In just a few minutes, so I'll ask Mr. McMillan to have that roll call momentarily. Our court reporter today is Ms. Lisa Bailey. I also like to thank Mr. Jason Decker back in the back. He's been recording and live streaming these presentations all of last week, and we'll be doing the same thing this week. So any of our commission members that don't have the opportunity to see this live right now, that can go online and see it, thanks to Jason. He's making that available for our commission members that are somewhat out of pocket today and possibly for another day or two. But Jason, thank you for your help today. We appreciate the work you've done for us. Anything else, Brittany? Okay, Mr. McMillan, have the roll call.
Chairman Vaughn,
Here.
Dr. Zaleski, Dr. Blakemore,
Present.
Mr. Gamble, Dr. Martin, Dr. Jensen,
Here.
Ms. Skelton, Judge Price,
He is here. He is here.
Ms. Hatchett, Mr. Harwell,
Here.
Dr. Saflarsky, Dr. Harvey,
Here.
Mr. Robinson.
Here.
We have a quorum, Mr. Chairman.
Dwight
Thank you.
Gamble is I don't know. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir, Dwight, we do have you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We've got you. Thank you for
Sure.
getting online with us. And I think the only one
Yes,
we were
sir.
questioning was Dr. Zaflarski, and he may come in later.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dwight. Thank all of you. As I mentioned, we've had, I know one of our commissioners had an emergency legal issue came up this week, so she'll join us whenever she can. But we'll move ahead with our presentations today. We have several, I think about 8. Is that right, Brittany? Close to it. Maybe we have one that may have withdrawn. But we'll start off this morning with Southeast Cannabis Company. And so an LLC, applicant number 1612. Before we get going, I'm going to just take a minute to make a few comments. Today, we will begin the task of hearing from our integrated facility presenters. And I do want to cover a few items before we get started with these presentations. We'll keep the time and display. Ms. Peters will put that in front of you. I think it's a 45-minute window for most of our presenters. So the timer will be in front of you up here on the counter. So keep track of your time remaining as you're going through the presentation. Presenters who provided a PowerPoint presentation use the clicker. I think it's on the podium there to forward your slides or video. So it'll be available on the podium to move slides and video at your pleasure. Commission members will have an opportunity to ask questions, and as needed, we'll allow for additional time for questions after the presentation, even if it goes past the 45 minutes. The materials for each applicant, including their full application, written briefs, videos, and presentations, have been provided to each of our commissioners in advance of today's meeting. As a reminder, you have received all materials for all applicants, regardless of whether the applicant requested to make a presentation today or any subsequent day. All applicants are subject to be considered for an award of a license. Also included in your materials today that Ms. Peters and Daniel and Justin have passed out is a summary sheet for each applicant, which includes the information regarding the proposed facilities, the ownership status, and any pass-fail notations. And I'll ask Justin to make mention of that before we hear from each presenter. These summary sheets also include the requirements of applicants as provided for in the statute and the Alabama Medical Cannabis Commission rules. Any commission member have a question before we start? Well, all right. Okay, Justin, if you want to make a few comments about our first presenter today, Southeast Cannabis Company.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is applicant number 1612, Southeast Cannabis Company, LLC. And you do have their full application and the applicant's summary. The applicant provided a written brief, and you have that in your materials, and there were no pass-fail items noted on the application.
Thank you, Justin. So, Mr. Washington, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, I'll let you please introduce any other presenters that are here with you if y'all do that kind of thing. But I'm gonna put that on you to make sure that our court reporter can hear the names of each one.
Yes, I'll announce that in my presentation.
All right, thank you, sir.
Good morning, Commission. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Director, and Commissioners, for the opportunity to meet here today and present our company, Southeast Cannabis Company, LLC. For those who don't know me, my name is Oliver Washington IV. Okay. I know a few of you know me, but for those who don't, my family business has started a growing operation that's been in business for over 50 years. For over 50 years. I'm a 4th generation Alabama citizen. I'm a 3rd generation Alabama farmer. Many of you who know the story of Shore Acres was started out of the back of a truck by my grandfather, Oliver Washington Jr. This business was started in 1945 and has been in existence till today. I'd like to show you a picture of what we talk about here today and how this business began from a small back of a truck business. My grandfather there, near the truck there, learn how to propagate azaleas in his backyard. He then took those azaleas and put those in coffee cans and went to the property that we own today and sold those out of the back of his truck. We were near a horticultural attraction out there in Theodore, Alabama. And as those people came out of Bellingraph Gardens, they stopped by this side of the road stand and bought these azaleas from my grandfather. He then took those, raised enough funds to be able to put that side of the road stand there, and he continued to run that business until his death. As people he met in his life up and down that road, his humble beginnings began, and he started that business. As you see, there's a picture of 4 generations of Washingtons there. That little person is me in that picture. This was 1975 on Hannon Road in Mobile, Alabama. Oliver Washington Sr., Jr., 3rd, and the 4th right there. My father, the guy in the middle, took that love of plants that he got from his grandfather working on weekends and afternoons, and he took that love to a university, Alabama A&M, here in Normal, Alabama. Got a degree in horticulture, earned his master's as well after he left Alabama A&M and went to the University of Florida. He came back to Mobile and worked as an extension specialist at the Auburn Experimental Station in Mobile, Alabama. He then got the plant bug and decided he wanted to help his father, and he came back and he started Shore Acres Plant Farm. I was his apprentice majority of my life, oldest son, only son, didn't have much choice, but I love what I do, and I'm here today to talk about my legacy. Since his passing, I have ran Shore Acres Plant Farm to the day, and we cover almost 300 miles away from Mobile, servicing not only Alabama, but other states in the Gulf Coast. This is a tremendous legacy that I couldn't tell you in the 45 minutes allotted, but I would like to show you what I do here. Here's a video. As you see, this is the acreage that we currently have. It is a fully functional greenhouse operation. We also grow from seed, propagate from stem cuttings. We also are in charge of our own logistics of delivering our product. This is of all the experience I have as growing plants. We grow for over 12 months continuously, year after year after year. Some of the seasonal plants that you see in landscapes come from Shore Acres Plant Farm. So I wanted you to look at this video and just to see some of the amazing plants that we grow there. Right now is poinsettia season, and it is the seasonal plant for this time of year, but beautiful what we grow there. As I come to here talking about Southeast Cannabis Company, I want to introduce a lot of my business partners. I am the 51% majority owner of Southeast Cannabis Company. To my left here, we have Chuck Smith, George and Mary Ross, and we also have Mrs. Dr. Gretchen Dunlop, a pharmacist that will be helping us with this certified to dispense our certification of medicinal cannabis in our dispensaries. I'm honored to be awarded the integrated facility license twice by this commission and hope that after our presentation today, you will honor us once again for a 3rd time. Thank you for your time and opportunity. And now let me introduce George and Mary Ross.
Good morning. Thank y'all for giving us a minute this morning. We appreciate the opportunity to present the team. Oliver, is the plant master from Mobile. Mary Ross and I, my wife and I, we're both lifelong Mobile residents. I've graduated from Spring Hill College. She graduated from the university. We had a few incidents in our lives that brought interest into this industry. Mary Ross and I both, between us, have almost 40 years of pharmaceutical and medical sales experience between the two of us. We've got 5 children, and through a few things in our life, we became passionate about medical cannabis. One, I had to witness my dad suffer through a long bout of cancer. For about 10 years, he fought it. And this, I discussed medical cannabis with my dad at that time, but the stigma, his generation, he wanted nothing to do with it. And I just knew there had to be a better option for patients who were suffering like this. And being in pharmaceuticals, it was just something that naturally, made my interest go. And I started researching, and we both did. And then after the passing of my father, we found out that one of our twin daughters, we have 5 children, 2 sets of twins. One of our twin daughters was facing a possible seizure disorder. She was diagnosed as a seizure disorder. She fortunately has outgrown it, but we were looking at taking some pretty harsh medications for the rest of her life at one time. And then I researched that, and I began to find out that cannabis was, taking kids with 60 seizures a day and making them have 0. And we had a trip scheduled for Colorado at that same time. And so this was before Alabama even had a law. We thought, well, we've got to get involved with this somehow. I mean, what other medicine we bring good medical treatments to patients in need for our whole lives. And we thought seizures, pain, appetite, all these things we saw that cannabis offered patients. So this just drove us to realize that we wanted to be a part of this. And Andre Reed there, sitting there, he and my dad were very close, and he and Oliver's dad were very close. And I told Andre that I had been out to Colorado and met some experts out there researching, trying to find out some medicine for my children. And through my research, I met Chuck Smith here, and Chuck is to medical cannabis what Oliver is to plants in Mobile. Chuck's that guy in Denver. And we formed that relationship with Chuck, and we brought Chuck in, and we went down and we talked to Oliver. We realized everybody in the state was wanting Oliver on their team, but we knew that we could support Oliver and bring, a complete team to him. With this integrated license, we not only have to grow good medical grade cannabis, but we got to be able to manufacture these products, and we got to be able to dispense them too, and get doctors and everybody involved in it in the process. So we knew that we could bring that supporting team and lift Oliver up and really let him have his full potential and grow in the plant. And so, I'd like to introduce y'all to Chuck. He is an Alabama guy. Chuck has a business in Foley, Alabama to this day. He lived in Alabama for years, most of his life, but during the green rush, he moved out to Colorado and became involved. And like I said, he is the manufacturing expert in Colorado. And everybody I went out and met out there said, "Oh, you got to meet Chuck Smith. He's an Alabama guy, and he's been making this stuff since day one." And so I went and met Chuck. Chuck, you come up here and talk about yourself, but Chuck and I went down and we talked to Oliver, and we just, we all decided that we would make the complete perfect team. So I'll introduce Chuck to y'all and get out of here.
Thanks, George. I could probably save time because George just gave my presentation for me. Chairman, Director, Commissioners, again, thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to speak to you today and tell you about Southeast Cannabis Company. I guess if you've heard the background of the other two, I guess I'm the weed guy in the room, but I'm really also an Alabama person. So I hope you can see that after the couple minutes that I'm going to speak to you, as well as the bullets on the slide. I moved to Alabama 16 years ago to get involved in some real estate development projects. I ultimately built, operated, and still own the Bellaterra RV Resort in Foley, Alabama. It's just south of the Owa Amusement Park, for any of you, though, of you that aren't familiar with it. I lived in Orange Beach, and then after I married my wife, moved to Fairhope. Now, there's a bullet up there that I didn't put because I thought it'd be kind of weird, but I met my wife at the Floribama. And it wasn't mullet toss weekend either. I was blessed with two great stepdaughters, one of which, Madeline, enrolled and went to University of Alabama. Brenda and I moved up there part-time to spend that time with her, as well as go to football games and meet some great friends that have been lasting friends forever, including when we all met up in Atlanta to watch Alabama win that game against Georgia, Roll Tide. But I did move to Denver, Colorado to participate in the cannabis industry. I invested in a company and then ultimately took that company over and built it to what it is today. I will talk about the company a little bit later in my presentation, but suffice it to say that I have dedicated 10 years of my life in the cannabis industry to understanding how to make manufactured cannabis products for medical patients. Every single product format that you've approved, every single qualifying condition this commission has built this program on, I have been with the team of people that worked with me, formulated and manufactured and delivered that product to hundreds of thousands of patients across the country. But I'd like to go back to what I started this with, which is Bellaterra. I'm going to show it to you because I'm darn proud of it. And what I want you to know is when I built this project, I took it out of the ground, and some of the people that helped me build it still work for me today, 16 years later. Some of the very first people that bought lots in the resort when it was just a trailer on the side of the road with a sign that said "coming soon" are still owners in the project today, and I consider them friends. Hopefully that there tells you something about me as a person. This project has been really a love of my life. It stood this test of time. I built it exactly when the mortgage crisis hit and the financial crisis, banking crisis was upon us, but we persevered. We've had a few hurricanes come up the way and bad storms, but we persevered. BP oil spill almost took us to our knees because all of our customers could just drive by and didn't have to stop at our beaches. But we persevered. And I still own and operate this business today. And it brings me back to Alabama every single month working with my team. And nothing will make me happier than to work with these folks here to build Southeast Cannabis Company and return to Alabama as my home. Thank you very much. Let me introduce to you now Jeremy Schechter and Oliver again, who are going to talk to you about our operations and cultivation business.
My name is Jeremy Schechter, the only non-Alabamian here on the team. I'm with Bickle Consulting, and we were brought in to work with Chuck and George and Oliver to bring the cannabis cultivation side of things to the fold. My background is I come from Ohio, and Ohio has one of the largest medical markets in the entire country. And I was there from the very beginning. I was a part of 2 applications out there and ended up starting what is currently the largest producing medical cannabis facility in the state. So have a really good understanding of what it's like to really start a new cannabis business in a medical market and everything that comes with it. I was there for 5 years and now do consulting all around the country, helping other people write applications for their facilities, run their cultivation facilities, bring good design to their facilities, and so forth. I've worked in over 15 states. My company, Bickle Consulting, has been in every single legal state, every medical state, helping people just like Oliver all over the country. And one of the big benefits of bringing that to this team is we have seen a lot of the different kinds of mistakes that new operators can make, and we know how to avoid them. Mistakes in business planning, facility design, growing practices, et cetera, et cetera. We've seen it all so that Oliver doesn't have to. And we think that is going to be a big value to this team. And at the end of the day, you know, the first time I met Oliver in person was at the Cultivate trade show up in Columbus, Ohio, which is one of the biggest horticulture events in the country. And, you know, I thought that I've been in horticulture for over 10 years. And I thought that I knew the people and I knew everybody and had a good sense of things. But when I started talking to him, and he was teaching me all kinds of things that I didn't know about conventional horticulture and floriculture and stuff like that, I knew that this was the right guy. And basically our goal is, as Bickle Consulting and myself, is not to come to Alabama and move here and be the grower. What we want to do, Oliver is, like somebody said earlier, is the plant guy. He is the horticulture master. He knows all of this stuff. What we want to do is teach him the nuances and work with him on cannabis specific stuff, CGMP, run indoor facilities, and basically hone his skills so he can handle this market with us. So probably the biggest challenge that we had for this application and for this project is the first 60 days, being able to commence operation in 60 days. We worked as a group over many different potential solutions to make that happen. And what we ended up thinking is going to be the best route forward is to actually bring in prefabricated cannabis growth chambers onto the facility so that we can basically get started growing as soon as possible. We have the timeline displayed here, which shows kind of generally how it's going to work. So we, as soon as we get our inspection, get the go-ahead to grow plants, we can be starting seeds the very next day. We have the grow pods, we have the bill of sale, we're ready to go. We've got the site all prepped. It's just a matter of getting, we have a plan for utilities and contractor already lined up. And we have the kind of small temporary complex planned. We would bring in the grow pods again immediately while finishing out the design and starting the construction on the full facility that we have planned. So if you look at the timeline, we have two growing chambers, one for the veg plants where we would start seeds and grow out the immature veg plants. And then the second pod, the flowering pod, which of course has a different lighting schedule to flower the plants. And I'll let Oliver talk about why this is actually a positive to start small before moving to the full facility.
Thank you, Jeremy. In my efforts to expand the current business and start Southeastern Cannabis Company, we understand that the market is beginning. We want to start small, and we show this timeline here to show what our 60-day timeline should be with these growth chambers. You know, we expect our first harvest to be in April of 2024. The production summary from those growth chambers, as you see in the first 4 harvests there, on what type of biomass we will have ready to be able to produce the products that this commission deems as what we can provide. And it shows the dollar amount, the quantity amounts of each one based on that biomass from those growth chambers. In the efforts to bring Jeremy on board, in my previous history of growing hemp in this state for 3 years, I learned very fast cultivating wasn't the only idea to make this. You needed a whole supply chain. my efforts to be an integrated facility was to be able to do a seed to sell production facility away from Shore Acres Plant Farm. We want to have a market where we can grow with it and we can adjust to the demands of the market. Of course, our facility will be, we'll have almost double or triple the capacity by the time the facility is completed. So here you'll see our stable foundation when we bring those growth chambers in. And I will let Jeremy finish off with that.
So for this presentation today, we really wanted to focus on, how, why we can get growing immediately once we're awarded a license. This is actually a picture. I'm in the kind of the right-hand corner in the t-shirt and much longer hair than I do now. These growth chambers are rather common and ubiquitous, specifically for markets where you need a quick speed to market approach, which is extremely common in medical states. And so I've personally grown in these growth chambers, many harvests, and the exact kind that we have on site. So we bring all the experience, the know-how. There's no questions, there's no guesses. We know exactly what to do to bring product to market as soon as possible. And one thing that we wanted to say about the 60 days is we interpreted that as the ability to begin cultivating, meaning starting seeds and starting the process. Cannabis has basically a 15 week cycle before a harvest. You can change that depending on your practices, but what you can't change is the 9 weeks of flower that are required. Really anywhere between 8 to 12 weeks, but most production cultivars for cannabis are dead on 9 weeks. It's what we set our processes on. So, roughly 63 days is the minimum to a harvest, which is why we expect the harvest schedule that you saw in the last slide. Now, the main facility, of course, that's the more exciting thing to talk about here. We have planned a very state-of-the-art, cutting-edge facility. My company, we've worked in all of the southern legal states, Louisiana, Mississippi, Arkansas, Georgia, and we're very familiar with the climate and the growing conditions. You have seasonal variations even in indoor growing. And so we've used a lot of equipment in this part of the world, and we know what works very, very well for indoor growing. We've got an amazing design team behind us with Anderson Porter Design. Our engineer is a world-class engineer who's focuses on cannabis. We work with the top vendors in the market. We've worked with just about every vendor, and we have handpicked the specific ones that we think would be best for Oliver and the team. And we are very excited. Lots of very specific custom design for this facility based around what we anticipate the market to be like. In addition to that, I think what takes us one step farther is myself and our architect and Chuck and his team are very comfortable with and familiar with the FDA's CGMP standards and making a very clean and biosecure and overall secure facility to make sure that we don't have pests that are going to infiltrate our crops, to make sure that we don't have people that are going to infiltrate our facility. We take all of that very seriously, and we also have having designed and built and run many facilities, we have a really good eye for flow to make sure that the facility is run properly. So this is just a little video giving a little bit more look into what the grow pods actually look like. So they are, again, prefabricated growth chambers where we can grow from seed all the way to finished flower within these 2 growth chambers. In addition to this, we don't have a schematic of it, but what we have planned and what we've worked on with the architects is, call it a mini campus that we can very quickly assemble, which includes 2 trailers, one so that we can make sure we're hitting all the requirements for security, biosecurity, and CGMP, which would have your bathroom, break room, security office that's monitoring all the security cameras with a security officer on site. The scrub changing facility in one, and then in the other one is really the post-harvest where you have the drying and the production, extraction, manufacturing, packaging all in there. So we, aside from our full facility, we will have everything that the full facility will have. Again, that'll be ready to go as soon as we get our inspection done in hopefully January. And I'm gonna give it back to Chuck to talk about the production side of things. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. I want to go back just for a second because there's a lot that was thrown at you in a short period of time. So I just want to reiterate the grow pods have been purchased, the facility foundation has been put in place, the utilities have been pulled to the site. As soon as we are awarded a license and issued a license, hopefully we'll be awarded a license next week and issued a license according to your time frame in January. Providing you have approved the strains that we want to grow and the inspections are done by the regulators, we will be able to plant seeds that very day. We will be in business cultivating well within the 60 days. And because the Lord himself determines how fast cannabis plants grow, we will grow them and produce product and have them on the shelf within several months, as fast as that plant can grow and be harvested. Anyone that tells you that those plants can be grown faster than 9 weeks is not telling you the true story. So we expect, as our timeline indicated, to have product on our dispensary shelves by May, the latest June, assuming that that license is officially issued and we can get into business in January. Now, one other thing that I want to make sure you're aware of, we have 4 harvests that we've projected to come out of those growing chambers. 20 pounds of finished flower a piece that will then turn into oil. If you'll look back at another time at the presentation, you'll see the number of units that is going to produce. The gelatinous cube, AKA gummy, is going to most likely be the most popular format for patients initially, because it's something they're very familiar with. Those 20 pounds every quarter will produce about 12,000 units. That's more than enough to service the initial launch of this program within our dispensaries. So we're more than comfortable. We will have plenty of product on shelf for patients, even using the interim growing chambers before we get to the full facility later in the year. Now, cultivation is just one part of it. The patient actually doesn't have interaction with the plant itself. That's just the input to get to the products. And I made a statement before, and I'll make it again. I hope I don't make it sound too boastful. I don't believe there's anybody that has applied for a license that has more direct and specific experience in manufacturing finished medical cannabis products than me that's applied in this state. I've dedicated 10 years of my life to it. That is exactly and only what we focused on. The team of people that I worked with, including Jay Dennison, who will be our chief science officer, are some of the most renowned product formulators in the industry. They're food scientists, biochemists. They've been working with this plant and the cannabinoid that comes from the plant for years and years. And these products, and again, every product that we've talked about, we have made and we have distributed through my prior company to hundreds of thousands of patients over a period of 8 to 10 years. When I founded the company, it was just in Colorado. I then worked with the team to expand the company. I was the CEO of the company, Bell Rock, until about 2 years ago. I stepped down as CEO, frankly, because I was just tired of being a CEO and managing 300 and some people in the cannabis industry. But I also wanted to pursue other ventures. And one of those ventures, very fortunately, came to meet George and then Oliver and become partners with them to bring that expertise here to Alabama to be able to open up a medical cannabis program with you called Southeast Cannabis Company. But and I will say that the products and the experience that I've had have stood the test of time in 10 states. I've worked very closely with regulators, with law enforcement, with commissioners like yourselves to make sure that these products are safe, effective, and are fully compliant with the rules and regulations you have in place. But just to stack the deck a little bit more, I entered into an exclusive license agreement on behalf of Southeast Cannabis Company with Mary's Medicinals. Mary's Medicinals is the #1 product portfolio of medical cannabis products in the country. Southeast Cannabis Company owns the exclusive rights to manufacture and distribute those products in the state of Alabama. Again, every single form factor that you've already approved has been out in the market and sold to hundreds of thousands of patients. So that does 3 things. Number 1, it's speed to market. So again, the plan is one thing, but if we can now come to the market with products that are tried, true, tested, already understood how the packaging and the labeling requirements, already understood how the ingredients work, we have to have an advantage of bringing these products to patients quicker. I brought some for you to look at. They're all blanks. There's no THC in these packages. If you don't mind, I'd love to just bring them up and show them to you. All of these products are child-resistant packaging. All have passed the regulatory requirements for every state that they're marketed in. And there will be a few tweaks I'm sure we'll work on in terms of labeling and packaging requirements here in Alabama, but those are very simple and easy to do. And the team has done that over and over again in every market that we've entered into. So speed to market was one advantage. The other advantage, frankly, is the safety and confidence of the patients. There's a lot of patients and certainly physicians and pharmacists that really don't have a great relationship with cannabis. They haven't worked with it before. They haven't spent a lot of time, certainly medical cannabis in Alabama. For them to have a product set like Mary's Medicinals, which they know is tried and true and effective and has been used by many, many patients across the country, that's going to elevate a level of confidence by patients and the prescribers in this program. And that's something that we really want to do because that'll help the uptake of folks joining this program through physicians if they know they have products that they can count on. So the third leg of the stool is going to be the patients. So I'd like to introduce Mary Ross because we've talked about how we'll be in cultivation in a day and we can be in production with products on shelves in several months. We've talked about the quality of products that are immediately available to the state once we have a license. The third part is how do we take care of our patients to make sure that they're getting the best treatment as possible. Mary Ross?
Hey guys, I'm Mary Ross, George's wife, and you've heard these guys walk you through the cultivation process and product development, but this is really about the patient. And one of our main goals is for our patients to leave our dispensary feeling comfortable, confident, and well-informed about the medical cannabis products they purchase. Sadly, Carla White could not be here today, but we have Gretchen in her place. But Carla White is a pharmacist and SEC's Director of Dispensing. Carla White, in coordination with our Medical Advisory Board, will oversee the development of patient education training for certified dispensers and employees, as well as the creation of patient education materials and resources. Dr. White's 28-year career as a community pharmacist in the Demopolis, Alabama area has given her unique insight into how to develop in developing meaningful relationships with patients and provide excellent education regarding their medical treatment. She will oversee all dispensing sites, employees across our 5 locations, and every dispensing site will have a pharmacist in it. But prior to commencing operations at our dispensary sites, our certified dispensers will complete and pass the required medical cannabis foundations training. A significant portion of the training will be related to patient education and consultation best practices to ensure our certified dispensers are adequately prepared to respond to all types of patient and caregiver questions. Now, I'm not going to read this whole slide, but our program is comprehensive and our goal is to ensure the best possible outcome for our patients. Now, I'm sure that you are going to see many great teams over the next few days, but how many of them are truly homegrown? Our SCC Medical Advisory Board consists of Dr. Curtis Graff, who is a certified ophthalmologist, and he specializes in glaucoma. Now, these glaucoma patients experience intraocular pressure, and Dr. Graff says, and I quote, "It is a medical fact that cannabis relieves intraocular pressure." And he was also voted Best Eye Doctor in Mobile in 2020 and 2022. Then we have Dr. Daniel Spriggs, who practices in South Baldwin County, and his rural geriatric practice focuses on the care of an aging population. Many of his patients suffer with multiple chronic illnesses involving specialists, hospitals, home health, hospice, and palliative care. And many of his patients are going to be able to benefit from medical cannabis. And then we also have Dr. Max Rogers, who is a Marine Corps fighter pilot turned OBGYN, who now practices in Grove Hill. He is highly regarded in all manners of women's health. And then, of course, as introduced to you earlier, we have the wonderful Gretchen Dunlap, who is a PharmD with extensive knowledge and experience in compounding, opioid treatment programs, and retail pharmacy. She currently lives in Fairhope and practices at the Fairhope Pharmacy. But what does this experience look like for the patient? After a certified physician prescribes medical cannabis to a patient, the patient will head to the dispensary to fill their prescription. Each dispensary will have a clinical yet welcoming feel. The patient will walk through the front door and immediately check in with their driver's license and medical prescription. And after check-in, they will be directed to a nice waiting room. We will have a pharmacist on staff at every dispensary, and each patient will have an opportunity to meet with the pharmacist in the consultation room, where the pharmacist can review comprehensive instructions for product use and answer any questions the patient may have. After consultation, the patient will be able to move through areas where they can see the product on display. I would like to note that all displays will be fully secure and can only be accessed by SCC personnel. After the patient receives their medication, they will be escorted to checkout, and voila. All dispensing sites will be fully equipped with 24-hour surveillance and security that meets or exceeds the standards that have been outlined by the Commission. And furthermore, SCC has received written confirmation from all relevant city and zoning departments confirming adequate placement of facilities. As you can see, safety, security, and patient comfort is of utmost importance to SCC. We want patients to walk through our front doors feeling safe and welcomed and leave feeling informed and confident. Thank you.
Okay, we've got 4 minutes left. We're going to wrap this up because we know that you have questions. We want to make sure we have enough time for questions. Oliver and I debated on who was going to close, and we made a decision, maybe I made the decision that I was going to close because Oliver won't brag on himself. And I want to brag on Oliver. I've been privileged to know him and George now for over 2 years. And, you know, one of the things I value about people is if you're in You're in a fight and you're in a foxhole. You all want to exit in an orderly fashion, not climb over each other's bodies to get out. And we've been fighting in a foxhole. I know you all have been too. This has been pretty tough. Been tougher than anything that I've experienced. But I like the rigor of the program that you put in place. We've publicly stated it and lauded the commission, frankly, for the type of program, the type of evaluation criteria put in place. I know we're not allowed to talk about the scores, but the cream does rise to the top. And you put a program in place that showed who that cream was. What's upsetting is that people still try and tear it down. You know, Oliver's right here. He's known to all of you. You know, we've been hearing a lot of stories. People have been coming to us talking about dirt, telling us that Oliver's a shill. He's pretty much the most transparent shill I've ever seen. He was on the cover of the Politico article talking nice about this process. He's been interviewed on radio and TV. He's not hiding. He's never hidden once. We've also been told that as soon as we win the license, we're going to sell it. Well, that's just ridiculous because you all have to give us the approval to do that. And this project is going to be on Oliver's land. So I guess he's going to sell the land that's been in his family for 75 years. The worst thing is the hit piece that came out yesterday suggested that because we redacted our license, Oliver might not even be a minority. Kind of think the reporter could have Googled Oliver Washington IV, but here he is, Oliver, fully unredacted. We have a lot of people you're going to see after us. I hope you remember us. We've won twice. We'd be honored if we could win again for the third time and get to work bringing medicine to the patients of Alabama in January. Thank you all.
Thank you, Chuck. And I would like to conclude just in this process of starting this, I want to make 3 points. What I wanted to see in a company, a cannabis company here in Alabama, was a compliance operation facility creating good quality medicine for the patients of Alabama. It's something that I do in growing in the steps of being in a nursery business all the years that I've been at Shore Acres Plant Farm, and still there, the 60 days is not a fear to us. We can get it done, and we can get it done safely and in compliance. The nursery itself is 25 miles north of Dauphin Island, Alabama. If you don't know where that is, it's the Gulf of Mexico. Each hurricane season, I have to watch, prepare, get ready for any challenges that come during that season. I have to build an operation back. If we take a direct hit or even half a hit, that facility's got to be up and going within 2 weeks, and we do it consistently. It is a military campaign. So we want to take that same approach in diligence into the Southeastern Cannabis Company. So thank you, Commission. Thank you for awarding me twice, and we'll do our best. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Washington. We appreciate you and your team showing up today and making the presentation. You've done an excellent job. I'll ask any of our commission members, would you have a question for Mr. Washington or any other of his team?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Harwell.
Oliver, great presentation. You got a great team together. Just one question. You have a great background in growing and horticulture. What is your greatest challenge switching over to cannabis?
The greatest challenge I see, what I do every day, we grow over 200 species of plant material. The soils that we grow in, I will not use for growing cannabis. One, because the challenges is we want to create quality product. We don't know what metals will be in the type of soil that we use, but our cannabis will be grown in a different type of soil media. The challenge that I see also is just in the, getting through this compliance is what I see mostly. It's nothing that you just step into. And wasn't an overnight decision for me. I've been in this process for over 8 years, learning, going to conventions, listening to other states, growers in other states that I have connections with in my network of being in horticulture my whole life. It's one thing about being able to be raised, grown, and own the company that you're with. It's the journey. It's the journey. That network, which led me to feel comfortable with my business partners, and like I said, deliver this quality product to Alabama patients.
Thank you. Oliver.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Washington. Any other commission member have a question? Dr. Jensen, go ahead.
Yeah, this may be for the commission, but when I'm looking at the ownership, it adds up to 52, I believe, or 51, 101, I should say. And that obviously doesn't add up.
You want to address that, Chuck?
Sure. I don't know if there's a Scrivener's error there or not, but Oliver owns 51% of the company. George and Mary Ross and I, so collectively those two and myself, each own the other 49%. So that should be 24.5% for each of us.
Oh, maybe I'm just doing.
And 51% for Oliver. Does that equal 100, sir?
Yeah, we have,
Oh, yeah, maybe I'm doing my math wrong. Sorry.
You're just trying to trick me, aren't you?
Yeah.
I know how to do math.
Thank you, Chuck. I've got a question right quick on your dispensary, Ms. Ross. You may want to address, I think you kind of hit on the dispensaries earlier. I was looking, I think are y'all looking at buildings that are already standing and building out those facilities? Can you address that? The time frame is pretty amazing to me that you could build one from scratch
Yes, sir.
quickly.
Well, as you know, not all, we don't want to deviate from our original written plan. We do have some locations that are existing, standing. Our Mobile location, which we've been paying rent on for over a year now, it's just a pretty light renovation to get up to speed. But we do have other sites that, we could build a ground up facility, and that will take a while, but we've got great contractors that are friends and closely related to the helping us with the process, and they assure us that they can get it going as fast as anybody else can.
Okay, well, that makes sense. I was wondering about the time frame, and that adds up.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so along the same lines, you have 203 days to commence in the dispensaries. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
still the plan?
Well, go ahead, John.
If you look at the time frame, what we were looking at is the time to start the cultivation, the growing time, then the producing of products. And to have 203 days is basically 7 months or a little less, 6 months. So we certainly can have the facilities that are just renovation facilities. We can have them up and running within that time frame, a 6-month turn from, call it January to June, which is when we said we would have our product on shelf. Very reasonable, very doable in those. Now, in all candor, we may not open all 5 dispensaries day one. I mean, this market is slow. It's going to be slow to start. I heard that we only have 1 testing facility right now that's been certified. That's going to be a huge bottleneck, and I have a lot of experience in that in other markets. So it'd be prudent for us to make sure that we're directing our resources in an area that we know we can get product to the patients as quickly and as effectively as possible, and not spread ourselves too thin, Commissioner.
So just so I can make sure I've got the time frame right, it takes about 15 weeks to do the grow phase, you said? I mean, the initial seed before you move it to flower.
Yeah, just to be really clear on that, to get a little bit into the specifics, it's about 2 weeks, kind of in the nursery phase from seed to when we would transplant it. Anywhere from 3 to 6 weeks for the vegetative phase. So can total together about 6 weeks before we move it to flower.
And then that's 9 weeks.
And then 9 weeks in flower.
So basically almost 4 months to get a biomass, I guess.
Yeah. And our first one will be a little shorter because we're going to do a little bit of a shorter veg.
Okay, and then what do you anticipate it take to process some of that biomass? to the final product?
So it's got to be harvested, dried, tested, stored, processed, manufactured, and packaged, and tested. So a lot of it does depend on the testing timeline.
Right.
And when we get that back, but the actual processes are pretty quick. And I think in our timeline, 3 weeks after.
Yes, again, partly because of our experience, partly because of the Mary's Medicinals portfolio we're going to leverage. We don't have to create anything from scratch. Again, we've got to make sure we're compliant with the commission's rules and regulations on packaging. But the manufacturing time, once the product is turned to oil and been fully tested to your standards, we can turn product in a couple weeks at the most. Now, that's probably going to have to be tested again too. So just you all keep in mind that you have testing steps along the way that's going to elongate this process. I don't want you to have the wrong expectation because you just don't naturally think about all these incremental steps, but the testing steps are at least 3, if not 4, I believe. So.
Right. And then based on your experience, how long does it usually take to get test results back?
If the testing lab is up and running, I mean, today in most states, we have great relationships with those. We'll have a great relationship with the testing lab here. We'll start that outreach now, but if they're set up, they can turn it within a couple of days.
Okay.
Now, initially, there's going to probably be a pretty good backlog. So it could be a little bit longer than that, but typically those tests can be a couple of days. What we also plan to do, by the way, is have our own HPLC testing machine in line. So that way we can test our product before we ever send it out to the lab. We know what the potency will be. We'll know if there's any issues with the product or the flower. So it cuts down on our time, even though it's an expensive piece of equipment. It cuts down on any problems that may occur at the lab where it's rejected and we got to start over again.
And so you said you'd be able to produce 12,000 units, I believe, initially, and a unit is what, a month supply?
A unit would
Or
be,
no.
we allocated in this case, a unit would be 100 milligrams of that gummy product. So it could be one piece at 10 milligrams. It could be 2 pieces at 5 milligrams, but whatever adds up to a package of 100. We also had specific, and it's in the chart, specific percentages of milligrams for the tinctures and for the capsules or pills, for the topicals and balms. So all of that is just, Commissioner, it's just math. You know, how much oil did we get? What do we think the demand's going to be? So we just forecasted the demand based on our pro forma and how we forecasted demand of these different form factors from other markets. We just applied that here and said it'd be fairly similar. And that's what we allocated. Now, as we see the market and we see the market demand, we can adjust that very quickly and either have more cubes or less cubes, more creams, less creams, more patches. I happen to think the patches are going to be very popular because they're time action, low dose, longer lasting, and a lot of therapeutic benefits based on some of the other ingredients that you would put into those patches.
And also, initially, you said you were going to have these temporary facilities for processing and whatnot. How long until you think the full facility will be ready?
Go ahead.
So we estimate, again, based on other markets and, we're building this facility from scratch, but we've already got a lot of the pre-site work done. And we are already well into the design phase. So we anticipate being done in about 6 to 8 months once we start construction. That being said, depending on the market, we have some other levers to pull to get product to market faster if we need it. Our team is very comfortable with working with contractors to get TCO, temporary certificate of occupancy, to load a portion of the facility before construction is complete and we have a full CO, so that we can actually get a head start, 1, 2, 3 rounds ahead, while also maintaining, again, those security and biosecurity and cleanliness standards. That's something that we take a lot of pride in being very good at. So it's a lever that we're going to look into as we know more about the demand and the patient growth.
Okay. And finally, I hate to ask this because you brought it up though. There was something about a lawsuit over a lack of vendor payment. Could you address that, please?
Yes, it is one of my suppliers that it was falsely stated of what the total dollar amount. Shore Acres has made payments on that balance and it is lowered that amount. And we intend to pay that total balance off. It was 270,000. Now it is $53,000 that is owed. So well over 200,000 that has been paid on that balance. Kind of a low blow right before a commission presentation, but it's the world we live in, and I'm here to survive it. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Washington. Thank you, Dr. Jensen. Any other, Dr. Harvey?
I'm new on the commission and my learning curve is pretty steep. And the last time I took biochemistry was about 60 years ago. But remind me what's the extraction process y'all are using in this? I've learned a lot about that this week and trying to learn more.
Yeah, we'll be using supercritical CO2.
Very good. And one other thing and this is more of a point, I learned very early in oncology, beware of a man with an anecdote. So when you say THC lowers pressure in the eye and glaucoma, that's true. But there's no data that it does it for more than a very short amount of time. And no one, I know this because I spoke with a UAB ophthalmologist yesterday. Right now, we don't know how to apply THC for 24 hours. Glaucoma is not a 1-minute disease. It's not a 15-minute disease, not a 2-hour disease. So I think, and this is the first presentation, but I think everybody needs to be careful, and especially the people that get the licenses need to be careful because we are going to be working with the regulations of how this stuff is used. So I think everybody needs to be doing their homework about the medical applications of these. This is a drug.
And Commissioner, you're exactly correct. I think Mary Ross was just quoting the doctor who has done his research and that's his feeling, but your point is well taken. That's the bad thing about medical cannabis. There hasn't been enough research done, right? And one of the things that we're eager to do is to work with some of the universities here and try and find ways to promote a collaborative effort, curriculum, additional research, things that can continue to bring this plant, which I think by now most people know is pretty powerful. They just don't understand it entirely, and bring this thing more into the light so that we can continue to refine and improve the medicine. And we're committed to doing that.
Well, I think the commission is also committed to making research a part of what's going to happen with medical marijuana in the state of Alabama.
And that's great. That's good to hear.
Thank you, Dr. Harvey.
Mr. Chairman, I got one final question.
Yes, sir, Mr. Harwell.
What is your price point per month? Since y'all are growing it, processing and selling.
I meant to say that in my, because I had listened to presentations from last week, and I think you might have asked that question before, so I apologize I didn't say it. Right now, we think the products are going to come out between $40 and $80 at retail. We also, and it's in our presentation narrative, the 20-pager that we put together, we also have a number of pricing discounts that we're going to apply for folks that are in need. For example, veterans, there'll be a discount for veterans. There'll be a discount for folks that have disabilities. There'll even be a discount that will apply to folks that, have proven financial hardships. We hope to also have a rewards program for our patients if they want to come back and work with us and get even more benefit of working with Southeast Cannabis. But that's about the price range.
I have one more.
Yes, sir, Dr. Jensen.
Secure transporting, I guess, how are you planning on managing that? Are you going to do it yourselves or are you going to engage with one of our licensed transporters?
We're going to do that internal at Southeastern Cannabis. That was stated in our application. Our security advisor, which is former Sheriff Sam Cochran, will work a detail to secure that transport from our location to our dispensaries.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jensen. Thank you, Mr. Washington. Anyone else have a question? Do any of our online commission members have a question or comment? Well, if not, great job, guys and ladies. Thank y'all for coming today. We
Thank you,
appreciate your
Director.
presentation. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
We'll go ahead and prepare for Southern Crop Holding Company and LLC, applicant number 1615. So if you want to make your way to the podium, I'm thinking your folks are here. Mr. Randy Meyer, before you prepare your present, Randy, is that right? Okay, thank you for being here. And I'm going to ask Mr. Justin A. Day to make a few comments pertaining to your application, please. And then when he gets through, y'all can have the if y'all have multiple presenters, please make sure that everyone states their name, or maybe you can introduce them and speak into the microphone so that our online commission members can hear well.
Yes, sir.
So, Justin.
All right, this is applicant number 1615, Southern Crop Holding Company, LLC. You have the applicant's application along with the applicant summary report. There was pass-fail items identified in this application. The applicant was sent a pass-fail show cause notice. They provided response, and that response is included in your materials.
Thank you, Justin. Before y'all get started, Ms. Lisa, make note in the record that Mr. Dwight Gamble arrived in person. Let the record show that. Okay, Randy, the show is yours.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
And
I was gonna-
Yeah, come to the microphone, the podium, and look at Ms. Peters will show your time allotment up here on the counter. So just be aware of that as you go through your presentation.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much. We're excited to be here today. Kyle is gonna actually start our presentation. I'll let him go ahead and introduce himself, and then we'll go through everyone.
Morning, everyone. My name is Kyle Rayburn, and I'm going to kick us off.
You guys upload.
Jason, have a cup, brother. Just stand by. We'll get your time adjusted when we get our technical challenges corrected. As I stated earlier, all of these presentations, that's why it's so important that you make sure you're heard in the microphone so they can be adequately recorded and for later use, and as well as those on Zoom today listening in. So I think Ms. Peters has all these posted on a YouTube channel that she's created just for this purpose. It's not built into our time schedule while she's taking care of Jason back there. I'll go ahead and make note. Probably after this presentation, we'll take a short break, bathroom break if we need to, and then we'll proceed on.
Yeah. All right. Looks like ours. Yeah, wait for the time.
Randy, you were the first presenter that showed up in a lab coat, and that's kind of scary.
I had to bring my pharmacist coat, sir.
Okay.
I'm
All right.
passionate about the industry.
That's not too bad then.
Yes, sir.
All right, you ready, Ms. Peters? Okay, all right. Go ahead.
All right. My name is Kyle Rayburn, and this is our team. We're a Southern Crop Holding Company. And so Southern Crop Holding Company is made up of two entities, the first of which being Southern Organic Farmland. We control 51% of the organization, and everyone on this team has been born and bred in Alabama, with the exception of Judy. And she got here as fast as she could from Texas. She's been here over 30 years. And the R2J team, 49% ownership, is who Dr. Meyer here represents along with his team. And so on the Alabama residency side, Stuart Rayburn, that's my father. He's been in the state his entire life, born and bred, 61 years. Myself, same exact story, 31. Judy, she's been here, longer than I've been alive. So she's more of an Alabamian than a Texan. And Roy and Dr. Bivens as well, cumulatively 141 years of residency in the state. And these are the founding members and our entire team. And so when we decided to partner up with Dr. Meyer, we knew we could have gone with a larger group from California or Colorado, but that's not really our mantra. We started our company from the ground up to be locally responsive. And Dr. Meyer was the first person to get a license in the South. It was in Louisiana. So that really just fit with our mission. And I'll kick it off to Dr. Meyer and let him go from there.
Thank you, Kyle. I appreciate that. We're so thankful to the Rayburn family because they started a farm many years ago because of Mr. Stewart's cancer. And we'll go into that a little later when we do his bio, but I can't thank the family enough. We're excited they reached out to us, and we're so passionate about this industry. So it's a great fit from the beginning. I'm pleased to say that I was the first pharmacist to dispense medical marijuana in the South. I own several pharmacies in Louisiana. When this was coming to Louisiana in 2012, it was going to be one of the strictest states. The strictest program, they were only going to allow pharmacies to have access to be a dispensary. I enjoyed looking at that license because of dispensing several specialty medications. I've owned several pharmacies since 2010 that have actually shipped across the state specialty medications. Even here in Alabama, I've had several home infusion patients that we've taken care of for 10 plus years. So applying for the first license in Louisiana, we were fortunate to get that first license and the first to dispense product in all of the state. And we say in the Deep South because of Louisiana being the first state. It's amazing how strict our program is, which is one thing I think is very important. We've been able to go through all of these years. We were awarded the Louisiana license in 2017. We opened the doors in 2018, and it's amazing how strict that program is and what we've done for patients there. That is where my passion comes from as a pharmacist and seeing the impact that this has made in so many lives. Our first patients were cancer patients, first patients were veterans, and to see the impact that a pharmacist can have with sitting with them. I look at many different scenarios over the years of people that have reached out to me for help. And it's always someone that has tried and exhausted so many different medication options. And when they come to you, knowing that they've looked at so many other options, and this is something that they're really relying on for their health, you want someone that's educated to be able to sit with your family member or yourself or your child to go through what's the best medication for them. And that's why I think it's so important to have pharmacists involved. We plan to have a pharmacist staffing every one of our dispensaries here in Alabama. We do that in Louisiana, and we also do that in Mississippi. I'll go into more of my background as we go through different slides and our experience, but I'd like to go ahead and turn it back over to Kyle now so that he can do an introduction on Mr. Stewart. It was amazing. Mr. Stewart reached out to us about 5 years ago and said he heard this was coming to Alabama. He was already had a farm in a unique spot, which Kyle will go through, and his story and his background of why he wanted to get in this space.
So this is my dad, Stuart, and we started Southern Organics in 2013 as a direct result of him being a cancer survivor. He was diagnosed with stage 4 prostate cancer when I was a child and has battled that pretty much his entire life. And he's in remission now, so and doing well. But him and I, this was 2013, right when I was coming out of school, and we were just brainstorming, what we could do. And we both discovered that we really had a passion for, getting back to the roots of growing food and crops the way that, God meant them to be grown, and not the way that the modern agriculture system, is just mass producing everything. So him and I started Southern Organics just with a mission to be locally responsive. to grow healthy fruits and vegetables without any pesticides or herbicides. And over the years, that's really what we built up and really nurtured as just our local community. And my dad can't be here today. He's recovering from a surgery right now. That's a result of the radiation that he's experienced. And then my background, I've got a master's of business administration from Alabama. And when I came on board with Southern Organics, when we started it, really just bootstrapped it from the beginning. So we started just knocking on doors after we grew our first crop. And I was able to get us into a network of 10 plus retail outlets and a handful of restaurants as well. And then that's just grown organically over the years. And over the years as well, I've just built up my knowledge of the agricultural space, the agricultural industry through our virtual connections. Roy is a member of our team as well. We've known him for years, pretty much my entire life. And I won't knock him for going to Auburn. I got my degree from Alabama, but he really has the agricultural background. He's, worked with the TVA, is a member of Auburn Young Farmers Association. Roy really is just that blue collar, tried and true farmer. And that's what he's brought to our team from day one, just is that expertise. And I'll go ahead and hand it off to Rob now, to talk about his part.
Good morning, committee members. My name is Rob Nadine. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer with Southern Crop. I'm primarily responsible for the compliance end of our business. I was a Navy veteran. I prosecuted for a number of years, so I'm very familiar with the enforcement side of what regulations do and the importance of it. And I'm proud to say that when we stood up our business in Mississippi, Mississippi was a difficult place to start up. Many of our competitors have had a lot of regulatory issues. There's been a lot of inspection citations. I'm very proud to say that we've received 0 from the very get-go, which was quite an accomplishment that I think we're all very proud of. One of the things that I think is very interesting, also proud of, is the state regulators have asked us if they could do inspection trainings with us at our facility. So I'm confident that when we place our business, if given the opportunity to do so in Alabama, we'll be compliant from the get-go. We'll make sure that that's the case. I believe Dr. Mears also had great success with compliance throughout Louisiana, and we'll make it a key priority for us in Alabama. I'm going to introduce you to Jason Kern. He's our operations officer. Jason.
Morning. Let's see. Jason Kern, manufacturing engineering, Jason Kern, manufacturing engineer, spent the majority of my career, 20 plus years in mostly oil and gas between Louisiana and Texas. We did a lot of projects, mostly building power plants, building pipelines and such. Just to give you guys a quick idea about our organization, we have a lot of owners built in. Obviously, this is a vision for the future once everything is up and running. Southern Crop's focus, patient and product safety is paramount to us. Coming from oil and gas, safety and compliance, we want everyone to come to work that day and leave in the same condition or better than they came. So it was pretty easy whenever we started this to make sure that safety was put into place, because it's medication that people take, all the way from the packaging to having people wear the proper PPE while they're in the facility. Then you got to monitor that and ensure everybody is in compliance. Our facility in Mississippi is CGMP. We're actually going through everything now to get the full certification, which should be coming soon. We plan to continue this effort in Alabama because I personally believe that's the only way you can do it, is to make sure that you're facility's clean and it meets the standards and compliance. Business goals, we want to ensure that we have competitive pricing. That's very important to us. Also speed to market. That's why we partnered up with Southern Organics. The facility's already built on site. It'll take minimal time for us to get in and get everything up to speed, and then we can gradually build out as needed. Another important thing is sustainability. You have a lot of companies that come in, they have big, great ideas, and at the end of the day, it's just not sustainable. So sustainability is very important. And I'm gonna kick it back to
Okay, guys, you've heard us talk a lot about, I just want to clear up a few things because Louisiana was mentioned, Mississippi was mentioned. I want you to realize that we only operate in those two states. We are not in multiple states throughout the country. We're passionate about being local to the South, and that's why we named our company Southern Crop. This is actually our Mississippi facility. So when I won the first license in Louisiana, being a pharmacist, being focused on patient care, I noticed there was something missing. The one thing that was missing is we could not grow the product. I saw many advantages to change that model and be able to do more things for patients. And that's why I got passionate about having the first license in Mississippi. We actually also got the first license in Mississippi. This is our facility here. It's a $60 million facility that's completely paid for, debt-free. There's no debt. And the reason I say that is not to brag about that, but to let you know our financial capability. We showed our financial analysis, and Rob's going to go through that later. But in our license and our application, we focused on just what was necessary to get our Alabama project off the ground. We did not go into all of our assets or all of our investors and all of that. We focused on what was necessary for Alabama. The reason I bring that up is because with the location that we have, the Southern Organics farm, it's ready to go. They've been growing many products in that building. We do not need to build a facility. We do not need to operate out of these small hubs. It is a turnkey operation. All we have to do is beef up the security. And then we have ample land there to continue to expand and grow as the market grows. So I think that's a really important factor. We showed our financial capability as it related to this project to be able to get that project to cash flow, knowing it may take 2 years to even get it to that point. I think some people just showed their whole net worth, and I'm hoping that when you guys consider that as a grading score, you realize that we just showed it as it related to this project. To go back, so the story is we started in Louisiana. I was so passionate about what we were doing for patients. I wanted to have this company in Mississippi because we do everything there. We process, we grow, we manufacture, and you hear people mention CGMP. You guys have probably heard that term a lot, and you will hear it a lot this week. There's very few companies that are truly CGMP. When people say CGMP, they're speaking that you should walk in their facility and you should feel no different than if you walk into a Pfizer facility or a big pharmaceutical facility. At the end of the day, that guarantees patient outcomes and patient safety. Very few people meet that standard. Many tout it and try to say it. It's very hard to meet that. And that's why this building cost us a significant amount of money to build from ground up. Stewart's facility has a lot of things in place for us to tweak and eventually get to CGMP as well, without the huge cost that we had here, because this was a ground up build. It was basically not fully ground up, but it was a building that was dilapidated that we had to do a lot of improvements on. So going next, our cultivation experience. Stewart and their family, you've heard that, how they've been in this space and agriculture for many years. But we bring many other things to the table. You can see our plants in this picture. Our Mississippi facility is 175,000 square feet, all processing and everything. Here, we're going to just be processing initially. I know you guys are, we do not have flower bud in Alabama. So initially, everything is going to be in different forms such as gel caps, gummies, different things like that, topicals. This machine that I'm showing you right here is called an Intex machine. There's very few in the country. We do plan to incorporate one of these machines here in Alabama. We had this in Mississippi, and it helps us turn around that crude oil very quick that goes into all those finished products. You could see it there. I also highlight some of our products in the below picture. You could see some of our different branding with SOAR and Believe and Fly. The important thing to know about these products, as a pharmacist, the one thing that I saw is patients are very confused. When they come to see you, imagine your parents or your children, and I say children because it's not unusual for us to sit in a conference room with children that have autism. They'll come in with their parents and we sit down and we go through how this can benefit them and the best doses and regimens for them. That is why I am so passionate about a pharmacist being involved. One thing and one product that I hear people not talk about a lot that we've been very successful with is in skilled nursing homes and in facilities where elderly patients are. They do not know how to consume these products, and we have gel caps. It's no different than your liquid ibuprofen or your liquid Tylenol that you would buy over the counter. We manufacture those, and we've had great relationships and great success with educating the elderly community on those because it's so easy to take. And we have 5 different regimens of them, from your most naive patient or your child that would need a very low dose, all the way to an experienced user that has many complicated issues such as chronic pain to help them reduce opiates, to that they would need a stronger medication with medical cannabis. So I guess at the end of the day, what I'm trying to say is we're very experienced. We're very passionate in this industry. I realize all the different dosage forms, and we supply those dosage forms in Mississippi under true CGMP criteria. One other thing that we do that's really unique, and you're probably, I would be shocked if anyone else talks about this that comes before you. It's our tissue culture. We have a tissue culture lab in our Mississippi facility. What that means is we're able to dial into the exact strand that will help with an exact condition. For example, if a patient has chronic pain, there's certain products that you want that patient to get. It is not just a off the shelf, take this and it's going to help you. There's certain products that allow you to dial in, and what allows you to do that is if you have tissue culture so that you can pick exact strands to focus on exact conditions. It also helps where there's no cloning process in our mother rooms. We don't need to have all this extra space. We can dedicate a lot more space just to flower and canopy. So it's a big deal with tissue culture. It also allows many people, when they are growing in their facility, if they get bugs or they have any issues from a pesticide standpoint, the tissue culture can automatically on the next harvest cycle do away with that completely. You do not need to use all these different chemicals to do away with the bugs. You're able to start your whole room over again from scratch. And it's because each harvest we're coming from the clones that are unique and have never been in that room to get infected. What does that mean to you guys? Speed to market. Everything we're discussing is speed to market. We're able to get there a lot quicker to market. You've heard people talk about June if we get the award in January. I would push back on that and say that May is feasible. I think May is feasible for us because our dispensaries are already mostly built. Our grow facility is a turnkey where we're coming into Southern Organics and really just tweaking the security and beefing up the facility. This is one of my dispensaries in Louisiana. This is actually the flagship location. You can see the ribbon cutting there. As we've said 1,000 times, we were the first in Louisiana and also the first in Mississippi. We've never had any disciplinary action, which is a big thing in this space. If you look at many of the other applicants, I doubt all of them can say that, especially ones that are in multi-state. This is why I believe in just focusing on the South, focusing on states that are very strict and force us to operate in a regulatory environment because of my pharmacy background. Transportation, I heard one of you mention transportation earlier. We currently do transport to all of our facilities in Mississippi. We do that in-house. So from the grow facility to our actual dispensaries. Also in Louisiana, I started the first delivery campaign for patient access throughout the state. We ensured that every single patient could get access throughout the whole program because many can't travel 20 miles to a dispensary if they're in a rural area. We started a program, we would deliver it to them. And actually we do that at no charge to provide access for all the patients. I think that would be something where Alabama could eventually get to, but you guys are going to want to make sure, as I said, and you guys want to, there's strict protocols you need to put in place for that. We're proud that we've been able to do that in Louisiana. And we're actually talking about a campaign to be able to help deliver to patients in Mississippi. You heard our compliance officer, Rob, he mentioned that we've never had any negative marks, and many times the legislators and the board members come to us for advice because we consider ourselves having flagship locations. That's one thing that we're working on in Mississippi right now is getting a robust delivery program to consumers and working with many on doing that in a compliant way. I'm going to let Rob go ahead and talk about our actual site. I've hit on it a little bit on how we could get speed to market really quick. Rob, please go ahead.
Thank you. When our group was contacted originally by Mr. Rayburn's group, and we learned about where their location was for their nursery, frankly, we were pretty excited about that. As you can see, the site which the nursery is located at is adjacent to the Shelby County landfill. It's actually Landfill Road, as you can see on our application. That gave us a good deal of confidence in the location because we wouldn't have any of the not in my backyard phenomenon that would happen. We are not near any residences, any businesses that would be offended by the smell. Anytime you cultivate and you flower, there is a odor that emits. I mean, we try to capture as much as possible with carbon filters and other methods, but there is. I mean, anybody who tells you there isn't is not being quite honest with you. So being at a landfill and probably being the least noxious fumes coming out of the landfill is a good thing. And we're really happy about that. And I think that should be something you should all strongly consider. The location is also close to a roadway. We can distribute and supply our dispensaries appropriately and quickly. We will have our own transportation system. And like we do in other states, we need to augment that. And sometimes that does happen. We can certainly contract with some of the licensed transport companies in the state. So that's typically our plan. Dr. Muir addressed some of our financial capabilities and our sustainability. Frankly, we were surprised at some of the lower marks as far as the scores for our financial capabilities. And I just wanted to point out that within our application, we did have a plan and we did estimate what it would cost to move forward and to be able to sustain ourselves and our own operations and our labor for a little over 2 years. And sometimes it takes that long to get, cash positive. So we weren't demonstrating what our financial capabilities would be as a business, but rather as business people, what we would dedicate to the operational budgets for a couple of years. Like he had mentioned before, we have a facility in Mississippi, which is debt-free. It's the largest facility in the state. And frankly, I hate to brag on ourselves, but as we've been told by many of the businesses that operate cultivation facilities across the country, it's one of the nicest ones they've seen. And it's simply because we put in top-notch equipment and we have a completely self-sustaining and environmentally controlled conditions throughout the entire building. That lends itself to the CGMP practice and protocols that we like to tout. So we started from the very beginning that way, and that's the way we operate. We tend to do the same thing in Alabama. If we need more funds, we can self-sustain. If that's for 3 years or more, we can do all of those things. So I would hope that there could be a reassessment of the scoring for the financial capability within our application, because we certainly are able. We also are able to go to market quickly for a number of reasons. One of the main reasons is because we are going to be building out a nursery that already exists. The Southern Organics Nursery has a number of nurseries that radiate out from the center, where we'll do our processing and cooling and some of the drying. But we'll suit out one of the nursery spaces, which is quite large in and of itself, and get it safe, get it secure, and have the fully compliant conditions within that nursery space. But we also have the ability to expand very quickly and very readily. We can simply go from that one nursery pod to another, to another, to another. And these are not self-sustained, pre-manufactured Connex boxes or pods. These are actual growing nursery spaces that the Rayburns have been growing organic greens in for 10 years. So it's pretty exciting to be able to just step into something that's pretty much ready to go. And we knew that that was a chief priority for the committee. So wanted to point that out to you as well. We also already have a number of relationships within this industry in the South. And we plan to leverage those relationships to build up our presence in Alabama. And that's quite easy to do. We are in Meridian, Mississippi, and that's reasonably close to Shelby County. So moving about is not going to be difficult for us at Southern Crop. I did want to address two of the pass-fail items that we have. One of them has to do with the CV of Roy Gilbert. That was an upload issue. The CV of Mr. Gilbert was submitted in the first round. There were deficiencies noted, which included formatting and certain items like that. On the second transmission, it appears it's not in there. So we do ask for a little grace on that. I believe that's more a deficiency issue and not a substantive deficiency or pass-fail issue. So that is something that I'd like for you to consider. The second issue, which is really an interesting one, was the residency requirement. We were given a fail on the residency requirement because Mr. Gilbert, the document supporting Mr. Gilbert's residency didn't go back his whole 29 years. We believe that was, we certainly could have supplied that. It was somewhat of an oversight not to just do it, just to be overly comprehensive. But according to the regulations, we fully believe we are fully compliant with the regs. The regs, obviously, as you know, state that the records that we must support, we must provide, must indicate that a majority of the ownership, which in our thoughts is SO Farmland, they are the majority owner of 51%, is attributable to an individual or individuals with proof of residency in Alabama for over 15 years. As you can see, we have about 140 years, and documented within the records, if you take out the 29, we're over 112, 113 years of residency within Alabama. So the noted goals that obviously the state has is to maintain residency ownership and have Alabamans run the operations of this type of business. And we certainly comply with that. I think it's a very reasonable, good faith reading of the regulations that I believe we complied with, and would hope that you give that a second consideration. If there's any questions that you might have, or Dr. Meyer, I don't know if you had anything else you'd like to say. I think we can give some time back.
Well, I'll tell you what, Robert, I'm going to let, it's my fault, I did not allow Justin to address some of those pass-fail notations right before y'all was present. Oh, did he? Oh, did you? Okay. Well, good. I'm glad we got that covered, and I'm glad you addressed it, and that will help us in understanding a lot better. Any commission members have any question for?
Mr. Chairman, I have
Yes,
one.
yes, sir, Mr. Harwell.
Pertaining to the growing operation at Southern Organics, is that indoors or in greenhouses?
It's actually both, but most of the operation is indoors.
So this would be done indoors?
Indoors, yes, sir.
And color. Yeah, just to add some color. We've got 2 commercial greenhouses, but we also have 2 10,000 square foot metal insulated buildings. And that's where our seedling nursery is currently. So it would just be a build out from there in the indoor facility.
Okay. Share a little bit about your water system,
Sir,
your water system.
we're plumbed into the city. And we've got a settlement pipe.
Are you testing that water for?
Yes, sir. We've had to do that for a decade with growing. And we send in regular lab results. I think it was every single week to Guardian Labs and MMI Labs to make sure our water was as pure as possible. And we used a reverse osmosis system.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we used to have wells on the property and they quit producing, but we swapped over to city 5-6 years ago and it's been going great ever since.
Okay. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, James. Anyone else have a question? Got one, Dr. Jensen?
Sorry, for my information, can you explain a little bit more about how the tissue culture process works?
You wanna-
Yeah, typically you have mother rooms that are used and you grow the plants and you make clippings off of the mother plants and you create the clones. Well, the tissue culture partners that we deal with basically on a very small scale takes minute pieces of the plant and they have a special patented media and they grow inside of well, let's see, you should have a picture. Yeah, so if you see where the black glove is, that's the brown stuff is the media, and then that's probably 14 or 15 plants in there, and then they'll keep replicating. And the good thing is that every plant's identical. Every plant is the same. So in the future, I really think this will help with like medical research and stuff. So I mean, if you have somebody with PTSD and a certain strain helps that person, then we're able to replicate that same exact strain so that medication is the exact same. And it's not coming from 3 or 4 different mother plants that you're cutting 50, 60 clones off of every several weeks. And then eventually you got to get rid of all those mother plants and start with some new plants, have them grow just, because every time you cut off of these mother plants, they have to rejuvenate themselves and grow back, and then they kind of lose their potency. That's why you get rid of them and you bring in new mother plants. But this way it's pure genetics. And this facility, this partner that we're using, they're very advanced. I mean, they're actually putting pieces of plants inside capsules as seeds and whatnot. So I mean, they've come a long way. It probably, I think maybe 7 to 10 years they've been working on this, getting it right.
I'm still ignorant about this part of the business, but I guess it's my understanding that people generally extract different compounds. They'll have the Delta 9 and they'll have the different terpenes and things, and then they recombine them to make the product. So
In extraction, you have the cannabinoids, the THC, CBN, and whatnot. So in this, what I was referring to was to flour. If
right.
flour gets.
But to make a consistent product, can't you just take those components and add them back together that you've extracted? The CBN.
You can extract. So we have a terpenes extraction unit that's done with steam, and we'll strip out the terpenes, and then we'll use ethanol extraction to strip out the THC, and then we combine them back together.
Okay. So maybe I misheard you all, but you said initially you weren't cultivating. So is that because you need to get the facilities ready and you're going to buy product in?
No, sir. So in Louisiana, when I won the first license there, it was a dispensary license. They only allowed 2 cultivators in that state. It was the partners of LSU and Southern University, which I think actually about a year ago, Malcolm Broussard came and spoke to you guys, which is our regulator in Louisiana. I could not cultivate there because it was just to the two universities.
Right.
But then I was so passionate about it, seeing the success of it, knowing how we could tweak and make the process better. That's why we created a Mississippi facility.
Okay.
In Mississippi, we're completely vertical, like we would be here in Alabama if we were awarded.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Jensen. Thank you, Randy. Any other commissioner have a question? Any of our commissioners online have a question for Southern Crop Holding Company? Thank all you guys for being here today. Appreciate the presentation, your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was Southern Crop Holding and LLC, applicant number 1615. And we'll take a quick break and get back to it shortly. We'll go ahead and prepare for our next presenter. The group of Natural Relief Cultivation and LLC. Applicant number 1620, applying for an integrated facility. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay. Before we let y'all take the podium and start off, I'll ask Mr. Justin Ade to make mention of any issues on your application. Justin?
Yes, sir. This is applicant number 1620 Natural Relief Cultivation LLC. You have the full application, the applicant summary, and the brief that was presented by the applicant. There were no pass-fail items noted in the application.
Thank you, Justin. Can you go ahead and state your name?
Sure. My name is Dennis Pantazis.
Okay, Mr. Pantazis, I'll let you how many of you are going to actually present today? Just
all four of us.
Okay, as y'all come to the podium, go ahead and introduce yourself, and that way a court reporter can make note of that. So always look right here on the counter, and Ms. Peters will have your time beginning with 45 minutes, and use that clicker as you see fit for your presentation. So the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Like I said, my name is Dennis Pantazis, and I have the great pleasure of being here today as part of the leadership team for the Natural Relief Cultivation. First, let me tell you, we appreciate the opportunity to present our position and our case to this commission. We appreciate your time, and we know the difficult job that you have in selecting the appropriate companies to provide medical supplies and product to the people of Alabama. When we began to create our team, we wanted to make sure that our leadership was dedicated to delivering on-time results with security, transparency, and integrity. So the first place we looked at is, what does the statute say? Well, as a lawyer, I don't want to really get into the statute, but there are two parts of the statute that are very important to us. One is the need, and the other is the merit. Talking first about the merit, key points, we wanted to build a team that had professionals that were qualified, ethical. They consisted of a majority of Alabama residents, and our leadership is comprised of professionals and people who have spent years in the regulated cannabis industry as operators. We also wanted to provide the commission and the people of Alabama with a strength of transparency. We think that's very important, that the application has to be transparent. We were the only integrated applicant that we know of out of the 38 that submitted a fully unredacted application. We were also the only one, in addition to that, that passed every pass-fail requirement that we understand, and did not amend or have to amend its application after the 12/31/22 deadline. What does that have to do with our application? It shows that we were prepared, that we are direct, and we gave all the information as quickly and as efficiently as possible. The other key point to the merit is our financial ability. We have provided information that shows that our financial support is over $475 million available in liquid capital. And we're going to go into more detail about that. But that's an important thing, to be able to deliver what we promise and sustain while you perform. Our facilities are medically focused with product quality and patient experience first. I'm not going to go into too much of the team right here, but our team is comprised of business owners, regulated cannabis operators with proven record of success, former lawmakers, legal professionals, financial specialists, and security specialists. We had to have all these people with high level expertise and quality of ethical conduct in order to be successful. One of the people that our team leadership is made up of these individuals. One of the individuals is Gary Davis. Gary Davis is a fourth-generation Alabama farmer that finds new cannabis an opportunity to be perfect to cap his rewarding career. He and his family have been farming in Alabama for over 100 years. He's excited to be part of the program, and at this point in time, I would like to ask Mr. Davis to come speak.
Good morning. I'm Gary Davis, a North Alabama fourth-generation row crop farmer. I live in North Alabama in the county of Lawrence County. First, I would like to thank the AMCC board for this time slot this morning. My family has a long history in agriculture in Alabama. My family before me were cotton farmers. With a shift in the cotton market years ago, I went to the grain market. Today, I grow soybeans, corn, winter wheat on 700 acres in North Alabama. I've been involved in farming my whole life, not just for possible income, but for the love and enjoyment of farm life. At one time, I owned and operated Davis Scouting Service, where I scouted up to 5,500 acres of cotton for area farmers in North Alabama and Southern Tennessee, making important insect treatment decisions. Today, to keep up with increasing costs of farm impacts like fuel, seed, and fertilizer, you have to be willing to make changes to keep your operation moving for the next generation. That's why I'm excited about being a part of this great team to enter into the medical cannabis industry to bring relief to so many people in the state of Alabama. As a minority farmer, this is a great opportunity to further diversify the farming business, to make it stronger, to the future generations, to continue the Davis family legacy in agriculture. Thank you.
Mr. Davis is an owner at 51% of our company. We also have Matthew Dent, who's president, CEO of Buffalo Rock out of Birmingham. We have Tony Patelis, who's here today. Tony has been a public servant for over 35 years. And we're going to go in a little bit more into Tony when he speaks. As I've indicated to you, I'm an attorney. I'm probably the least qualified to be up here to talk about cannabis, but nevertheless, I am part of the team and they asked me to speak, so I will speak. We have Tony Smoke, who's in charge of our VIP marketing. He's with Alabama Power and 35 years at SIPCO. You have Brian Fall. In my opinion, Brian is the CEO, is the most important part of our team along with Gary, because he is the CEO of Arkansas's largest medical cannabis dispensary. Brian has enjoyed a very successful career of over 35 years prior to going into this industry and telecommunication industry. He owns and operates the largest dispensary in the state of Arkansas, which has won many industry's awards for steadfast care of its patients. At this time, I would like to ask Brian to come speak.
Thank you, Dennis. Good morning, Commission. I'm a little under the weather today, so excuse me for that, but it is such an honor to be here to talk about cannabis, to be considered for a rollout like this. It's going to change the state of Alabama forever. You'll see. A little bit more in depth just about some of our key members here. I think it's important for y'all to know that we've put together a really good team of Alabamians that are committed to the product for what they know about it to date. And I think everyone's going to go through a little learning curve as we get into this and see what cannabis is going to bring to Alabama. But Matthew Dent, our CEO, is currently the president and CEO of Buffalo Rock, the PepsiCo distributor here in the state, and is responsible for all company operations in Alabama, Georgia, and Florida. So Matthew's a very accomplished business operator as well. Tony Patelis, our COO, has nearly 35 years in public service, supporting Alabama citizens at the state, county, and city level, where he built a genuine reputation as an executive leader whose actions are rooted in transparency, very important, integrity, and efficiency. So Tony's done a great job for the state of Alabama already. I'm the Chief Revenue Officer, more on me here in a moment. And Jeff Davis is our Chief Investment Officer, had a very good career in the telecommunications industry as well for 25 years, founded a very successful company and is bringing that investment opportunity to us now. And our Chief Financial Officer, Gerhard Renner, has a very distinguished financial and entrepreneurial education. His extensive legal background in managing and funding growth companies. And Gerhard has earned multiple higher education degrees, including a Juris Doctorate from the University of California Law School, an MBA from the University of Southern California Marshall School of Business, and an honors double major from the University of California. So a very extensive background. And one that we're really proud of, guys, is we've added a chief medical officer to our team. Dr. Grant Stone has been operating. You have some letters and some information on Grant as a handout. I really encourage you to look at that. Grant is a dedicated pain management, an interventional pain specialist. So this is really important to Grant and to our pharmacists. Opioid use is one of the real problems that we have in the country, and cannabis is proving to be the best replacement for that product. And Grant is bringing that knowledge and stuff to our team. So we have a team of dedicated professionals, and I'm going to be the experience on the team. I own and operate the largest dispensary in the state of Arkansas. And Commission, I'm the only real true owner operator in the state. I go to my business every day and I get behind a register. I don't sit in the back and count products, and I'm behind a register dealing with my patients every day. I see who they are. I know who they are. And we've won some awards in the state because we've been fortunate to learn from good people and have done a good job. The largest dispensary in the state. I'm happy about that award, but really, to be honest with you, anybody could win that award. You could get really lucky, have a great location, and statistics will get you the largest. I'm happy about that award, but I'm proud about the best dispensary in the state of Arkansas because that's voted on by the people. They vote, the patients vote about who takes care of them the best, who has the best programs, the best prices, the things that our patients are really concerned with and want to see delivered from their dispensaries. So we see over 1,000 patients a day. We have 2,600 reviews, over 2,600 reviews on Weed Maps, which is the primary vehicle in the industry, with a 4.8 average. So I really think that what the people of the state of Arkansas have to say about our business will translate well for the people of the state of Alabama. We hope that you will consider that. On our merit, Dennis talked briefly about the strength and transparency of our application. I do think it's important, and I hope you guys will give some consideration to the fact that we were the only applicant that submitted a completed application on time with no amendments. Nothing changed. We were the only applicant that met or exceeded all 6 pass-fails and scoring requirements, and the only applicant to be fully transparent. Not one word of our application was redacted. Gentlemen, we have nothing to hide. I own one location in the state of Arkansas. We're not an MSO or a chain. We've been very successful in Arkansas, and a friend introduced me to Dennis and some other people that started all this process. And we want to bring that to Alabama. We think we can. So I kind of submit to you, we're the only one that completed everything as you requested it to be. And I submit to you that the way a company executed their application process is going to be how they execute their business, their cannabis business in your state. So we all had the same information. We all had the same time frame. We all had access to the same resources. And we were the only applicant that completed all 3 of these things complete. So I would ask that you give a little consideration to that. So we have the expertise, Commission, to be in this industry, and we have the money to be in this industry. And Dennis is going to talk a little bit about that.
Can I have a flicker? Thanks, appreciate it. As I stated earlier, and as this slide shows, that we have over $478 million in assets, liquid assets available for this project. And these are liquid, and not only is this our word, this has been certified by an accountant, which you have that information in front of you as well, or should have in your application in front of you. This gives us the opportunity to do a lot of different things. First of all, we know that the cost, the build out cost, we have broken down in different facilities. For example, cultivation build out cost is over $22 million. Birmingham dispensary, which is what we propose, is $1.2 million. Gadsden dispensary, $1.2 million. Owens Crossroads dispensary, $1.2 million. Russellville dispensary, $1.2 million. Tuscaloosa dispensary, $1.2 million. That totals to about $29 million in build out estimated cost. You have to have the money to be able to do that. But that's the beginning. That's the build out cost. That's not the operational. We have enough revenue, and we estimate that the revenue will be $20 million in revenue from all dispensaries in 24 to 25. And then $15 million in revenue from cultivation from 24 to 25. Obviously, you have to have enough money to last 3 years. We have enough money to last 7 years or longer. We exceed the 3-year minimum that was proposed by the commission. Most applicants are making their business model and their financial plan fit into the liquidity that they currently have, meaning I've got to make my building a little smaller, or I've got to find a cheaper building to get it into the money. We did it the reverse. We made our liquidity, meaning that we have this much money that we can spend, fit our we made our liquidity fit our financial plan so that we knew that we didn't have to cut back on hard facilities, on people, or speed in getting them up to operational. There's enough money to operate, like I said, over the 3-year period. I like your flicker, by the way. This slide just basically repeats what I have just said. The important thing is Natural Relief Cultivation showed a 7-year financial performance model to estimate operations into the future. Your requirement was the financial ability to maintain for 3 years. We exceeded that. I'd like to now introduce to you Tony Patelis. Tony was born and raised in Birmingham, Alabama, as a longtime resident of Birmingham of Jefferson County. Tony was a contractor for 30 years. He was elected to the legislature 3 times. He was appointed by Governor Fob James as Commissioner of DHR for Alabama, one of the largest states in agency with over 4,000 employees. He was the only cabinet member to be kept by then Governor Siegelman when he took office. Tony was elected mayor of Hoover twice. Hoover is the 6th largest city in the state of Alabama. After his stint as mayor, he was appointed Jefferson County's first county commissioner and inherited a county, which I can tell you as a resident was very dysfunctional. And Tony brought it out from the abyss. I've known Tony all my life. We grew up together, and I asked Tony to join our team because I think so much of him. Tony.
Thank you, Dennis. Once again, thank you, commissioners, for being here and allow us to speak today. I want to talk a little bit about my experience. When I was at the county, I inherited a mess, as Dennis said it, and I was the first county manager, CEO of Jefferson County, and we had a lot of compliance issues at Jefferson County. We had compliance issues when I was at DHR. And I even had compliance issues when I was at the mayor of Hoover. worked on those compliances and we found solutions. I'll give you an example. We have an infusion center at Cooper Green Hospital, which is a county hospital. And the pharmacy board notified us that we were out of compliance. Met with them. I personally got involved, and we developed a plan so that we could continue to offer infusions for our cancer patients in Jefferson County. We implemented a plan, worked with the pharmacy board, and after several months, we became compliant once again with our infusion product. We have saved a lot of lives in Jefferson County at Cooper Green Hospital, which is a hospital for the poorest people in Jefferson County that do not have the funds to pay for any type of medical service. Let's talk about the facilities. We have looked and we have found 5 locations in Jefferson County, and we are going to build state-of-the-art facility at all of our dispensaries. We're very excited about the fact of building an indoor cultivation facility, and the indoor facility is nothing like a greenhouse. It's a solid building, and the indoor facility will help us with higher quality, climate control. It's not affected by seasonal changes, less humidity, fewer pests, and sustainability. And let's move to the next slide. This is our cultivation facility. The cultivation facility that we have is 59,000 square feet. It will be 59,000 square feet built from the ground up. It can grow when it's up and running fully 100%, and it's functioning somewhere close to 300 pounds every 3 weeks of product. And this facility will have real walls, a real roof, and you'll see 6 different growing areas in there. And those areas will be foam insulated walls with a vinyl material, food grade material inside there. And so each room is separate from that. So it makes it much more easier when you're dealing with the products. We have also in this, we'll have the concrete vaults, cameras, and state-of-the-art detection. The dispensaries, this is the dispensary that Brian has in Arkansas. It's 4,000 square feet. He does a tremendous building there. It's a beautiful building, and I can tell you it's very functional. And what we have done is we've taken the plans that Brian has used that was very successful in Arkansas and to use it here in Alabama. And so we have plans ready to go to build 4,000 square foot facility in our 5 locations. This is the outside of Brian's facility in Arkansas, and this is what we plan to build. These are state-of-the-art facilities. We're very secure. They're concrete blocks with concrete poured in the cells of the blocks with rebar, so they're very secured. And we made a decision. We never made the decision to think about going into a shopping center or a strip center. If you go into a shopping center, the only thing you have control of is the indoor facility. You don't have any control over the parking, the lighting outside, the handicap accessibility. And then also, the only thing that's setting you apart from the people in the shopping center is a sheetrock wall. And you can have odor that will migrate over to the next area. So, and this gives our patients they will feel comfortable coming to our facility and not we're driving into a shopping center, having to park way over here and, to go into the dispensary. This is the indoor view of Brian's facility in Arkansas. And I can say that when you go in, it's a very good feeling. The employees that we will have will be in uniform, so our patients would know they can, who are the employees. And it has a feel like an Apple store. If you've ever been in an Apple store, so we're very proud of that fact. And we want to, our goal is long-term, building from the ground up, building our cultivation facility from the ground up, not retrofitting anything and not going into any shopping center or strip center. Last year I went around, met with a lot of mayors and city council trying to find locations for us, and had the opportunity to meet with Mayor Grissom and Mayor Grissom has an incredible story. His family has been in Russellville for 4 generations. Their family has owned multiple businesses there. He's been elected 3 times as mayor of Russellville. And he was skeptical, and you're going to hear from him in a second on a video. And he went to and saw Brian's location in Arkansas, and he became a believer. He has secured 28 acres for us to put our growing facility there. And we will also have a growing facility in Russellville, Northwest Alabama, also have a retail facility there. This is,
well, we need to play the video.
how do we do the video? Huh?
Video is a couple slides away. Oh, okay, thank you. All right, thanks. I evidently got people out of order. Sorry about that, guys. Here we go. That's my stuff. The reason that the mayor is so important in Russellville is because the area that we're talking about, the northwest corner of Alabama, under the original applications that were approved, this area here was totally left out of any of the integrated services and had, I think, only 1 dispensary in that area. That's over 1 million people. And again, when I said merit and need in the beginning, well, as to need, this area of Alabama needs to have these products available to it. This area of Alabama needs to have this industry in it. We're the only ones that have provided and proposed an integrated system with dispensaries here and throughout North Alabama. This is the area that was underserved, that again is over 1 million people. This is what we propose as our locations. We think it's important that when you look at these other applications, who services this area of the state, this large area of the state? The only answer to that question is our group, and I think that's important. Tony, now you can introduce the mayor.
But anyway, Mayor Grissom, his family's 4 generations in Russellville, and we have secured the property, and I'm going to let him speak to that now.
Hi, I'm David Grissom, mayor here in the city of Russellville. I'm currently serving in my 3rd term as mayor. I was born here, raised here, as were my parents, grandparents. So I love the city of Russellville. I want to tell you a quick story about making a decision concerning medical cannabis here for the city of Russellville. I was called several months ago by a close family friend, and he said, "Hey, I want you to meet Brian Falk from Arkansas, a great friend of mine in the medical cannabis business." This was shortly after the Alabama legislature had passed the Alabama cannabis bill. And I was kind of reluctant at first, but this was a lifetime friend that was friends with Brian. And I said, sure, come on down to City Hall. So we met, we talked a lot. What was supposed to be a 10 or 15-minute meeting lasted for hours. And we talked deer hunting, we talked football, and we talked medical cannabis. I learned lots that day. And, you know, I had a background in business. My parents started local retail business here in 1977. We're still running that business here today. So my family is a business type family. We announced over 900 jobs here in the city of Russellville my first term, 2012 to 16. In a town of 9,800, that's pretty significant. So I wanted to see the benefits of the medical cannabis business. And, you know, I told Brian and John that I knew very little about it, but I was eager to learn. And after hearing the story, I decided I wanted to make the best decision for the people of Russellville. And I wanted to go to Sherwood, Arkansas and see the operation. He told me about the dispensary. He told me about the growing facility, and I wanted to go see it for myself because I was a little bit skeptical in the beginning. So myself and 2 city council members, we made the trip to Sherwood, Arkansas. I'll never forget it. It was on a Friday. We spent all day in the dispensary. It was as nice as any Russellville pharmacy that we have in place here today. His team members were excellent, helping the customers. Unbelievable. The revenue numbers at the end of the day, he showed us the entire operation, and it was more than what he had explained in my office that day. The next day, we toured the growing facility. It was equally as impressive. So I came back, myself and the other city council members. We explained it to our other city council members. Another member made the trip to Arkansas and took a look for himself. We passed the ordinance to allow for it here. And after working with Brian and his team, we actually have an agreement in place with Natural Relief Cultivation with the city of Russellville, an agreement in place to donate 28 acres of land once they hit the 250 job number. So they have agreed to provide 250 good paying jobs plus a $25 million capital investment here in the city of Russellville. It's something that we need here, not to mention the medical benefits of medical cannabis. Personally, I've been diabetic since I was 9 years old. So once I heard the medical benefits of medical cannabis, that just made me more inclined to try to make this possible here in Northwest Alabama. So before making any important decision, I always try to get all the information that I can get. Made the trip to Arkansas. These are very professional people. They did an excellent job there in Arkansas, and this is something that we would love to see here in the city of Russellville.
Okay. Let's talk about speed to market. Excuse me. I recently wasn't able to put it in the package, but I received a letter from Mayor from Gadsden, Mayor Ford, and I'm going to read just one paragraph of it. I believe that the addition of natural relief cultivation operation business within our community will be very beneficial to the city of Gadsden through the creation of new jobs, economic opportunities, and both for the citizens and the city. So we have support from our elected officials, and some of the mayors that we met with were not interested in putting medical cannabis in their cities, but we have the 5 locations. Let's talk about the speed to market. What we have here are shipping containers that are 40 feet long. There's a company that takes those containers and they build them out. And so all we have to do, once we get the concrete poured, then they come and set the containers up and hook everything up. And they're ready to go. These containers are ready to go. And I have a video on that if I don't mess up with this thing. But this is our plan to use this temporary facility while we're building our big cultivation building. So we will be able to bring product to market much faster by having this. And I want to show the slide on the speed to market at this time.
We begin by offering the most secure perimeter area with a 10-foot high dual fence setup with a 7-foot retention area, as used in the highest security environments, including prisons. The entry is a secure intake area that leads to the administrative pod. As we enter the green propagation entry area, we see a pressured vestibule and the mother plants on the right. The stride is a proprietary cultivation system that allows for vertical growing in small spaces and is the baby brother to the farmation station. Next, we look toward the grinder and fertigation room for 100% compliance and move to the trim area where the plants are processed for consumption or use. Dry and cure area where the plants will be dried and cured. Then enter the extraction room with 2 CO2 extraction units in place. We then show the vault room where the flower is stored in one vault and the finished product in the second vault. As we enter the packaging room, you can see the location where all products are prepared for shipping, which brings us to the final stage. The shipping room, where the truck can back up and be loaded with ease.
So that is our plan to get product to market as quick as we can. It's not the same quantity, I mean, the quantity, but we'll be able to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Excuse me. And guys, we're going to do all that to do this. We're going to manufacture and process and package and sell everything that the commission sees fit to provide for the patients of the state of Alabama. So currently you're doing tinctures, topicals, capsules, suppositories, and non-sugar coated lozenges. And so everything that the commission provides to the state, we will be a conduit of that and provide that as well at a high quality. One thing, they left this slide out, and it's really important. Pharmacists and education. We are very, if you'll read some of those weed map reviews, and I know some of y'all having trouble with that name alone, weed maps, but these reviews are really, really important, commission. These are the people that walk into our building and look us in the face, and they know who we are, and we know who they are. We know what they need. We know what they like. And guys, I think the greatest thing you have to look forward to as a commission is when you see firsthand somebody that makes the light go off for you, that this really is medicine. It will happen. And normally it's a granny. I did an interview with a TV station about 6 months ago in Arkansas, and they called me and said, the industry has exploded. Why? Will you do an interview? I said, sure, I know why. And they came and they set up and they did everything. They said, why has the cannabis industry exploded in the state of Arkansas? I said, it's one word. It's really simple. It's granny. And this is what happened. They're sitting around Sunday lunch and Granny's rubbing her hands and she complains that she didn't sleep last night because her arthritis is bothering her. And her son goes, Granny, take one of these, a non-sugar coated lozenge. Take one of these tonight. Let me know how you feel tomorrow. And Granny took it that night. And she slept like a fat baby, guys, I got to tell you. And the next morning, she called her grandson and said, where do I get more of them? And so she goes down to get her card and she comes in and we set her up. And then the product works. And so what does Granny do? She goes tell all her friends at church and all her friends around town. And that's how the industry exploded, is because the product really works, Commission. You've done a great thing bringing this to the state of Arkansas. And you'll know, excuse me, Alabama, thank you. And you'll know, guys, when you see that firsthand. But we think pharmacists and education is a very big part. When you read my reviews, you'll see two things: knowledge and kindness. We know every question that a patient is going to ask us. I put my consultants through a very extensive 3-week training program, 3 full weeks before they ever see a patient. They know everything about CBN, CBG, CBD, everything about THC that a patient may want to know. We use our pharmacists. We think this is so important. We've got 5 pharmacists, and we're not going to get them. We already have them. Jeremy Smith, Josh Harden, Ryan Hamilton, Brad Ledbetter, Andrew Wagner are all going to be trained. They'll be at each dispensary every day, and they're all going to be trained by Dr. Grant. But Dr. Grant Stone, the interventional pain doctor. So guys, we take a very serious approach to education. And again, if you look at my reviews, that's one of the first things they mention is the knowledge of everyone on my team that can answer every question that they have. So very important. We hope you will give that some consideration, gentlemen. And with that, we stand by our mission statement. We live by it, we stand by it. Proven leadership dedicated to delivering on-time results, that's very important, with security, transparency, and integrity. Thank you for your time today, and we'd be love to answer any questions.
I'm sure you'll have a few. Any commission members have a question for the Natural Relief Cultivation Team and LLC?
Mr. Chairman, I do.
Yes, sir, Mr. Harville.
Who will be in charge of the growing operation? Y'all mentioned a lot of things, but not much.
Mr. Tony Patelis. Mr. Tony Patelis is our COO. He will be operational. He will be in the facility. He is retired from his other life. And he told me last night he's getting ready to retire from the job he has now. You want to tell him what that is? Yeah. He wants to grow cannabis.
I retired 2 years ago from Jefferson County, and I've been working for my wife, so it's time for me to get back to work. So, and I'm going to be a hands-on person as a chief operating officer, working with our leadership team. Do I know anything about cannabis? No, I do not. But when I went to county, did I know anything about Cooper Green Hospital? No. Did I know anything about the sewer department? No. I have a lot to learn, but I know how to manage people. I know how to manage money. And with DHR, we had 4,000 employees, and I know how to get things done, and I know how to solve problems. Those are the strong points that I have.
Guys, we're going to be very hands-on. We are owner operators. I trained my entire staff on the culture and the processes that I wanted in place. And I think you saw our results, the largest and the best. And I'm going to personally go around and train our complete staff at all 5 dispensaries. They're going to run just like my store in Arkansas. So guys, we are going to be very hands-on owner operators. We are not farming all this out. You're looking at the people who are going to run these companies.
Mr. Pertanz, you may can address this question. In Arkansas, has any of your team had any activity promoting or lobbying for recreational marijuana in Arkansas?
No, sir. No, sir. Recreational did not pass. It was on the ballot and it did not pass. And there are no efforts right now currently to bring it back to the ballot. We don't think it'll ever pass in Arkansas. They gave up. It's going to be a medical state until it changes on a federal level.
To answer your question more directly, to the best of our knowledge, none of our leadership team had any role in it one way or the other. Okay. I would like to talk a little bit about something kind of bringing it home. I began with the statute that talked about merit and need. I think we've shown that we have the merit, we have the money, we have the expertise, we have the success. And the way we're planning on getting this done, within 45 days, you get the container cultivation growing. But we're also talking about hard building new structures for the permanency. So we have the money to do both the speed and the long-term goal. But the need is maybe the most important part. you have a lot of companies that are qualified. I'm not going to tell you they're not. And we think we're qualified and we think we're exceptionally qualified. But the thing that we provide that nobody else does is servicing those people in that northwest quadrant. That million people will be left out if we're not granted an integrated license, because we're the only ones that are putting our processes in that area. You have a lot of other parts of the state that are covered, but not that part. And I think that's very important. One other thing, I heard a question from somebody about the cost. Well, we have a track record of cost. Our cost, depending on whether it's lozenge at $15 per person or per prescription, to nebulizers are about $50. Those are our costs today in Arkansas. So I wanted you to know that as well.
Those would be the prices that we start out offering in Alabama as well, 15 to 50. And guys, we know manufacturing cost. We have very close relationships with our cultivators in Arkansas. My son actually runs the largest cultivation facility in the state. So we know manufacturing cost. We know on the come out that we can offer products in that price range of $15 to $50. That's what I sell today.
The commission has not had a say-so in the cannabis products. That was a directive from the legislature.
Gotcha.
So that was not on our plate. Thank
Okay,
goodness. We've
good.
got enough. Any other commission members have any questions for this
So,
team? Dr. Jensen?
yes, so I just heard that your son cultivates. So where do you expect, since none of you have really been in the growing and processing, at least you here, where do you get that knowledge base to do?
Sir, we've already hired a very professional processor and a grower that are going to move to Alabama. And they got very extensive resumes in the industry now. There are certain things, guys, that we have to go outside and hire for. And those are two key positions, the head of processing, the head of cultivation.
And you've hired them?
Already. Yes, sir. If we get your approval, they are ready to move the state of Alabama and begin. They know we got to start in 45 days.
Okay, and then with regard to time to market, I see where you can get facility up fast and all that, but when do you think you might have product?
Gentlemen, we will have product in the ground growing in 45 days per your recommendations, or 60 days per your requirement, and product it to market in 6 months. So building from scratch, guys, we're building buildings that fit the cannabis industry. We're not taking buildings that fit our financial model. So you cannot retro a building and make it perfect for cannabis. I go to work every day in the perfect cannabis building. I'm gonna build 5 of those. And guys, some of y'all may be doing, how are you gonna build that in 6 months? Guys, these are big empty rooms. I'm building walls, 3 bathrooms, and some security glass. So these are not difficult builds. Tony's 30-year contractor. We've already been in touch with subs. We will be hitting the ground running, and we'll have our facilities open in 6 months.
Well, yeah, just to clarify though, your original application was anywhere from 182 to 318 days to have a dispensary open.
Yes, well, we have tightened that up. We have worked on that, and we know that's going to be one of the criteria that we have to meet is 6 months, and we can do that.
I think that's also why we went. I think that's also why we went to the containers, the 40-foot containers, because if you're talking about from dirt to build it out of the ground, yes, it was going to take some, and the long-term growth and structures will take that long, but we will have temporary facilities within that 45 days and going.
On the cultivation.
Yeah, but the dispensary side is also what I'm asking.
Yeah, but dispensary, sir, we can build these buildings in 6 months. And if you ever came to Little Rock and looked at my building, you'd know, guys, it's just 4 walls and 3 bathrooms and 2 offices. It is a very simple build, especially for construction people. It's a very simple build.
No, that's no problem.
Thank you. Anything else, Dr. Jensen?
No.
Okay, thank you. Anyone, any other commissioner here or a commissioner online have any questions for natural relief cultivation? You demonstrated a lot of capital or available capital. Would you really be willing to lay all that on the line?
Absolutely, absolutely. Guys, we can meet our financial obligations and our time frame.
The worst case scenario, how long do you think you could go with year after year and lose money and still be able to make it?
Nobody likes to lose money, so we go through that phase as fast as possible. But gentlemen, the way y'all set the program up, it's going to take 3+ years to get to profitability, maybe longer. And we're prepared to, that's why we're building from the ground up. We're building for the long term. And we have the money we need to sustain ourselves for 7 years. You required 3. We gave you 7 years of financial information that we can do.
That's what I was going to say. We have run the models, the financial models, through 7 years. And we certainly, that is assuming you to receive any monies or very, very little monies. So we've gone beyond the 3 years. We are prepared and have built an economic model to last over 7 years. And you have that data in our application. And again, that's not just me. I'm a lawyer. I spend money like crazy, but we had accountants come in and certify those numbers.
Okay. All right. Any other commissioner have a question before we dismiss this team? Y'all done a great job. Answered a lot of questions. Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Thank you. That's Natural Relief Cultivation and LLC. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Commission. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Great job. As True Leave Alabama is making their way to the front, we'll prepare to hear your presentation. And as you're coming forward, we'll try to get this one squeezed in before lunch. But Mr. Justin A. Day, any comments related to their application?
This is applicant number 1621, True Leave Alabama Incorporated. You have their full application along with the applicant summary. The applicant submitted a written brief, and you have that in your materials as well. And there were no pass-fail items noted for this applicant.
Thank you, Justin. It's like y'all have a pretty good sized team.
Yes, we do.
Are you Mr. Powers?
I'm LeBaron Boone.
Okay, LeBaron Boone. All right, Mr. Boone. I'll tell you what, as you have your team come up and help you present, if they do, please introduce each one as they come up, and that will help our reporter take note of such. And I'll have Ms. Peters put your time available up here on the counters. Just watch that as we start with the 45 minutes. The floor is yours. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is LeBaron Boone, and I'm the co-founder of Sweet Magnolia that partnered with True Leave to form True Leave Alabama. And I'm the president of True Leave Alabama. Now, what's important here today, as each of you all know, because you all have dedicated so much time and energy and great work to make this happen for Alabama, the central question that must be asked is whether what the Darren Wesley Compassion Act compels, and that is for this commission to identify who is best to provide pharmaceutical grade medical cannabis to hundreds of thousands of patients suffering in the shadows where conventional medicine has failed. Wow, that is important responsibility. That decision is critical because medical cannabis is a capital-intensive industry, relying on the expertise of highly trained engineers, doctors, technicians, etc., using high-tech cultivation and processing systems supported by a sophisticated logistics and distribution chain made up of dispensaries that are costly to put together. With that in mind, we must get it right. And to get it right, you have to look behind the curtains. You look behind the curtain because every applicant has hired a fancy consultant to tell them the right buzzwords, to put their PowerPoint presentations together, and to fill out this application, whether they know what they're doing or not. And each one of them, I'm sure, has said, you can trust us. We promise to make you proud. But you can't. It is too important, and we cannot have Alabama citizens being guinea pigs. So if you're gonna pull back and look behind the curtain, not just what we say, but you ought to look at what we do and what we have done. So when you pull back the curtain, the first thing you're gonna see is the team, not the promise, not I trust you, like Saban. He recruits the best athletes, and he's the best coach, and he's proven, and he ain't saying, trust me, I can do this. He's done it. Now lean in for a moment and let me tell you the story why we in it for the long haul. And all the numbers you've seen, the partner we have and we partner with is $1 billion cap company, and we got unbelievable sums of wealth to do this, and you will see why. But lean back and let me tell you the story behind us. Our story was forged in pain, fueled by passion, which ignited our purpose. And that is, one of the co-founders' father was a decorated Vietnam vet. Tour after tour after tour. He came back different. He had PTSD. He was broken. And when pain of a patient is suffering, they family suffer. So we're gonna do more than treat a patient. We're gonna treat a family. And that founder, once we passed this act, said, we're going to do this for her father. We're in it for the long haul. We're an Alabama team, born in Alabama, raised in Alabama, and gonna die in Alabama. And we're gonna have the resources, the capital, expertise, and anything you could ask. She said, our families and friends, your family and friends, are gonna be the patients. And those patients deserve the best. This is not the time for guinea pigs. Or people saying, I'm gonna cultivate, and trust me, I'm gonna be able to do it and figure it out. I'm coming. You got to do it the best. So remember this going through our presentation, 3 Ps, the pain that started this, the passion that ignited our purpose. So I'm gonna tell you when I say you look behind the curtain, not what we say, but you need to know the team to see if they can deliver. I'm LeBaron Boone, as I told you all. I'm an engineer from Auburn, industrial engineering on logistics and how to run supply chains is what I did. I ultimately my dad engineering firm sent me to law school at Alabama, and I'm a lawyer and work at one of the largest firms in the nation who's represented this state, Georgia, and states all over America in the opioid crisis. So I know the pain that can come if we don't do this right. I was the president of the local bar association here, Capital City Bar Association. Our president of ALA, all lawyers in the state of Alabama. I was the president of the National Black Lawyers Top 100, that's nationwide, every Black lawyer. And I became the president of the National Trial Lawyers Top 100. That's every lawyer in the nation, not Alabama, the nation, governmental, otherwise. I ran Tuskegee Bank and was the chairman for a short period of time, vice chairman for many years. Ultimately, we got the bank over $100 million. And I was the largest shareholder and an owner. So after that ultimate sale, I was fairly wealthy. I became the largest owner of First Tuskegee Bank after Mr. Wright passed. But maybe my most prominent position is I'm the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce, the president and chairman of the Chamber of Commerce here in Montgomery, who guess what? Brought $1.5 billion to this state. I know how to recruit industry. I know how to run industry. $1.5 billion. The governor's on TV saying it, shaking my hand and cutting ribbons with me. The Secretary of Commerce. We expanded Hyundai to over 250 million, and we have the #1 site in the world since I've been on the chamber term, and ultimately now I'm the chamber chairman. CSX noted Montgomery is the #1 site in the nation. We got the #1 site in the nation, top 5 defense company, city in the nation now under my leadership. I say all that to say is not to brag about me, but guess what happened with that? When I'm cutting ribbons with the governor, secretary of state, go to a web page, I'm in Korea and doing all these things. Some people thought I became high profile because they see me on TV. And when they learn that I was interested in the cannabis industry and I was the chairman, they were coming to us anyway about locations, industrial sites, the best sites in the world. All of the prominent companies who want to locate here came to me. But guess what they told me? Those companies who probably been before you and going to come before you, they told me, as they approached me company after company, that because I'm a prominent African American, I just needed to sign my name on the dotted line and they would do the rest. They were certain my reputation would allow them to acquire a license. And they would repeat, sign your name on the dotted line and we'll have the checks coming in the mailbox every month. All the billions you done brought in, LeBaron, the experience in the industry, and what they didn't know though, unbeknownst to them, we had already been putting together well before this because of that pain and passion I spoke about, a team. Long before this, we dreamed of this day because of what my co-founder, Lori Boone, wanted to do because of her father's pain. So when I said pull the curtain back, look at the team. That team is Tony Hollins. Tony Hollins is an Auburn graduate in pharmacy, and we're gonna run our operation like a pharmacy. Tony Hollins graduated from Auburn, serves on Auburn's advisory board with the pharmacy school. Guess what else? Prominent, they thought I was prominent. Tony Hollins is the first and only Black president of the Alabama Pharmacists Association ever. And still today, nobody else has served. He's been asked to serve on the state pharmacy board and was nominated for that position. Tony demanded we go complete certification testing, and all the owners, me, Tony, and Lori, take a class, a real class, 6-month class to be certified owners of a cannabis company, integrated. We've done that back in 2022. Many companies hadn't even put their teams together. They're running in front of you all. Next step though, because when they told us just sign the dotted line, I was a little bit offended and didn't want to partner with anybody after that. We weren't a front group. So we hired a consulting firm to say, how can we do it ourselves? And they asked us what license we were applying for. We told them an integrated license. And there's a spot, and they told us it's a spot for a minority team, and our team is a minority team, fully minority team. And they said, there's a spot for that. So what's your goal? That's what we say. Our goal is to apply a loan. Well, what have you done to make that possible? I told them, we have hired an investment banker to tell us we need about $50 million. Luckily, Tony ultimately served as the chairman of that bank too and was about the 3rd largest shareholder. He came away with a lot of success and wealth as well. So I said, we have hired an investment team, investment bankers, an accountant, a corporate lawyer to do all the paperwork, and we've hired a trademark lawyer for that trademark to say, we're running this and doing it. I'm not comfortable with anybody who want me to take a check and use my name. So they said, that is unbelievable. We have never made a local group as prepared as you all are to do this alone, but we want to caution you all. It is a lot of capital, very intensive, knowledge and expertise needed, and you all are keep an open mind. They asked us, how are we going to solve the research problem? I know y'all run businesses. She's a lawyer. Lori Boone has worked for the Supreme Court of Alabama, the chief judge for the Northern District and Federal Court. She's a real estate agent and owns a venture capital firm that sometimes give these people money to say they're going to have all this capital. So we had all those pieces. Tony would run this pharmacy. So I said, guess what? You all thought y'all had us. We got Dr. Carlos Thomas, a renowned graduate from Harvard and Yale who specialized in emergency medicine and family medicine. We got Dr. Ralph Red, Georgia Tech chemical engineer, Emory Medical School, vascular surgeon right here in this community who understands the benefit of medical cannabis. We got Dr. Clayton Yates, John Lewis Endowed Professor of Pathology from Johns Hopkins, taught right there at Tuskegee, friend of me and Tony, who's doing research every day how to do cannabis at the highest level. He heads the Cancer Genetics and Epigenetics research for Johns Hopkins, one of the most advanced universities in the nation for cancer treatment. That's how we're gonna do it, Mr. Consultant. LeBaron is still take expertise and time. If anybody can do it, you all have convinced me you could, but keep an open mind. We have been talking to Trulieve, kind of like a date. They did not say anything about signing a line, but they just met us once at Hill office of a really prominent law firm here. Next at another location in Montgomery, next in Auburn. And eventually they invited us to come to their facility, their corporate office in Tallahassee and in Florida. We left that and we were like, wow. They had little robots running around, $1 billion company. They told us they'd never met a team anywhere in the nation as prepared as we are. We did not want, this was wrong in my mind. We don't want somebody who's going to just collect the check. And when they heard of my wife, who also is my wife's story, and y'all medical team who can lead us to the next level, they said, we're all in. We want to partner with you all. That led to ultimately an agreement. As I told you, we hired corporate lawyers from the beginning. Before we met, we had also had Mayor Boone is in there. Mayor Boone, we had already bought, I left that part out of total. We bought a whole industrial park, bought 102 acres or more, and a building to build and put the facilities in. I'm the chairman of the chamber, so I know the best sites in this state. We've done over 1.7 billion. I meet with the governor's staff, the Secretary of Commerce, and my industrial development department, and we knew that that was the best site. They had water, power, and sewer that everybody talking about. With letters of intent signed, we can do it. That part was built for suppliers of Hyundai. So it was built with the power, with the help of state and other entities. We had the perfect place. And when Trulieve learned that, they told us to go back and come up with a contract. Not only, they didn't ask me to sign a dotted line, they said, go back and put together a partnership agreement that reflect Alabama values. And we hired Bradley Aaron right here in Montgomery to put that agreement together that reflected Alabama values, not sign the dotted line and we'll send you a check. Trulieve said, at minimum, it'll cost about $50 million. We got it, you say you got it, but we want on this team, here's the $50 million line of credit, it's right there. Not including what we had prepared to do, spend on our own. They're $1 billion company and said, that's just the beginning. And when I finally talked to my team, Tony, Richard Ford was the absolute key to the team because Richard Ford has worked for the USD. He served as a member of the USDA Farm Agency Committee and represents Walker County, Blount County, and Auburn. He has 40 years of expertise in agriculture and horticulture. Tony knows him, he's our family. He's Tony's family. He's been growing and got greenhouses. Trulieve told us, greenhouses sound good, and many people here are gonna tell you how they're gonna retrofit one. As good as Mr. Ford is at growing, they said, this is medical grade cannabis, pharmaceutical grade cannabis. We can't do it in the greenhouse, though, LeBaron. That's the only one thing y'all came to us with we won't go with. Greenhouse is not gonna get it. So, but Lori sat down and said, LeBaron, this is what the statute says. I know you know we can do it. I believe we can do it. We got the medical people on board, but this is what the statute said, and I'll read it, and she read it to me to make me seal the deal for me and Mr. Holland. The statute requires and favors the applicants, and I'm reading it word from word, who already possesses the requisite skill, expertise, resources, and capital to ensure stability. That's what it says word for word. We summarized it, got lawyers on the team, including me, word for word. And she said, who can reduce the risk of unlawful diversion. That matters. That's why Tony Hollins is going to run this like a pharmacy and been the president of the Alabama Pharmaceutical Association. So that's when the mayor, she told us, if we really want to help people and make a difference and not let families go through what my family did and suffered, we must do this partnership. And here's the summary of some of the things that made it clear. 50 million off the bat, $1 billion company, $50 million. Here's what we're putting in the pool to make this come to fruition. First, everybody up here has talked about getting to the market. True Leave has been, our partners, our team has been first to the market, first, Florida, West Virginia, and Georgia. So we ain't thinking about it. The theme ought to be pull the curtain back and what have you done? Not what I promised to do. They've done it. True Leave in the last 12 months, our team has served 1.3 million patients. 12 months. That's more than Alabama expect total for a few years. In the last 12 months. Cannabis Business Times, not my words, said True Leave is the largest national retailer in the nation and the most successful. They have 190 dispensaries. We're not hoping we can do this. We're in it for the long haul, the Alabama team, and we know we can do it. 190 dispensaries operating right now today. We ain't guessing we're gonna pull this off. And we ain't guessing about the money. That really, with $1 billion company, if you just do the basic research, our consultant told us, True Leave is the most impressive company in the nation. And they said, I don't know, maybe True Leave would be mad, the most profitable in the nation. LeBaron, you need to change your mind and partner with somebody. They said they were most profitable, most successful, and the National Cannabis Business Times said the largest in the nation. They have 4 million square feet of cultivating and facilities going right now today. We ain't gonna figure out how to grow it. I'm not coming out of retirement to grow it. I'm a CEO and ran a bank, ran a law firm, and ran the chamber that did over 1.5 billion and over 3 billion in the last 5 years. And we're gonna do billions more. We have a patient hotline. You need help, we meet you right there. We have 24 hours a day surveillance to make sure there's no unlawful diversion. Top-notch security and state-of-the-art technology with robots running around here. And I was an industrial engineer, and that's what I did. And I'm like impressed, like, whoa, time has passed me as an industrial engineer. I guess I'm practicing too much law. Now, patients are depending on us to get this right. Alabama citizens don't need to be guinea pigs. It's about who's done it, not just who hoping in what you can pull off. I've given you some of the basic statistics. So back to it. And I say it's not what you say, but what you've done. Now, I want to pull the curtains back, like I said. So let's pull the curtain back on finance. I want to introduce Eric Powers. He's chief legal advisor and in the executive team, the small 3-room, 4-room meetings. The head of True Leave, executive, Eric Powers. Why don't you talk a little bit about finances for us and what this True Leave is willing to do to make sure this venture works? Not hoping it works, what we gonna do?
Thanks, LeBaron. Thank you guys for letting us speak today. I'm Eric Powers. I was born, raised, and spent most of my life here in Alabama. I grew up in Forestdale. It's a town northwest of Birmingham, went to Minor High School. After graduating there, I attended Auburn University, where I met my wife. Many of our family members also attended Auburn, including our 3 children. My son is a graduate. My daughters are both there now. Following graduating Auburn, I attended University of Alabama School of Law and started my practice here in Alabama with Capel and Howard in Montgomery. Joined True Leave in 2019. I currently serve as the Chief Legal Officer. We were founded and are still based in the Panhandle of Florida in the Tallahassee area. And we are the most financially viable, publicly traded cannabis company in the world. And more on that in a bit. By partnering with Sweet Magnolia, we really believe we can bring benefit to Alabama, that we can bring the medicine that the patients here need. And I think it's going to be a successful partnership should we receive a license. With that, I'll introduce Les Alexander and Kathleen Moffitt from JS Held, who can go a little bit more in detail of our finances. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commission. So my name's Les Alexander. I'm a CPA. I'm a former PricewaterhouseCoopers partner. I also founded my own financial advisory consulting business over 20 years ago, which was sold the first day of this year to JS Held, which is an international consulting business. I was charged, and Kathleen and I were charged with looking at the financial stability of Trulieve, examining that, and then based on SEC filings and other public documents, and then reporting to the commission what we found. With that, I'd like to have Kathleen introduce herself.
Hi, I'm Kathleen McKee Moffitt, and I'm a senior vice president with JS Held. I got my master's in finance from the University of Alabama, and I've now been a financial consultant for about 8.5 years. I do lots of analyses across multiple industries, including the pharmaceutical industry. You know, one of the advantages to truly being a public company for the commission is that there's a lot of transparent reporting. They have a lot of, guidelines that they have to follow, and all of their financial information is publicly available. So what we looked at was kind of the information that's publicly available to everybody. And one of the things that I focused on is that Trulieve has significant equity analyst coverage. So after their third quarter earnings reports, 12 analysts reported on that, and all of them were positive and recommended to buy. And some of the comments that were within the reports is that they have strong balance sheets, strong EBITDA, strong cash flow, which Les is going to expand on now.
So I've been involved with a lot of startup businesses, analyzing their ability to succeed financially. And I call it staying power, the ability to weather the startup period. Clearly, this is a startup industry in Alabama, but also clearly Trulieve is not a startup. So looking at the information, here's some high points. I have 3, I think, significant findings on their financial stability. First of all, as of September 30th, 2023, they had $192 million of free cash, unrestricted cash on their balance sheet. 2, cumulatively from 2020, their cash flow from operations has been positive, and it's generated over $205 million of positive cash flow. In the quarter ending 9/30/23, they've generated $70 million of positive cash flow. That $192 million of cash on hand, that is after prepaying $50 million in debt last September. And then also as of December 1st, they also prepaid another $130 million in debt, plus $6 million in interest. And with that, that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
The wealth and success that we had as a group with the sale of a bank and me being blessed and my team being blessed and Mr. Ford having his own greenhouses put us in a unique position that our consultant said, but when they said if we had a partner that you could pick and dial up would be Trulieve, and I know you got this bad taste in your mouth, LeBaron, and I said, guess what? We've been dating, and eventually, as I told you, we married. One of the other things I want you to see behind the curtains about how this is really done and what it takes. 4 million square feet, they are running today, 190 dispensaries. Let's look further behind the curtains, not just what I say, but what's been done. I want to introduce Jim Warnick over state expansion, and he basically lives with me now, but he's over site selection and how to get one of these operations up and running.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time today. My name is Jim Warnick. I'm Executive Director of State Expansion for Trulieve. I'm just going to touch on 2 brief points today. One, first is relationships are important to us. We have we have a team already who have developed relationships with organizations throughout the state. And we know that our licensing team members have spent years in educating physicians and patients in other states. We're bringing that expertise to Alabama, and we've already begun that. Second thing, one of my roles at TruLeaf is site selection for our cultivation production facilities. LeBaron touched on it earlier, but before LeBaron and I met, I traveled from Dothan all the way to Athens and Huntsville, all the way west to Demopolis, and met with some amazing mayors and city council economic directors in these cities. But it was not until LeBaron introduced me to Fort Deposit and Mayor Boone, who I want to thank you for coming today. And I do want to say Mayor Boone is no relation to LeBaron Boone, just to make that point clear. But it wasn't until I met her that that real connection was sparked. And I remember at our first meeting, she spoke about her time in Fort Deposit, her goals for the city, and her passion for providing children with better recreational facilities. And it was at that moment I knew that we'd be a perfect fit for this great partner in this great city. So I've met with many local officials in Fort Deposit, police and fire personnel, and everyone is equally excited about us coming to the area. So when looking for sites, LeBaron touched on it briefly, but we have three main criteria. First is the zoning and the utility letters. We have will serve letters received from Alabama Power, Southeast Gas. We have water and sewer verification from Fort Deposit. Second thing, the site has to fit with our corporate model of serving a rural and in majority minority communities, which is similar to our first facility in Florida, which we still operate today in Quincy. We've had an amazing economic impact with residents there over the years. And third is that we want positive relationships with the local entities. We know this is a long-term relationship, and I so appreciate Fort Deposit opening their arms for us. Last thing is we've hired a civil engineer who's local, Engineer Solutions owned by Glenn McCord. Now he helped us with our due diligence on the project. He has already prepared our phase 1 site plan, which was in our application. And once our license is issued, we're ready to comply with all statutory guidelines and to exceed them. And quickly and lastly, for our application, we submitted a phase 1 plan for 47,000 square foot existing building renovation. We have location of our growing pods on the site plan. We provided civil and architectural plans for the renovation, and we also provided a phase 2 expansion plan as the market allows. Lastly, we have an in-house construction management team with TruLeaf that supervises all design and planning needs for our building and sites to ensure our high-quality standards and construction goals. We are confident that we can meet Alabama's guidelines for construction. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. We've done it, and we're hoping we can do it. They've done it, and first to the market in Georgia, if you all know, just got passed right before Alabama, and they are already in the market and spent $30 million just to get the startup. So it is a capital intensive business, but we got well more than enough. It don't matter if it takes 10 years or 20 years, we got the resources to do it. Give me a year with $1 billion company and what we brought today, we got the wealth to stand it, and we know it's gonna take 3 to 5 years. Now let's open up some more curtains because I want to be able to close one before the end. Next, I want to briefly bring up our Chief Production Officer. I don't want to tell you to trust me. Like I tell you, you shouldn't trust nobody. Look behind the curtain. Kyle, why don't you come on up and talk to us about the high-tech process and all these robots. As an industrial engineer, and what I did when I saw this, I didn't know the world had changed so much. So just give us a brief view of it.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for having us in. As Mr. LeBaron mentioned, my name is Kyle Landrum. I'm the Chief Production Officer for TruLeaf. What that means is I get to oversee all of the cultivation, processing, R&D, facilities, maintenance and engineering, and supply chain divisions, in addition to the construction and expansion. So I've got a very large team of folks now. It's about 2,300 total nationwide. So I just don't get to grow the plants, which is what I originally started with TruLeaf 6+ years ago to do. I also now get to design the facilities and then also build them. So if anybody's familiar with the cannabis plants, everybody knows that they're a super accumulator. So they like to grab all of the different heavy metals that have been discussed today, different compounds that you might not want. What our people would consider sometimes to say that maybe our practices are extreme to keep those out of the plants, but at the end of the day, it's people's medicine that they rely on, that are going to be relying on for a improved, quality of life, if you will. So at Trulieve, one of our foundational pieces is to grow the plants indoors and inside, where they can become free of pests and free of contaminants. I've had the privilege of building these in several different states. Currently operate 15 plus facilities across 7 different states now. And I can say that, we can grow some of the healthiest plants inside of North America. And that plan's not going to be any different in the state of Alabama as well. We even take it a little bit further. So it's not just where the plants grow, but it's actually what you produce or put into the plant as an input as well. So currently we manufacture all of our own nutrients that we feed the plants. That's all done in-house. Before those products are ever applied to the plant, we're able to lab test and verify that they're pure, and then they can get delivered onto the network of the I think I counted yesterday, not myself personally, but I've got around about half a million cannabis plants growing right now today. So they're alive and well and doing great in some of our other assets across the states. So Jim mentioned a little bit about the site that we've identified. We're going to utilize the approach of bringing in one of the grow pods that I actually currently own right now and that are sitting on the sites in Adel, Georgia. What that'll allow us to do is to be able to meet the required timeline to be able to actually produce the products or grow the plants to produce the products to be able to deliver the patients in a timely manner. LeBaron says, he's taught me this, that hope is not a strategy. Fully agree. In Georgia recently, we've actually been able to do this and prove that we can. Within 63 days of the pod being initiated and turned on, I had product and material to actually start refining into finished products. And then after the 63 days, another 22 days went by, and then I had a finished product. So sub 100 days is what it took us in Georgia to be able to actually bring that product in. And we beat our competition by 5+ months in that particular state of getting the medicine to the patients that were needed. Let's see, it's just follow up. Yeah, just to kind of finish up, every year the team's cultivating, harvest, and extract, and process millions of plants and finish good products. That's going to be no different in the state of Alabama, and we'd be proud to be able to bring those products to market and to the great citizens of the state.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, finally, I'm gonna open the curtain that usually, as you saw, we were bringing Trulieve insiders. I'm not gonna bring insiders. Tony Hollins was our president of the Alabama Pharmacy Association, and he's gonna make sure patients are first and we do this right and they care so that my wife, which she went through, won't happen to others. Tony, come up and pull that curtain back for us, but I want a hometown grown Alabama boy to make sure our patients gonna be taken care of.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moore. Appreciate that. Thank you, commissioners, for having us and giving an opportunity to speak on this subject. I want to say that as a pharmacist in the state of Alabama for over 40 years, I've had an opportunity to have a positive impact on the lives of people and what we say to change their lives. I learned about the state's intention to establish the medical cannabis program, and I wanted to be involved. I've had the opportunity firsthand at corporate levels to observe when corporate interests may want to violate the ethical code that I have taken and sworn to uphold to treat the people, to help change lives. We've seen what the opioid crisis can do. I pledge to you that we will not be a team that will facilitate an opioid crisis. We want safe medical cannabis for the patients in Alabama. Again, highlighting our strengths in the areas of what we have already done, not what we're going to do. As of September of this year, we operate over 190 facilities as far as dispensaries are concerned, and X number of 21 maybe of cultivators and processing facilities. That's what we're doing, not what we're going to do. We've employed over 5,600,000 people, 5,600 in communities that we serve. Again, some may talk about what they're going to do. This is what we've done. We have put high quality standards into place for the practice and quality and efficient cultivation that we're going to provide to the citizens in the state of Alabama. Guess what? Our team right now has an in-house call center. I'm gonna pick up this phone. I'm gonna tell you, you can call right now to get services that you need and questions answered by the patients, the physicians, the healthcare providers. You can pick up the phone right now and call to get that kind of assistance. We're talking about what we can do already, not what we're going to do. Physicians, healthcare providers. In our culture, we put our patients first. That's who we serve. We do not operate just to take from those that we serve. We operate with the fundamental purpose to give back to those that we serve. Every day in the ecosystem of the medical cannabis world, why do we exist? I'm gonna ask you again, why do we exist? We exist because of the patients. That's what you pledged to do in the state of Alabama, is to exist because of the patients. We exist because of the lives we have an opportunity to change every day. You can be the best processor. You can be the best cultivator. You can be the best transporter, the best lab, the best dispensary. But inside that circle, why do we exist? For the patient. In the words of Stephen Covey, he coined this phrase years ago. The main thing is to keep the main thing the main thing. Our team knows we must keep the patient front and center. Our team knows the importance of this patient relationship and is focused on maintaining that relationship. We want our patients to trust us in the relationships that we have. You want them to trust you in the decisions that you make. How do we do this? We do it each day, one patient at a time. That's what we're doing now. That's what we're going to continue to do. This year alone, we've served, in the past year, 1.3 million. That's 1,300,000 people have come through the doors of the dispensaries that we operate, and we want to operate throughout Alabama in Athens, Birmingham, Montgomery, Dothan, Mobile locations. We have a dedicated team of about 3,600 people to the dispensaries operations throughout these several states that we operate in. That's 2/3 of the work team. That means that we're dedicated to what? Serving those patients that come through those doors and those dispensaries. We provide quality medical cannabis to meet the needs of our patients. We strive to provide a positive experience throughout our patients' medical cannabis journey. And we do that by education. Education of the patients, education of the physicians and the communities that we serve. We do it every day, and we're doing it again right now in our dispensaries. We have some team members here. I'm turning just for a moment, Dr. Terrell Newton, related to Cam Newton. You know that guy that got that Heisman Trophy. But anyway, Terrell Newton is on our medical advisory team. He's here with us today. But I'm highlighting the fact that we have patients and physicians that we're going to educate, already educating, to help us to meet the needs of the people of Alabama. With that in mind, I'd like to turn it over back to Mr. Combs.
Don't go anywhere, Ms. Holland, because that's too important to this team, serving the people. I just wanted to add, and I'm gonna let you close. You've changed my mind on how to close, because what you said is what it's all about. So the important piece here is I just want to give one quick note on the relationships. We have a relationship with the University of Alabama and their neuroscience department, an MOU for research. We got the best team inside. I had with the team I told you at Johns Hopkins outside, but we partnered with the University of Alabama, We partnered with Stillman College, MOUs in place. We partnered with Miles College. We partnered with, for research with Tuskegee. We partnered with research with ASU, Alabama State University, and we have many more relationships. We have over 100 letters of support. We're the only group, I believe, who has, and I'm pretty sure, the Pharmaceutical Association, which is the Alabama Pharmacy Association, has given us a letter of support. We have letter supports of chambers throughout this community, over 100 letters of support already in place in some of the most prominent organizations that I told you about. We have a letter of support from all Black mayors in the state of Alabama. That is done. Don't want to waste the time because what he's talking about is way more important than this, but you can read who our relationships with, and I guarantee you nobody has the relationships we have and the depth of them, from hospitals to nursing home to universities. But you ought to close because that's the most important thing to patients.
Thank you, Mr. Boone. I appreciate that. I want to say in closing that there are an estimated 377,000 veterans in Alabama who have sacrificed in this state and this country. They should have the basic freedom to enjoy a quality of life and medical treatment afforded by others. Our team can make this a reality. We would like the opportunity to do so in Alabama. We have the team that can do it. We're Alabama grown. We know the state because we grew up here. Alabama is our family, and we know we want to take care of our family. I want to make a special note at this time. Ms. Lori Boone, our co-founder, she could not be up here right now because we didn't say that she would be as a presenter. But I want to deliver a story to you that's very important to the hearts and minds of what this program is about. Her father was a Vietnam veteran. He served in Vietnam, combat. He served on a helicopter. He flew out in missions every day in Vietnam. On several days, he flew more than one mission. He might have flown 3, but the outstanding Medal and Purple of Heart that he was given was associated with 9 missions that he flew in one day in 24 hours to save those people that he loved. Now, the sad part associated that with he came back to this country that he had so graciously served. He had to suffer with PTSD. We didn't have anything to treat it at that time. We know we have something now that can change the families in the state of Alabama. I'm glad that she's allowing us to share that story with you, to drive home the fact that this is about patients and families and communities that we can help save. We can change lives. That's what we're about. That's what you're about. We think you're the best team that can do it. In the sports analogy, we're at the goal line. We're ready to take it in for a touchdown for the citizens in the state of Alabama. We've been transparent in our plays that we've called. We're asking you to give us an opportunity to do the job. Thank you so much, and if you have any questions, we'll be glad to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Holland, Mr. Boone. Appreciate y'all being here today, and we got a great team. But before you dismiss, I'm gonna ask any commission member if you have a question for this team. True Leave Alabama Incorporated. Anybody got a question for
First,
these
I have a
folks? Yes,
question for the
yes, Dr.
commission
Jensen.
staff. I assume it's a typo that it says the ownership doesn't add up to 100%. So I assume that 5.1 is 51%.
And the applicant may want to address this, but I believe that the what was disclosed and what it adds up to is what was required by the statute. And the statute requires if there is a publicly traded company that's an owner, then only those individuals who own more than 5% of that publicly traded company have to be individually disclosed. But they may want to verify me on that is the structure.
That is correct.
Anything else, Dr. Jensen?
Well, I'm still not clear on that, but
So
find out later.
Let Justin
truly
say a little more.
And I want to make sure that I get
Well, it says it's the minority, but I can't tell out of this unless all these are just the minority.
And they can tell you who the minority individuals are, but True Leave, and I want to get the entity name right, so y'all help me. True Leave well, not the applicant, but
Oh,
True Leave, the parent company that is one entity owner.
Yeah, correct. The parent company is True Leave Cannabis Corp. That's the publicly traded company. True Leave Alabama is owned by a U.S. holding company. There's only one 5% owner. It's one of our founders, Kim Rivers, who's our current CEO.
and the minority group, which was Sweet Magnolia, owns 51% of the company.
Do you mind repeating that in the mic? Just so that-
Yes, and Sweet Magnolia is owned by the minority group. Me, Tony Holland, Lori Boone, and Mr. Ford owns 51% of the company.
So once again, on the disclosures of the individuals and why that doesn't add up to 100%. So True Leave, remind me again of True Leave Cannabis Corp.
Yes. we
True
own
Leave Cannabis
41%.
Corp is a publicly traded company. And the only individuals of that publicly traded company that have to be disclosed pursuant to the statute are those who own 5% or more.
No, that's fine. I'm just zeroing in on the minority. So, Mr. Boone, Mr. Holland, and who else is?
Ford and Mr. Ralph and Dr. Ralph Red. And that the key is, I think, for the statute purposes, to make sure it's driven out. We own 51% of the company.
All righty, thank you. So will you have pharmacists at each location? Did you say that?
Yes, sir, absolutely. Look, I'm a owner, co-founder of this company. It would be nowhere in the world where we would not have pharmacists associated with our dispensaries. That's a given. We believe that we can help deliver the best quality care in the state of Alabama. I mean, in some of the other states that our team operates in right now, we have pharmacists there as well that operate in the dispensary. So the answer is yes. We're going to operate it like a pharmacy, and we're going to deliver quality care for the patients and the citizens of Alabama. We're going to do the job. I wouldn't be here standing here telling you that if we weren't. Thank you for the question, though.
And also, you said you can have cultivation facilities ready in 14 days. So does that mean within a couple, 3 months after the 14 days, you'll have biomass available to process?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Seed will be in the ground in 14 days through the pods. We have a really high-tech pod system that has happened in 3 states. We've been first to the market. And Kyle, if you want to go in more detail, but seed will be in the ground. And like you said, within 3 months, we'll be producing product.
Yes, that's correct. So once the pod becomes operational, I think we said we transport it within 14 days. Like I said, I already own the pods. I've got the power specs, the engineering requirements, so on and so forth. It's already completed. We would subsequently plant the pods, and then we would be harvesting within 65 days-ish. Then from there, we would move into the extraction and processing phase.
So I'm confused on the pods. The pods are what exactly?
So they're a modular cube that houses dehumidification, all your lighting, your cooling, and then you basically bring in, set on a pad, hook your services up, and then you're able to start cultivating the
Is that
plants.
permanent, or is that just?
It would be a temporary solution as we build out phase 2 inside of the building, but this would allow us to be able to bring the crop to full term to be able to harvest and then subsequently make products for the folks of Alabama quicker. So it was a tactic that we used in Georgia most recently.
Makes sense. We have some other people mentioning.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Then as far as the dispensing sites, they are all going to be built from the ground up?
We currently have leases on the locations that we're talking about now. They are current buildings that are there. We retrofitted. We have
okay. Retrofitted.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. But they will be state of the art. And we have that because we have repeat businesses throughout our country and teams that we're serving these individuals and patients. They wouldn't keep coming back if you just had a shack set out there to serve them. So we have quality dispensaries that will be ready to serve the patients of Alabama.
And so finally, has True Leave, big company, had any regulatory issues in any of the states? I guess Florida's kind of their home turf, but in any state?
Yeah, Florida is our home turf, but yeah, we do operate in 9 states. We have good relationship with all of our regulators and have worked out any issues. We've never had anything that would impact any of our licenses.
Thank you.
And I'd like to just add, my firm represents the state of Alabama and the state of Georgia in the opioid crisis. I vet companies every day. I represent the states in the opioid crisis, hospitals, cities, and municipalities. And I can assure you, the last person you want to do something around is me, who is a lawyer, and that's my job every day. So what he said is 100% accurate, and that's something I looked at everybody's eyes and ensured that's what we were gonna do.
Thank you, Mr. Boone. Anyone else, any of our commissioners online have a question?
Hey, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Hey, this is Sam Blake Moore. Mr. Holland, can you speak about any patient assistant programs you might have for people in the community? I know you guys did gave us some information about veterans. Are you guys going to offer any assistance to veterans regarding price?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for the question. We do. We have a program in place now. Again, this is something that we're doing, not talking about doing. We do offer programs for veterans that'll be served with medical cannabis, and we're doing that right now in other locations. So the answer is yes. And we're there to, to meet you where you are. We want to serve the patients, and I appreciate that question, but the answer is yes, we do have programs in place. Thank you.
Like Dr. Newton is here to further elaborate, who works in that area.
Hello, I'm Dr. Terrell Newton. I'm also a member of the medical team. I'm a board certified anesthesiologist and interventional pain physician with over 10 years of practice experience. I've been doing recommendations for patients for 7 years, and I've been the medical director at Trulieve of Florida for 2 years. We heavily support veterans, and I will mention a few events that we've even supported this year. The Paralyzed Veterans Association, which is a national organization, and I actually spoke at that event and presented some research there, and the Disabled Veterans Association, which I personally and some of our community educators, we go out to help veterans and support different community events that's there right there at the Veterans Association. So like food drives and different events that our community educators actively support in today.
Thank you, sir. That was Dr. Sam Blakemore with that question, our pharmacist.
And one thing I believe would be just extraordinary is Father Walters handle people, including if it's a veteran or not, who are catastrophically injured. Nobody probably has the support of Father Manuel or Resurrection Catholic Church, and they ran Father Walters for many years, and we have relationships with them, and they support our group as well in the things we do for outreach to the community. And he's at the back of the audience, Father Manuel Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Boone. Anyone else have a question? Any of our other commissioners online? Dr. Blakemore, are you satisfied with the answer?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, sir. Anyone else?
One more.
Yes, Dr. Jensen.
Cost? We always like to know what's the bottom line here. As best as you can answer.
Well, I want to say two quick questions or two quick answers on cost. One, I would say, is saving the patient's time to go through multiple types of medication. So we do a lot of community education so the patients are not have as much trial and error. And we also do education for physicians. So we have webinars where physicians will come on and we'll talk about different research projects. We have a lot of veterans discounts. We have first time patient discounts, and in many states we have discounts for the actual card where the patient will get a discount when they first get their card as well. In general, I would say in the course of a month, many patients get by very well with $100 to $250 in that range, depending on how many medications, how many types of medicines they need, and how often that they take it. So there's a huge cost savings compared to insurance and deductibles.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jensen. Great questions. Anyone else? Well, thank you, Mr. Moon, and all your team. Great presentation from Trulieve. Thank you for your time today, and all that team for showing up today. And I want to ask for our commission and staff to retire back here to the back for a quick lunch break, and we'll be back here. We'll try to start around 1 o'clock.
Thank you all.
Thank you. We're about to start our afternoon session. So if you're online, good. If you're not, if you need to send us a communication requesting that we hold up, we'll entertain that. But while that's going on, I'll go ahead and mention that Greenbud and LLC, applicant number 1626, is our next applicant up for a presentation as an integrated facility. And before they start their presentation, I'll ask Mr. Justin Aday to give some comments on their application.
All right, this is applicant number 1626 Greenbud LLC. You have their complete application along with the applicant summary and the printed presentation materials that were provided to you. And then there were no pass-fail items noted in this application.
Thank you, Justin. Mr. Steve French?
Yes, sir.
All right, the floor will be yours, and Ms. Peters will put your time allotment right here on the counter. So just watch that as you progress through your presentation.
Thank you very much.
We'll take some time for questions, either during the middle or after, whichever you prefer.
However you want to do, it's up to the commission. So.
All right, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. My name is Steve French and I represent Greenbud LLC. I'm one of the founding members and I'm happy to be here. First of all, let me say to each one of you, as a former elected official, I surely appreciate what y'all are doing. And I know that y'all maybe didn't sign up for everything that you have found, but I want you to be assured that we find it to be very valuable. So thank you very much. Greenbud LLC is seeking an integrated license, and we believe that we are an authentically diverse and deeply experienced medical cannabis company. We want to take about 35 of our 45 minutes, hopefully, and leave time for question and answers and ask that you pepper us with anything that you want to. Again, my name is Steve French. I grew up in the southwest corner of Alabama. My dad was a pharmacist. And when you grow up in a small town pharmacy, one of the things that you come to appreciate is the fact that folks don't get sick just Monday through Friday, 8 through 5. I went often with my dad on weekends, at nights and on holidays to open up the store to help people who were hurting. And one of the things that I learned that's served me well in my life is that when people are hurting, it's necessary to go the extra mile. And so with that in mind, in 2009, my mom died of liver cancer. And she didn't have this therapy available to her. And I was actually in the Senate at the time. And I was helpless to provide her because it wasn't legal. And I didn't know where to go. But I knew she needed help. And I changed my mind that night about medical cannabis and the therapeutic benefits. So again, I'm grateful to the legislature for bringing this much needed enabling act. I'm grateful to each one of you for what you're doing, and thank you very much. I was actually brought into Greenbud by a friend of mine who I knew from the banking world. Ryan Ramage, Alex McWilliams, and I make up the founders. Ryan and I had a previous relationship where I was his, thanks. Where I was his client and he was my banker. He left that banking relationship to go to work with AMAC, which is a construction company of great reputation in Birmingham, and they have over 50 employees. When we had our original founders put together, we knew that we had to reach out to yet other successful Alabamians who could bring more value to our company. And I had a relationship with Derek Walczak, who has had a tremendous success of a real estate career in Birmingham and beyond Alabama's borders. Derek is a co-founder of Shannon Walczak, and Shannon Walczak has been a super successful company, and it's founded on their principles and their integrity. They know how to raise money. They know how to invest wisely. And I was very happy that Derek, after doing his due diligence, agreed that Greenbud LLC was the type of venture he wanted to get involved with. They have raised over $150 million in 10 states. over the last few years, and they have a portfolio value of $378 million. So the evidence points that they know what they're doing and they do it right. Derek would be here today, except for the last several months, he's been scheduled to be in New York City this day, raising funds for his real estate business. But he asked me to convey to each and every one of you his commitment and his understanding of what the capital needs are for the first 3 years, so that we meet or exceed the regulations required on us by this board. We have an advisory, there we go. We have an advisory board of 10 business folks, including the 4 that I've mentioned. We have industry experts and we have industry experienced individuals who have come together with Greenbud to make this presentation and seek this license. The advisory board, of which I'm a member, is responsible for directing and overseeing the senior management team for all the operations that come with the license, especially compliance and especially security. We are a diverse company. We have the good fortune of finding an operation team that was largely intact. When we had our original founders team, if you will, the first thing that we wanted to do was find the right operators that had experience. You can't legally, as you guys know, you can't legally have experience inside of Alabama in this industry. So we had to import the experience from out of state. And we were lucky that we found the former president of Trike Companies, who was available to us. The former president of Trike Companies, Trike was a multi-state company out west. They had originally agreed to sell. The owners had asked the company president to market the company, and they originally had agreed to sell to what was then the largest operator in the U.S., Cresco Labs. Cresco Labs in 2019 and 2020 had made all the public statements that they were going to buy Trike. You might remember something happened in 2020. It was called the pandemic. And with the pandemic, that changed Cresco's plans. And Cresco killed this project, to the purchase of Trike, as well as others. Before they killed it off, the president of Cresco Labs had this to say about the Trike team. Trike has proven itself to be one of the top operators in the U.S., and we look forward to welcoming Trike's seasoned team to Cresco Labs. Well, that didn't work out for Cresco Labs, but it worked out for Greenbud, much to our great success and our happiness. When the deal with Cresco fell apart, the owners asked the president of Trike to once again market the company. And once again, he was successful in finding the leading top operating company, Curaleaf, and convincing them of the value of Trike. So twice he had it sold to the top operator, first Cresco Labs and second Curaleaf. And one of the things that I think is important, the reason I'm going down this path with y'all, is it's important to illustrate that our president was able to convince 2 of the top, the number 1 operators in each year, of the value brought forth of the business that had been built by our president and by his team at Trike. And we think that that's quite a testament to the value of the Trike team and their ability to perform. Well, as I said, good fortune for us, bad fortune for those that got caught up in it. But almost as soon as Curaleaf closed on the purchase of Trike, they announced massive layoffs. And so most of the Trike team was available when we went looking. And again, that was much to our good success there. Here's our organizational chart. Without trying to read it all out to you, you'll see that we have 15 on the operational chart. 13 of which have at least 3 years of cannabis business experience, 9 of which are minorities, and 6 of which are women. I'll point out that not only do we have a diverse, experienced team comprised of women and minorities, but that each one of our team members have key leadership roles on the advisory board and throughout the company. So this isn't a figurehead. These are folks that are going to be active in the daily operations of the company. And we agree with what the Cresco Lab president said and we say that nobody has a more proven team than Greenbud's team. We are the most experienced ownership and operating team assembled and ready to contribute. We are the strongest diversity applicant, and our applicant is based off of standard operating procedures that have already been proven in the marketplace as being top shelf. Why is Greenbud the most experienced? Well, we've got most of our operations team are trike operations experience performers led by its president. And with their experience, they bring their skill set, they bring their field experience, and they bring their proven standard operating procedures. We also have a construction team that brings a best-in-class building reputation for building cultivation facilities and a track record for meeting regulators' timelines. We have a security team that's detail-oriented, professional, and it's made up of ex-military, some of which are special forces, and ex-law enforcement. And we have an adherence to compliance, and we prove that by the fact that some of our team members are actual former industry regulators. I've been talking about the ex-president of Trike, and now it's my honor to introduce him to you. But before I do, I want to say a couple of things about his qualifications and why we chose him. Joshua Bruner is a former Trike president. He's going to be our CEO. He's also going to be our CFO. And we're confident that he can do the job as CEO because frankly, he's done it before. He was the president and the de facto CEO of Trike and oversaw its 100 million plus in annual sales. And he led 500 plus employees. And we know that he can do the CFO job because frankly, he did that too. He wore that hat at Trike. And in addition to that experience at Trike as CFO, he spent his first 10 years in the business world as a CPA working for Deloitte, one of the big 4 accounting firms. So before I yield to Josh, let me just give you in summary 4 reasons why we found him to be the unique ideal candidate to run Greenbud's operations. He has 6 years of cannabis business experience. He has a master's degree in business. He's a CPA, and he has a track record of success in running the cannabis company. I got behind there. Before I bring him, or as I bring him up, I wanted him to really highlight one aspect and talk about the process that he helped achieve in getting Trike one of the first 8 medical cannabis licenses in Utah. And so without further ado, Josh Bruner. Other side.
Thank you, Mr. French. And let me start by saying I'm honored. I'm honored to be here. I'm honored to be able to participate in this process. And I'm honored for the opportunity to help the great state and people of Alabama who I've gotten to know very well over the last 1.5 years. As Mr. French mentioned, I began the first 10 years of my professional career at Deloitte, where I was subject to highly regulated environment. All of my public clients were regulated by the SEC. I myself as a CPA, as well as my firm, were regulated by the PCAOB, a division of the SEC, 2 of the most complex regulatory bodies in the entire country, if not the world. So I've had immense experience being regulated even before getting into medical cannabis. And I've applied that public company influence in how I've designed and led my medical cannabis businesses. good internal governance, good business processes, good internal controls, and timely, robust financial reporting. This should be evident throughout the application and the level of governance we have set up, including the advisory board, who I will be reporting to. Throughout the exhibits that document our proven business processes that have well thought out segregation of duties and internal controls like you would find in any leading public company in any industry. Slides. Oh. I think I'm still on this slide. Yeah, I'm still on this slide. You're good. In terms of what Mr. French was referring to in Utah, Utah first issued medical cannabis licenses in 2019. They actually issued 8 licenses. Although I was in the middle of leading the Cresco sale negotiation that Mr. French was referring to in the summer of 2019 when they were issuing those licenses, that means I was hosting M&A guys and other executives for site visits across our 3 states for all the major cannabis companies. It wasn't just Curaleaf, it wasn't just Cresco, it was all the major ones. I've met with 10 of the top leading CEOs in this space. I know very many of them. So I was doing all that. I was the only guy at Trike working on diligence requests because I was the only one of the 500 employees that knew we were selling the company. So I also had to keep that a secret. I didn't want to sell the company, but my ownership group did. We had a great company. I loved my team. I loved the business, but my ownership wanted to sell. So I was still doing my day job, still chief operating officer for 500 people, responsible for 500 employees. I was still the CFO, responsible for all the finances, getting audits done, keeping the lights on. And I was leading the Trike application team in Utah, competing against 80 other applicants, trying to win one of those coveted licenses. During that process, I presented to their Medical Cannabis Commission and the regulators they had established, and I assured them we could and we would meet their deadlines because I have done it before. And they were very similar to the timelines that you guys have established here as well. In fact, the entire program was designed extremely similar to what you guys are doing here, almost as if you guys have done some research on them. But from what I took away, the emphasis on pharmacy-like setting, professional settings, a lot of the types and forms of medication we produce there, we can produce here. And in terms of how well the application was laid out, the whole process was extremely well laid out. Again, just like here. So both applications were challenging, but they were extremely rewarding for me and my team to work on because I knew there were only a few people or a few teams that could do what we were doing and could talk about what we had done because we had done it before. I've led professional, vertically integrated medical cannabis businesses, and I have an entire team of extremely experienced and extremely diverse people backing me up. So for all that hard work and time put in, very similar again to what I did here, at the end of July 2019, my team and I were notified that we were going to be awarded one of those first 8 licenses. The license was officially awarded to us in August of 2019. And now I want to ask you guys to do something. It's only going to take 15, 20 seconds. You can do it right now, or you can do it tonight, later on, or you can just take my word for it. What I'm going to ask you to do, if you have access to your smartphone, is Google Trike Companies, Utah, Salt Lake Tribune. Again, you don't have to do it now, but if you do that, the top, again, if you want to write it down, Trike Companies, Utah, Salt Lake Tribune. If you guys do that, you will find an article in the Salt Lake Tribune entitled, "Take a Look Inside of One of Utah's First Legal Marijuana Farms." When you click this article, you'll see a picture at the top with someone resembling myself. It is me. But the most important thing I want to direct you to is the fact that that article was written in January of 2020. Again, I received the license in August of 2019. Less than 5 months later, I hosted their commission members, their regulators, several Utah politicians, the local mayor, several police forces, and just about every television and news organization in that state. Most importantly, what my team and I were able to proudly demonstrate at that time was that we had already taken down not just our first harvest, but our 4th harvest. In the 5th month after receiving that license, I kept my commitment to those regulators to build out that facility on time with a phased plan, because we had to start growing within the first 30 days, similar to what we will be doing here. We had to start the veg process. We brought in a grow trailer for that. But at the end of the day, we pulled it off and we successfully met the state's cultivation timelines. And in fact, we became the first medical operating cultivation in that state's history. In a second, I'm going to introduce you to the man who helped me build that facility, and in record time, because there was no way I was going to sign up for this incredible endeavor in Alabama here without him. So that was Utah. Now, I had also asked my business partner to be here. We had some flight problems and he didn't make it, unfortunately. So I am going to move on, but the whole point kind of that bullet was I have a former CEO in the industry who I thought would be quite impactful because he happens to be a former CEO of one of the other applicants you're going to be hearing from this week. Now, I wasn't going to present him as being on our application, but he's someone I've already partnered with because I want you guys to know that I'm moving Greenbud along. I had hoped to be started here now, but I want my team to get started, and I have. And I have done that by attracting a friend of mine, but someone very well known in the industry that has left Justice Cannabis. He was formerly the CEO, and him and I have partnered, and we're moving Greenbud along as much as we can at this point. Unfortunately, again, he's not here, but I'll move on. Because anyway, what I really want to do is highlight my team, and that's kind of what I'm going to get into now. So like I said, I'm going to start talking about my team. And that's because at the end of the day, with everything I've been involved with everything I've built, I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't have been able to do any of it with my team. And I'm very proud of my team. They make me better at my job because they're incredible at theirs. They're some of the most experienced medical cannabis business leaders in the entire country. And I'm proud they want to follow me here to Alabama to help me out with Greenbud. So to start, I'm very pleased to introduce Steve Van Metren. He was my construction director at Trike for me. He built several cultivation, processing, manufacturing, and even retail facilities for me throughout Arizona, Nevada, and Utah. And like I said before, this was the gentleman who built my Utah cultivation facility in record time. Before becoming involved in medical cannabis construction, he owned and led a large construction firm that built primarily throughout the West. And he's built in every single type of climate and topography. So I'm confident he'll build me a great facility here. There are very few really good, really experienced construction guys who understand this industry, understand the environmental conditions our grow team needs to not only hit, but maintain, and maintain that over several years without their facility breaking down. So I'm very fortunate to have worked with Steve and to say he's on my team, but most importantly, throughout this whole process, I've been blessed to have him as a mentor. I'm going to turn it over to him now.
Good morning or afternoon, I guess it is, huh? Thank you for the opportunity to come speak to you. My name's Steve Van Metren, and I've been in the construction business for a little bit north of 40 years. So I got introduced into cannabis 2015 when I started doing some work for a company called Planet 13. I don't know if you're familiar with them or not. Built them some facilities, and then was hired by Josh to come work at Trike and do some work for them. Since 2015, I haven't done anything other than cannabis. I understand what you have to do to clone it, to harvest it, to dry it, to cure it, to process it, to package it, to extract it, and get it to market.
Just doesn't know how to smoke it.
No,
Never smoked it.
no, I've never tried it, but that's okay. I also have an assistant, Ashley Spriggs, who has been with me over those times, and she is a rock star. She can find products for me or communicate with subcontractors. She's a delightful person and she has a lot of experience and she's a fireball. So she would also be on the construction team.
So let's talk about the track and the plan.
Okay.
Our, just kind of our phase plan to.
Okay, the ultimate goal is, of course, to build an indoor facility. I know there's a lot of different people that'll tell you, you know, cannabis is not a big problem to grow. It is. It has to have perfect climates, perfect humidity. Sometimes you have to dehumidify it. It's very susceptible to mold and all kinds of other issues, pests. So the facility in itself is very important when it comes to cultivating cannabis product. So
Yeah, we're just, sorry, I'll just take
no,
it.
go ahead.
We're just gonna kind of run through quickly what our plan is here. I know it's not very easy to see on the screen, but we tried to kind of use numerical referencing. But the plan is, if you see the boxes highlighted 4, those are greenhouses. And our plan basically is to drop some greenhouse structures out of the property that we've selected. And backing up, sorry, we meant to cover this in our presentation, but the land that we've got access to, about a 200-acre parcel of land that one of our founding members owns. Actually, it used to be an ex-motocross track out in Pell City. Which it was actually the McWilliams who are the owners of the AMAC construction business that we introduced you to before. But basically they had a motocross track that they've since shut down last year and have given us the use of that track. So we have a nice plot of land out there. There's already water, there's already electricity, there's already power. So we're good to go to get started. But to meet the timeline, again, similar to what we did in Utah, the plan is to drop these greenhouses out there. We've got some units reserved that are kind of like out of the box units that we can just drop there, and we can have those up in less than 30 days. Steve's done this before. In terms of getting kind of the growth started to make sure that we can finish within those 90 days, we are going to have to bring in some sort of probably grow trailer or something. I know some of the other presenters you've heard from have talked about the concept. But basically kind of an all-in-one unit. You can buy these trailers out there for 40, 60,000, or you can rent them too. But basically it'll allow us to get the plant started in a proper environment. We already got the power out there. We already got water and everything. So that won't be a problem. But while we're constructing these greenhouses and getting them ready to go, we can start the grow process right away. Once those plants are have reached kind of their mature veg cycle and are ready to be put into the greenhouses for flower, those greenhouses are going to be ready to go. So then we'll move on from that and start kind of making building out and I apologize, this visual isn't very great. It didn't translate to PowerPoint very well, but this is our from our application. But we'll be building the support corridors that link up to the rest of the building simultaneous. And then by the time the harvests are ready to take down, we'll be ready to process all that, including having the lab built out. And then kind of like the final pieces of the facility will be rounding out the the security area and some space for our secure transportation team in order to do their business. Steve and I have worked over the years with our security team to do similar projects like this, because obviously there is kind of a phase where the facility isn't kind of completely controlled and we're constructing it and we need to keep outside visitors away and make sure we restrict access. So we'll be working really closely with our security team, who is also an incredible group, and I'd like to tell you about them. I'm extremely proud of our reputation in the industry for safety, thanks to an incredible team of professionals who have done some incredibly brave things in their careers and even in their time with me. A lot of them, just about all of them, are former military or law enforcement. This team is not a mall cop or rent a security guard type of outfit. Chris Boffman is the leader. He'll be our security director. Chris was my security director at Trike. He ran a team of over 60 guards across multiple states. These are seasoned guys. Again, primarily all ex-military, and many of them were special forces. And then also several law enforcement officers. Chris led extensive training and program exercises to prepare for all types of situations: active shooter, medical emergencies, disgruntled employees, disgruntled customers, etc. Chris worked in law enforcement before joining the industry. He was a pretty high profile officer actually with the Las Vegas Metro Police Force. And he's also worked in drug trafficking units, gang squads, some pretty intense units. But he's leveraged this prior experience and relationships with law enforcement, sorry, to build effective relationships with regulators and local police forces. And then there's Bronson Allo, our secured transportation director. While Chris in his security director role at Trike for me was also the lead on our secured transportation team there, which we also had a multi-state fleet, Bronson led up specifically Utah and worked hand in hand with Chris. Both of them designed and oversaw a professional secured transportation team and fleet of vehicles in 3 separate states, with vehicles and SOPs tailored to each state's specific regulations. We had 0 material incidents or loss events under their command. Bronson was formerly a cop in Utah and Hawaii before he moved to the mainland with his wife. So that's our security and transportation team. I'm also very proud of our compliance team for multiple reasons. As I said before, I've been regulated my entire professional career, and I embrace it. I do that by building highly compliant, highly organized, and well-structured businesses. Terrence Whittier, our compliance director, has worked on both sides of the industry. He was a regulator and an auditor with the CCB of Nevada, which is the cannabis regulators in that state, which was modeled after the highly sophisticated Nevada Gaming Commission. It is extremely valuable experience to have worked as a regulator and know what you guys want to accomplish. He formerly served in the Army, again, one of many ex-service members on my team. And as part of his many compliance responsibilities at Trike, when he worked for me, he was also the business leader responsible for medicated inventory. He led a team of over 30 what we called ICC, or Inventory Compliance and Control, that oversaw tracking from seed to sale, including mastering all the seed to sale systems out there, the MJ freeways, metrics, BioTracks, etc. He's going to lead up our ICC team for us here, which we designed, and we're extremely fortunate to have him. Crystal Verduzco, our regulatory and licensing director, also was an incredible part of that team. She has significant experience helping through licensing and getting people approved by regulators to work in this industry. She has done this for literally thousands of people, handled dozens of business filings and renewals each year, assisted with many of the daily legal activities associated with this highly regulated, complex medical cannabis industry. And she did a lot of work for us throughout the application process too, gathering administrative and background information for 20 plus of our team members. And a final highlight of our team, just the sheer volume of medical cannabis transactions we have overseen. The amount of patients we have served in our dispensaries. The number of wholesale transactions we have conducted, selling our best in industry products to third-party dispensaries. My team has an incredible amount of experience doing this. These are just a couple of my strongest leaders. Shanae Taylor worked for me in Nevada as a dispensary manager, the top business leader in a store with a team of over 50 staff and supervisors. She has overseen some very busy stores, some stores that have averaged over 1,000 daily patients and customers. She was the most detail-oriented and organized dispensary leader I had and was passionate to help patients and to develop her staff. She will be Greenbud's dispensing director. Julianne Evangelista was my wholesale director at Trike and has managed high volumes of wholesale activity in multiple states. And I'm talking about tens of millions of dollars of wholesale volume. She has great relationships with vendors and customers because she serves both sides, but she always emphasizes compliance. She'll be Greenbud's wholesale director. I've got many other team members I wanted to highlight in here, but I didn't have time because of our short window to present. But hopefully it gives you a good idea of who my team and I are and why we are the most experienced. Let me now tell you why I think we're the best diversity applicant. Now, throughout the negotiation process with the advisory board, I insisted on equity for my team. This led to a discussion and some research on the diversity designation option, given the majority of my team members who are going to follow me to run the daily operations were in fact ethnic minorities. It was not a decision we made lightly. While we knew it could position us well, given the strengths of our team, the amazing, diverse, and deeply experienced group we had, we also knew it came with great responsibility. It was going to require all of us to step up and be the best possible leaders that we could be. And then there was the matter of convincing the board to allocate that much equity for the team. But we got through all that. I talked to all of my team members and every single one of our minority leaders, and we ultimately made this strategic decision. We made a commitment to be the best and most diverse team. And the board allowed 51% of Greenbud's equity to go to 9 of my minority team members, plus an additional local leader who was to be selected for his incredible track record of activism, for being a leader, and most importantly, for being someone who has led successful diversity programs, like what we were intent on building, that could position us to be the best possible minority candidate. We made a decision that if we're going to check that box and take on that responsibility for ourselves, under the public eye, that extra scrutiny, we needed someone as seasoned at promoting diversity causes as we were seasoned in our field of medical cannabis. And I can tell you, throughout the many times I met up with this man, whether I met him for breakfast or lunch around town, no matter where we were, people came up to him, they shook his hand, and they paid him respect. I was blown away by that. That level of respect he's garnered in his community, that is what I want for my people. So I'm proud to announce that individual who will lead our diversity team in fulfilling our responsibilities is none other than the great civil rights activist and former mayor of Birmingham, William Bell.
Thank you very much, Josh. To the members of the commission,
We appreciate the opportunity to come before you. Josh made a statement about, they made the decision to bring me on board, but I also had to make a decision. And that decision was to go back and look at how far I've come in the community. I've served in the public arena for over 40 years in various capacities of an elected official, both at the city level, the county level, and served on national boards. But I want to take you back to when I was first elected as a young city council person. After all the hoopla, my dad took me outside and he said, you're going to City Hall and you're taking only two things with you to City Hall. That's your name and your reputation and your name and your word. He said, now I gave you your name, keep it clean. He said, but only you can give your word. And if you give your word, honor your word. And I carried that in my heart all of these years in everything that I tried to do as an elected official, to be committed to the work, to do it in the best interest of the public, and to make sure that everything that I did it with honesty and integrity. This was not the first group that came to me to ask me to be a part of their team. Some of the groups that presented to you earlier today also came and asked that I be a part of their group. Some of the groups that have already taken a prominent lead or position also came to me and asked me about that. They did so because of my name and what it represents. But I also turned them down because of my name, because I did not feel comfortable with some of the things that they were presenting, with the makeup of the diversity team that they were putting together. I felt that it could be stronger, and it was not as strong as it should be. Greenbud came forward with a plan that would have 51% ownership by a diverse group of individuals. Josh went through the list of participants who operate at the management level to make sure that diversity runs throughout the organization of Greenbud. But there's also a commitment to the community as a whole. I'm sorry. There's also a commitment to the community as a whole and the state as a whole. Back when a precursor to the legislation that created this body, there was a bill that was passed called Carly's Law. And I was the mayor of the city of Birmingham, and we supported that bill that we recognized that cannabis could have a healing effect or being used to dissipate some of the pain and anguish that individuals with illnesses had to go through. Later on, when the legislation came forward and was being discussed that created this commission, I was part of what was called the Big Five Mayors. That was the mayor of Huntsville, Tuscaloosa, Montgomery, and Mobile, along with myself. And we discussed the pros and cons of that cannabis bill and the impact that it would have on our communities, and that we did not want to have something that could get out of hand and bring devastation to the communities itself. Since that bill was passed, and since local legislation or cities had to pass bills to allow those cannabis to be distributed in their communities, I've talked with many of those mayors who served on that Power Five board with me. And they all still have those concerns, but I give you my word today, and only I can give you my word, is everything that we promise you today, I will make sure as a member of the advisory board, as an owner of Greenbud, and as a involved person in the community, that we will carry out each and every promise that we make to this commission and to the citizens of the state of Alabama to assure that we will have diverse participation, but more importantly, we will protect the community in every way that we can to show that we can be a part of this great effort in a responsible manner. So I appreciate your time. We appreciate your consideration, and whatever you do, whoever you select, make sure that they have the community at the forefront of what they're trying to do in presenting their product to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Willem. You want to come up here too? All right. All of us, I guess. just real quick before we end it, just wanted to kind of highlight the application ourselves. I mean, I know we threw the scoring out and everything, but I want to stand by the fact that that was one of the best applications out there because I did it. I know it's won before, and I know it's got the team to back it up with the experience. That's just kind of highlighting that. And then we just kind of want to briefly go over our timeline too, just to kind of assure you we're understanding what you're trying to do here, what the timelines are here, and this is kind of high level in the first kind of 90 days, what we're looking at for cultivation in terms of we're going to break ground a week or two after you tell us we got a license, hopefully. And we're gonna have a plan, like I said, like we walked through, we're gonna have a plan to have product in 90 days. And that's gonna involve starting early, starting those first 30 days, but we got a plan for that too with the grow trailer. And then you have our commitment to having all of our stores open in Q2 of next year when we think product will be available. So having said that, we'd welcome any questions you guys have for our team.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Mr. Bell, Mr. Brenner, Mr. Van Metren. Thank all of you for showing up today and giving us a great presentation. Any commission members have any questions or comments? Mr. Harwell.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, share a little bit about your greenhouses, what type they are, and also your pest management plan using a greenhouse.
So the greenhouses that we've used in the past are out of Iowa, and they're translucent panels. And the side panels are insulated metal panels. And as far as the pest pressure, we use a regiment of non-toxic fertilization and dosing in order to reduce that.
Will y'all do your own site testing for pesticides and contaminants?
Actually, we do, but we also have to submit that to a local lab.
Right.
So we have a workup room that tests all of those products before we implement them.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Harwell. Anybody else have a question? Yes, Dr. Jensen, go ahead.
You mentioned several different software systems you are familiar with. Which one will you be using?
The one that we've kind of used as so being in multiple states, and actually every single one of those states required a different system. So ultimately what we did was use kind of a we had a system we knew best. Our legacy system was BioTrack. That was the one we were most familiar with. It was easiest to work around. So the plan will probably be either to use something very similar to that or just use the state system.
Okay. And how many you have this great team, and how many will actually be located in Alabama?
So I've had that conversation with every single one of them, and I have asked them all to move here within the course of the next year or two. I have asked them all to be living here.
And will you have pharmacists at each location, each dispensary?
Yes, we will have pharmacists at every location. Actually, one of the things I wanted to highlight by bringing Darren Carpenter, who was the ex-CEO of Justice. When I was in Utah, I had a cultivation facility. So I was vertical in every other state, but I wasn't vertical in Utah. Darren, who I mentioned is on my team, former CEO of Justice, had two pharmacies there. So he's got a lot of I did apply there. We ended up not getting a license. But he has ran two pharmacies there and has like kind of all the background. He was kind of going to go over that whole process in terms of what he's done. Because he's got a lot of medical, he was an Army medic. He's got a lot of medical background. So he was going to handle that kind of whole spiel of our presentation. But yeah, yes, we have a plan to always have a pharmacist on staff at every single one of our dispensaries during all open hours. We've got that documented throughout our application.
Okay, and then as far as your dispensaries go, they seem to be ready to go really quickly. Are there already pre-built sites that you have to remodel?
Yeah, the majority were, the majority were just remodels. Quite frankly and transparently, like there may be a couple locations that we have to resecure. But like I said, we're committed to finding those locations and being ready to go in Q2. I mean, potentially other applicants are in a different boat, but it's been a year since we've had those conversations, so we've lost a couple of those properties, to be quite frank.
Yeah, not surprised. And finally, I guess, have you had any regulatory or compliance issues in any of those 3 states?
No regulatory compliance issues ever.
Okay.
And sorry, back to the other note on the retails. The other point we meant to kind of hamper down on is having access to Shannon Walchak. I mean, he's the one that his firm is what found us a lot of those sites in the first place, because they've got a pretty expansive real estate network. So he's committed to being engaged and using the firm to make sure we get retails lined up right away, again, within the first week or 2 of hearing about licensing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jensen. Thank you, Mr. Bruner. Anyone else? Yes, Dwight.
Thank you. I apologize for coming in a little bit late today, but can you speak a little bit about your financial ability to fund your dispensaries, cultivation process, and all your
Absolutely.
other?
So we've got a budget of about 15 million for our full vertical. Our plan is, and Derek Walchuk maybe you came in a little after that, but Derek Walchuk is the individual that has kind of assured us, and we've done a lot of work. Maybe you want to talk a little bit more about him.
Yeah, I'll do that. Thanks. Yeah, thank you. Derek Walchuk is one of the co-founders of Shannon Walchuk and a longtime friend of mine. I have experience in raising money, but not at the level that he has. He and his folks have raised $150 million over the last couple of years in 10 states that they're operating. They have a portfolio value of $378 million on their real estate holdings. And he's currently in New York raising money for his real estate business, which was why he couldn't be here today. But he asked me to convey to the board, which I did prior to you getting here, that he understands fully what the needs are and that he's committed to making sure that we have more than enough to meet the needs so that we never are in a bind.
Can I add something to that?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, one other thing to add to that too, and sorry to keep referring back to the gentleman who didn't get here, but Darren and I have been working in the couple markets that we're looking at. We've actually engaged one of the largest, if not the largest, cannabis bank in the country. And we actually have a draft of a letter from them basically giving us in the neighborhood of 6 to 8 million of lending for another project. But
Was that 6 to 8 or 6
6 to 8? Yes.
6 to 8 million? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gamble. Anyone else have a question? Thank you, Mr. Bruner, Mayor Bell, Mr. French, Mr. Van Metren. Thank you for coming today, making the presentation. We appreciate it.
Appreciate the commission's time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are the folks from Enza, Alabama available? Okay, go ahead and be coming forward. And as you're making your way to the podium and setting up, I'll have Mr. Justin Ade make any comments necessary pertaining to your application. Justin?
All right, this is applicant number 1627, INSA Alabama LLC. You have the complete application, the applicant summary. There were no pass-fail items noted in the application. You also have in your materials, the written brief, presentation materials submitted by the applicant.
Thank you, Justin. This is INSA Alabama, as Justin mentioned. Are you Mr. Allen?
I am.
Okay, Mr. Allen, I'll let you introduce your team as they come up to present. So the floor is yours, and Ms. Peters will have the 30-minute, I think you asked for a 30-minute allocation of time, so she'll have it up here on the counter when you begin. So thank you all for coming today.
Chairman Bone, members of the commission, staff, thank you for the opportunity to come before you today. I've got with me Jerry Beasley, who most of you know, Kendall Dunson, who's one of our partners, Steve Riley with INSA of Massachusetts. He's the technical person and answer most of those questions. Philip Pounce, he is also one of our members. My name's Greg Allen. I practice law here in Montgomery. Have been here for over 40 years practicing with Jerry Beasley. The firm's Beasley Allen. We have been involved in the community for quite a few years. I was actually one of the most fortunate people you can imagine. I was in night law school at Jones Law School when I started working for Jerry Beasley. And so I was very fortunate to have the opportunity to work for the best. In 1996, Jerry and I purchased a farm. It's partially in Macon County, partially in Bullitt County. It's called Clearview Ranch. And Clearview Ranch is the owner, majority owner of INSA of Alabama. This is a picture in front of you of our facility that is owned by us today and is ready to start production as soon as possible. First of all, I want to say thank you to the members of the commission for voting us as the #1 integrated facility in August. And I'm hoping that you will see that we are ready to go and we will be a business that the state can be proud of. I want to talk to you a little bit about INSA of Alabama, introduce you to the company, talk to you about what we've done before the August award and since. But this facility is a little over 30,000 square feet. It's planned to be our indoor growing facility. There will be our Montgomery dispensary and the corporate offices for INSA of Alabama. It's located just off of the Troy Highway, south of Montgomery, 4-lane highway. You can see it in the background there. Its Perimeter Parkway, which runs just off of Troy Highway, centrally located to serve our dispensaries. And we think it'll be a great facility. And INSA will tell you a little bit more about their experience with growing indoors. And that's what we plan to do. There's easy access and centrally located. Tell you a little bit about our group. Again, majority owned by Clearview Ranch LLC. It's a 2,000-acre farm, which is 100% owned by Alabama residents. When Jerry and I first started discussing applying for this license, we decided that we needed the expertise of somebody that's been in the business before. And we interviewed others, but we settled on INSA because they are a quality operation. They have great experience and their record is absolutely clean. We want to provide the people of Alabama with the purest, safest possible medical cannabis. And we want to run it the best possible way and for the right reasons. That's why INSA of Alabama has adopted the same mission statement that we've had at our law firm for many years, and that is helping those who need it most. It's a quality organization, INSA of Massachusetts. They're a multi-state cannabis operation. We've put together a very good medical advisory board to guide the operation. And we have a fantastic security team to make sure that the facilities are secure and that all of the rules are complied with. Now, in addition to INSA, we've assembled some other experts. We got Philip Pouncey here. He is a general contractor that will help and complete the build out of the Perimeter Park facility as well as the dispensaries that we've chosen. We've got the medical advisors that we'll talk a little bit about, including David Herrick, who will lead our medical advisory group. We've got an accountant, Sam Bone, is one of the owners of Clearview, a member of Clearview, and then we got lawyers as well. We think we put together a good team to make sure that we comply fully with what we need to do. We've got good dispensary sites. And quite frankly, we haven't talked to them lately, but when we were awarded in August, all of the sites that we had planned and had put down payments on were still available. I have not talked to them in the last few months, but I suspect they are all still available. If not, we'll get other facilities in the general area. We got the Montgomery site off of Troy Highway that we just discussed. Got one in Opelika. one in Dothan, one in Birmingham, and one in Mobile. So we think that we are in a good position to service each of those dispensaries. We've met with the officials of each of those cities to assure that their long-term plans meet with ours and that we'll be a good fit. We hope to create good jobs, high-paying jobs, and give back to the community. And if anybody knows of us, we do that. Our law firm, we've given back millions of dollars to the community that we serve. You're going to find out that Massachusetts has done the same thing. We're committed to the excellence for the patients, make sure that they get a quality product, safe product. And for those who can't afford it, we want to implement programs to be sure that those folks are served as well. And Steve Riley will tell you what INSA has done in other states as far as helping people who cannot afford the medication. This is a list of the people that will be primarily involved. You can see Mr. Jerry Beasley, me, Kendall Dunson, who's one of our lawyers at the firm. Peter Gallagher's not here. He's one of the original people that started INSA of Massachusetts and very knowledgeable and experienced. Steve Riley is here. He's the manager, and he has also been involved from day one. Our medical advisory board include Dr. David Herrick. He'll head it up. He's also a member of Clearview. He's a well-known pain doctor. He is a board-certified anesthesiologist, practices here in Montgomery. He's a former president of the Medical Association of the State of Alabama. This is our security team. Together, they've got over 80 years of experience, including Bobby Mazingo. He is an investigator with our law firm, has been for the last 30 years. Mike Bush is also one of our investigators. He's been with us for 27 years. They're both nearing retirement and committed that they want to work with INSA of Alabama in the security area. And you'll also see Steve Jarrett there. You've probably seen him on TV many times. He was the ALEA spokesperson for the state. He's now retired and is committed to working with us. This is just a picture of Clearview Ranch. For years, since 1996, when we bought it, it's operated in the area of agricultural processing work. Is currently row cropped, but for many years it was a cattle farm. Sandy Hill Farms, a guy named Donnie Davis was there. Then David Garrett took it over for many years. And then for the last 7 years, it's been row cropped with out of the Long family out of Russell County. They do a great job. This is an overview of our firm. I just want to go over that because I think the people behind this group is important to let you know a little bit about what we've done. My firm has been involved in litigation involving drugs that were harmful to people. In particular, my firm currently represents the state of Alabama and the state of Georgia in the opioid epidemic. We are trying to recover compensatory damages caused to the state by this horrible drug. And so we have firsthand knowledge and experience of the damage that can be caused by a poorly regulated drug industry. I was watching CNN Monday, and I understand that the current death toll from opioids is 1 million or in that range, and that there's still 7 million people in this country that are suffering from opioid use disorder. And I'm pleased to read some of the articles about the potential for medical cannabis to help alleviate some of these issues. Fentanyl. Fentanyl is now the leading cause of death for persons between the ages of 25 and 45. Something's got to be done about that, and hopefully medical cannabis will be one of the answers. We've also been involved in the litigation against Juul, which is a vaping system that was promoted and started by the tobacco companies to help try to cause addiction for younger people. We were involved in that litigation. Jerry has been involved in the talc litigation, and he was the leader, and first big verdict in that case was with Jerry Beasley. When I started working with Jerry, he told me to keep some priorities in place, and this is what we're going to do with Inside Alabama. Faith, family, law practice. We will continue with that type of priority, and we will try to make things happen very well for this company. We pride ourselves at the firm that we have a diverse group of people working for us. Diversity brings strength, and we're going to continue that with Ends of Alabama. Now, we've given back to the community millions of dollars. Jerry and I own the property there on Commerce Street where our office is located. And a few years ago, we gave a building on Commerce to the Alabama State University. They now use it for their office building. And I'm proud of what we've done. We've also got experience in development. We, several years ago, decided to help the development of downtown. And so we started the Alley Station project, which has been very successful. But when we got into that, we were about midway through in 2008 when the market collapsed, but we went ahead and continued. We were committed, and we got it done. I want to introduce you to Jerry Beasley and then let him say just a few words.
Aaron and members of the commission, I'm not going to say a great deal. Greg has pretty well laid it out. When we started our law practice a long time ago in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, things were quite different. You had all the juries, all white, all men. Over the years, things have progressively gotten better in this state, and we believe that we've been a part of the reasons for that. Greg mentioned priorities in the law firm. I want you to look carefully at our law firm because you're going to see there a reflection of what we're going to do with this new project. I learned years ago, in fact, my mama told me something in Barber County when I was a kid. Said, if you lay down with dogs that got fleas, you're going to get up scratching. And I've thought about that a lot over the years. That's why we were so careful in selecting our partner to come into this particular project with us in South Massachusetts. There's also another thing about our firm, and I want you to compare how we operate and what we've accomplished to what we intend to do here. First of all, I tell all of our lawyers when they come to work with us, we're going to do it the right way. We're going to do it for the right reason. And if you can't follow that, you don't need to be here. And it's very simple. Greg mentioned the Johnson & Johnson litigation. Our firm has brought about significant changes in a number of areas all over the country. This is one that ought to shock anybody who has a female in their household. Johnson & Johnson, as far back as 1976, I'm going to paraphrase a memo that came from their medical group to the CEO of Johnson & Johnson, said the studies so far are against us, causing ovarian cancer, with more to come, and we expect them to get worse. Said, unless we start telling the truth to the government and to the public, we're going to be considered like the cigarette folks. I had no idea when we first were contacted by a doctor in Mississippi and asked us to get involved in the litigation. And I looked at it and I thought to myself, talcum powder, baby powder, ovarian cancer? We filed a suit and we got the discovery and we started getting documents, including the one I just paraphrased to you. We tried the first case in Missouri years ago. Progressively over the years, we've had more and more litigation that we've been involved in. Today, the government didn't do it. Johnson & Johnson was forced to take off the market the talcum powder that's killed hundreds of thousands of women all over this country. Now, I say that for this reason. We got into this project for a purpose. We're going to do it the right way. We're going to do it for the right reason. We've assembled a team that, in my opinion, is a good team. I'm sure there are others that have good teams, but we're going to do it just like we run our law firm. I remember when we decided to put our firm into sections, in litigation sections, where each section got very good at what they did, and their people developed expertise. That's what we're doing here. We're bringing in the people that know how to do it, and we're doing it for the right reason. Now, I understand that we were first and you voted the first time, and I sincerely hope that you'll consider us again. And we believe that we've improved on actually where we were then, and we're ready to go. I'm going to introduce you to Kendall Dunson, who, like me, Kendall married a woman who's outstanding. Yesterday, I understand, was voted, what was it, Kendall?
Person of the Year for Black.
Person of the Year for the YMCA. And she comes from a Montgomery family that has roots here. And Kendall is a law partner in our firm, one of the best product liability lawyers in the entire country. In fact, I've never seen anybody his equal, and he is a part of this team, and not just a token member, he is a member. And I'll let Kendall say a few words. Thank you very much.
To the Chairman of the Commission, thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today. I've been at Beasley Allen since 1998. I'm originally from Georgia. I've been in Alabama since 1993. So I joined Beasley Allen and have had a good amount of success. And one of the good things about Beasley Allen is they don't just focus on what you do inside the courtroom. They give you the opportunity, they push you, they prepare you, they encourage you to get involved in your community and to do things to help people. One of the things I love about the firm is the ability to influence safety. And my biggest accomplishments are not verdicts, but decisions and cases that have led to increased safety. One of the things I'm most proud about are cases I've dealt with where people who hadn't even met me don't understand that the cases that we handle has improved their safety. I truly believe that we have a good team. I have all the faith in the world in Greg Allen and Mr. Beasley and the people that they've hired to bring this product safely to the people of this state. And I hope you will stick with your first decision and keep us as number one or as one of the recipients of a license. Thank you so much for your time.
We've got a list of community involvement, which I've already discussed with you. Want to talk a little bit about the INSA. After we had talked to them about what we were going to do and learned a little bit about them, Philip Pouncey and I flew up to Massachusetts and spent a couple of days touring their facilities, and I was very, very impressed. Steve Riley gave us a tour and spent a lot of time with us, and I called Jerry and I said, these are the folks that we need to do business with. Steve, can you say a few words?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name's Steve Riley. I'm an owner of INSA and general counsel for INSA. We apologize for sending so many lawyers up here to talk to you, but try not to do that too often. But I want to give you just a little bit of background on our company. I helped start the company 10 years ago in Massachusetts. We began as a medical operator in the state. We were fortunate enough to expand our footprint in that state to the maximum capacity there. We have 5 dispensaries that we now operate there, along with a grow that's about 100,000 square feet. We've been committed to cannabis and the medical use of cannabis and have reinvested everything we've been able to do in Massachusetts back into the business. And we now operate in Pennsylvania as a medical grower processor, in Florida as a medical grower processor and dispenser, and in Ohio as a medical dispenser. We've operated compliantly in all those locations without any fines or incidents. We're confident that we can do the same thing here in Alabama. We're very excited to work with Clearview on a project here. We believe that we can bring good, safe cannabis products to the Alabama market quickly and compliantly. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all and meet you today. Thank you.
One thing that Steve didn't mention, but it's in the PowerPoint, the amount of money they've given back to charitable organizations in their communities up there is over $7 million. So they are of the same mindset as we are. We talked a little bit about our medical advisory board, Dr. Herrick, Dr. Ryan, neurosurgeon, and Dr. Miller, neurologist here in town. So they will be helping us with the work that we're doing. We also have already talked about our security team, and we have a commitment of capital for this project, and we will not have to be borrowing it from the bank. We are committed to, we've got the money set aside in reserve that when we need it, we will use it. We will spend it when necessary. This again is a picture of the facility. And I just want to point out to you, that facility is owned by us. Jerry Beasley and I own a company called 130 Commerce, which is the same as the Alley Station Group. We purchased this thing, this building for $1.5 million, and it is set up and ready to go. We've got two of the containers that I heard mentioned a little while ago. They are in the building. They're operational today. We can start growing immediately. They're $100,000 each. We've got them in the building, and that's just part of phase one. That's just the temporary part. Phase one is what we're working on right now. And that would include things like just redoing all the bathrooms in the building for handicap accessibility, changing lights, insulation. We've got the security system is in, except for the cameras. All the electronics are there. We got 25 cameras that have come in. They will be put up when necessary. We've got a security fence all the way around 2 acres. We've got plenty of room for expansion if we need it, but the security fence is already in. We're ready to grow. We're ready to go. Phase two will be building out the dispensary. And phase three will be the expansion inside the building for additional cultivation and production. We got a commitment to research. Fortunately, INSA has an ongoing relationship with Yale University for cannabis research and grow generation. We have recently entered into an MSO with VCOM. VCOM is several medical schools around the country, one of which is the new medical school at Auburn. And we're going to be working with them. And I've talked to Dr. Guntar Brawlinson. He's committed to working with us to do continued research. They're already doing cannabis research in other states. And he's an impressive fellow, vice president of research for those group of medical schools. He's also the team physician for the U.S. ski team and Virginia Tech. We are proud to say that we submitted our application ahead of time, and we complied with the 10 meg rule and did everything we were supposed to do, and are proud of that. We're ready to grow, and we want to serve the people of Alabama, and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Any commission member have a question for the group of INSA? I know we've got some questions. Anybody online? Dr. Blakemore, you still there? You got any questions? Dr. Jensen.
Yes, did you, I didn't hear if you mentioned whether you would have pharmacists at each of your dispensaries?
We will, but
we will on site. We will on site, and we have a list of certified dispensers that includes pharmacists, and they're set forth in the application.
Okay, thank you. And as far as the timeline, it sounds like you're pretty ready to go with the cultivation part. How about processing?
That's part of, that will be part of the build out.
I know, but when do you expect that to
Well,
6 months or?
as soon as we get the, know that we have this license, Philip is here and we are ready to get it done. And again, we can grow with what we have right now.
Right, and then as far as the dispensaries, I know you did this application way long time ago, but you've got like a year to get these up. Is that still your time frame?
Oh, yes, sir. That won't be a problem.
Well, a year is very long. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, we can get it done within that time or earlier. We're going to start immediately as soon as, obviously, when we know we got the license.
I think.
Right, but a lot of people have said, oh, we can easily get those done in 6 months. And
I think he's asking Mr. Allen if you can have a dispensary ready before 365 days.
yeah,
We can.
that's it.
This is the man right here again, we've got experts. I'm not the builder.
What's his answer?
But this is built
Dispensary can be ready within 90 days.
90 days.
Okay, that answers that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else have a question? For
Hey,
instance,
Chairman.
yes, Dr. Blakemore.
Hey, Chairman, I heard you earlier, regarding dispensaries. What do you guys expect your initial patient volume to be? And then what are you guys expecting your gross revenues to look like, initially, what your monthly gross revenues will look like?
I don't have the detailed business plan in front of me from the application. I think a lot of that's going to depend upon the licensing of actual patients to be able to purchase in the dispensaries. We've got enough liquid cash and assets to be able to carry us through until we have a volume of patients to be able to make the business profitable. So we're confident that we'll be able to do that.
Gotcha. I initially, the first review of y'all's application, I was one of the initial reviewers. Looked like you guys had great cash on hand. Is that all just straight cash, or is some of it financed?
That's all cash. There's no debt financing in that number of cash, and we have additional pledges both from INSA and the individuals from Clearview that actually exceed that cash amount.
And do you
Thank
have an idea of what you expect the costs to be?
About 15 million.
No, I'm sorry, for the patient.
Oh, for the patient, for the product.
Product.
Yes.
Yeah, I think a little bit of that will depend on how the market actually develops and what the type of product is. So if you're talking about like a low THC suppository, it'll depend on what the milligram dosages are.
Mhm.
But we would probably have a range from say $20 to $50. That would typically be what it is
Is
in
that
most
what
states.
it is in Massachusetts, or?
I would say that's probably a fair number for what it is, taking a look at the other states that we're in.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have a question for INSA?
Yes, will you be processing at Clearview? Clearview Ranch, would that be where your processing facility is located? And then what type of processing will you be
I think it'll
utilizing?
be at Perimeter Parkway.
Yeah, it'll be at Perimeter Parkway, and as
Okay.
Greg had said earlier, so we've got the ability to grow immediately, and then the other part of that phase one is actually building out the processing piece of that. So
Okay,
so that we can basically get distillate to make the products that we need, like the suppositories I mentioned.
what type processing? Just curious, that will you be using? We've had in previous applicants last week, they were telling us about the different types of processing. Just curious as to what type you'll use.
We have hydrocarbon, I believe, is in the application that we have.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
These applications begin to run together.
Yeah, there's only 38 of them.
Anyone else have a question for INSA? Thank all you gentlemen for coming today. Impressive presentation. Thank you for your time. Our commission will take about a 10-minute break. And if Jim Stone of Alabama is here, we will have that one earlier than what is on the schedule. That was scheduled for 3:15, but we've had a withdrawal from a presentation. So if Jim Stone is here in about 10 minutes, you can go ahead. If not, we will wait till they arrive. So let's take a short break. I presume y'all are, the next one, the Gemstone Group. I've got a big group now, an army. All right. Before y'all, step up here, I'm gonna have Mr. Justin Ade make a few comments about one of our applicants that decided not to make a presentation at the last minute, Applicant and LLC, applicant number 1630. So Justin, whatever you need to mention about that one, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Applicant number 1630 Alican LLC was originally scheduled for today and contacted us and notified us that they were not going to be able to make the presentation, but they are not withdrawing their application. So their application is still subject to be considered. You have their full application, the applicant's summary, and there were no pass-fail items identified in the application.
Thank you, Justin. You want to wait till after Gemstone goes to mention all the other ones?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're still early, but is Gemstone ready to go? Okay, before y'all take the podium, I'll ask Justin to make a few remarks pertaining to your application for the benefit of our commission members. Justin?
All right, this is applicant number 1640 Gemstone, Alabama LLC. You have their complete application. There were pass-fail items noted in their application. They were provided a pass-fail show cause notice, and they provided a response to that, and that is in your materials. They also, the applicant also provided a brief in support of its application. That's included in your materials as well.
Thank you, Justin. First off, thank all of you for being willing to come earlier than normal. I know we were scheduled for 3:15, but if y'all are prepared to go ahead and present, we can do that. And thank you for accommodating our schedule, because I know you weren't planning on it. But watch the computer up here. Ms. Peters will have the allotted time of 45 minutes. So just kind of keep track of that as you're progressing through your presentation. You have the floor, and kind of whatever team members are speaking today, introduce each one.
Of course.
Thank you. Go ahead. Y'all have the floor.
Mr. Chairman and Commission members, thank you very much for the opportunity to be before you. My name is Wilson Green, and it's my distinct privilege to introduce you today to Gemstone, Alabama LLC. And you're probably wondering first why Gemstone asked its lawyer to start. My involvement with Gemstone is something I kind of consider a matter of providence. I have a son who is severely disabled, has been living at the facility here in Montgomery that used to be known as Father Walters. It's now known as Montgomery Children's Specialty Center since he was 6 years old, and he's now 22. And he suffers from severe seizures among his other his medical situation. And I will tell you, as a caregiver, that medical cannabinoids are the only thing that have been effective in treating and maintaining his seizure activity at a level that will not be self-injurious. So I want to thank you for what you're doing. This is important work, and what you're doing is taking monumental efforts. And so thank you for what you're doing. I also want to thank you, frankly, for your leadership that you've shown in the last 9 months. You've had to make some hard decisions, and you've had to have some slings and arrows thrown at you. A lot of them unfair. And I want you to know that what you've done is exercise leadership. And that's self-sacrificial leadership. And I think every person, certainly on our team, and I think the Alabamians at large, appreciate the fact that you're making decisions for the betterment of the cause and for the betterment of the process. So thank you for what you've done. So who's Gemstone and what do we stand for? You need to know who we are, why we're different, and why, frankly, we're uniquely suited to be awarded an integrated license. And over these next days, I think you're going to be hearing a lot of presentations, and you've heard a lot today. And I think you're going to conclude that we're sort of a unicorn. We're one of a kind. You're going to hear a lot of people on our team talk to you today. Every one of them is an Alabamian to a person. Gemstone's story began 20 years ago when its main owner, Nell Maisel of Mobile, was diagnosed with MS. The Maisels, as you might know, are pillars of the Mobile community. Because of her personal experience in dealing with her chronic illness, she began to be interested in investing in the medical cannabis space. She started with a dispensary in California, then bought dispensaries in Colorado, then in Louisiana, and most recently in 2021 was awarded an integrated license to operate in the state of Florida in the Flowery. And so she's never been denied a license. She's never sold a license. And the integrated license she got in Florida and her team got in Florida is exactly the kind of integrated license that we are here standing before you applying for today. Our operations experience is frankly unparalleled. Nell's an owner in 12 dispensary operations across 4 states, including the Florida operations through the Flowery. The Flowery alone in the last 2 years has served over 200,000 patients, 2.5 times more patients per dispensary than other Florida operators because of the quality of the product we produce. Our minority partner owns another 21 of its own dispensaries in 4 other states. So together, we have a total patient base of over 600,000 patients across 33 dispensaries in 8 states. So that's the first thing that makes Gemstone unique among any other applicants in this pack. It's not only Alabama owned, it's Alabama operated with an applicant who has been awarded an integrated license in another state and is operating successfully in that state. And I believe that has real world impact for this commission, because unlike anyone else you're going to hear from, or almost anyone else in this process, we don't have a management agreement with an out-of-state operator. We are the management. The ownership is the management. Well, not only is Alabama owned and Alabama operated, Gemstone's also Alabama regulated. Nell's husband, Elliot Maisel, owns Gulf Distributing in Mobile, which is, you might know, is the largest beer distributorship in Alabama, probably the largest taxpayer in Alabama too, remitting to ADOR. Our cultivation team has collectively been regulated by the state agriculture department for over 250 years, and Elliot's operation at Gulf has been regulated by the state for over 50 years. So we've got over 300 years of collective regulation by Alabama state regulators. So we're Alabama owned, we're Alabama operated, we're Alabama regulated. We're over 70% Alabama owned, majority female owned, better capitalized than any other integrated applicant, bar none. And then there's the crowning gem, and it's our research and innovation partner in Tuskegee University. And they're not just an academic partner, they're an equity owner in the business. So I want to introduce you to the Gemstone team, and you're going to hear from each of them. First, you'll hear from Ms. Maisel, who is really the passion and the centerpiece of our ownership team and our business. Then you'll hear from our partners at Tuskegee, Crystal James, the general counsel, and particularly for today, the special assistant to the president for health equity, as well as Philip Howard, who's the vice president of advancement. Rashawn Figures, a name in Alabama circles you probably don't need any introduction to. Jay Watkins from Mobile, who will talk to you about our financial and tax model. Tommy Paulk and our other cultivator team members, Emily Pauley and Jessica Dyson from our pharmaceutical and dispensing team, and then our COO, Brett Terry. And then finally, you're going to see our video, a portion of our video, which is not some CGI computer-generated model. It's an actual integrated operating facility that we run at the Flowery in Florida. So you see what an actual facility looks like in operation. So with that, I'll turn it over to Nell. Thank you.
I have a few notes so I won't forget anything. But I'm Nell Maisel. Oh, sure. Yeah. I'm Nell Maisel. I'm born and raised in Alabama, educated in the public school system in Mobile, went to the University of Alabama, UAB for college, have a bachelor's degree in nursing. And I've been married to my husband for 44 years, and we have 3 children and 8 grandchildren, all under the age of 5.5. But I'm still standing, so my back hurts though. Anyway, we just thank you for this opportunity to present to you today. And I am so proud of the team that I have working with me, made up mostly of Alabamians. They have expertise in business, pharmacology, research, education, medicine, finance, agriculture, law. They are amazing, and you will get to meet each one of them shortly. But cannabis interested me originally because as being a nurse, I care about helping people. I worked at the Mobile Infirmary in Mobile for years, and had worked there in summer before I got my degree. I'd worked there and saw what was going on, and that's when I decided I wanted to be a nurse. But then, as you heard, about 20 years ago, I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. I'm being treated at a doctor in Birmingham, and I take medication, and everything is under control. So hopefully that continues. So I feel really fortunate to be, because there's so many different kinds of multiple sclerosis. But anyway, so those are the reasons that I became interested in the cannabis product, because I've done a lot of reading, and it helps people, and that's what I care about, especially in my home state of Alabama. It's all about our community in Alabama. And like you know, the team is 70% Alabamians, and that's what we care about the most. But anyway, we are loyal to our state, and Gemstone will be a driving force. We will make you proud. We will enforce safety and security in our business model, and we just care about our community. So thank you so much, and enjoy listening to this amazing team. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I bring you greetings on behalf of Tuskegee University's ninth president, Dr. Charlotte Morris. And I think it's important to provide some highlights from Tuskegee University's history that frame my involvement for today's proceedings. Tuskegee University is one of the nation's most prestigious historically Black college or universities, strategically located in Tuskegee, Alabama, currently ranked number 4 among all HBCUs. It's a global leader in the education of African Americans who aspire to contribute and uplift every aspect of society. Tuskegee is dedicated to academic excellence in research, science, medicine, engineering, agriculture, agribusiness, and with a distinct focus on students' intellectual, creative, and leadership development. Through intense quantitative and qualitative research, creative learning modalities, strong community, industry, and governmental relationship, Tuskegee empowers the whole person, head, heart, and hand. As my fellow colleagues come before you today, you will hear a common theme of leading the way, setting and maintaining standards, and collaborative work. Known as the pride of the swift-growing South, TU has been an Alabama institution for 142 years. Its mission is to improve the lives of Alabamians, and here are some examples. Tuskegee University was established on July 4th, 1881, with Alabama House Bill 165 was passed for the establishment of a Negro normal school in Tuskegee, Alabama. There was no land, no buildings, no teachers, only the state legislation authorizing the school. However, our first principal, Booker T. Washington, the highly skilled organizer and fundraiser, counselor to American presidents, and strong advocate for Negro businesses, was a visionary who laid the foundation for the development of educational K-12 institutions throughout the state, catalyzing growth that's amazing by bringing together a strong team of leaders in their respective fields. The beautiful campus that you see before you today is only a portion of what is now over 5,000 acres of campus. When the words research and Tuskegee University are mentioned in the same sentence, many individuals outside the university's Lincoln gates think of the important research conducted by Dr. George Washington Carver. Our College of Agriculture, Environment, and Nutritional Sciences is the house that Carver built, and it continues to set the standard for share these important discoveries with farmers throughout the state of Alabama and the world through the work of our cooperative extension programs and the annual Farmers Conference held in the state of Alabama each year, sharing new technologies and assisting farmers in our great state to overcome crop challenges for decades. As medicine has evolved over time, Tuskegee University has been there to lead the way, advancing opportunities for Alabamians to benefit first. The attention recently paid to the story of Henrietta Lacks and our HeLa cell line following the publication of our highly acclaimed book, The Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks, has highlighted the numerous scientific discoveries directly attributable to research utilizing the cell line. While polio patients from across the Southeast were being ushered through essential treatment and rehabilitation programs at the Tuskegee Infantile Paralysis Center across campus, Tuskegee scientists were conducting outstanding research in the Carver Research Building. This building was partially constructed from the life savings of Dr. Carver, and is the current home of the Tuskegee Health Disparities Diagnostic Center, which provides free COVID-19 testing to our communities today. From the past to the present, Tuskegee University, through its many academic and research centers of excellence, continue to innovate for the improvement of health outcomes for the communities of the state of Alabama that we are mission-bound to serve. We were the first Alabama institution to open an on-med care station to assist in providing access to healthcare to rural areas of our state. We have a demonstrated history in public and private partnerships that assist in translating research findings into cutting-edge services to areas of this state that many times remain underserved. Centering on the One Health approach, which anchors at the intersection of human health, animal health, and the environment. Scientists from across the academic enterprise come together to make sure that our work benefits the head, the heart, and the hands of our constituents. Home to the only presidentially mandated Center for Bioethics and Research in Healthcare, Tuskegee University is a trusted and trustworthy source of information on participation in clinical research and trusted by Black, Indigenous people of color and their communities to provide information regarding new therapeutics and medicinal treatments throughout the world. As medical cannabis becomes more readily available, Tuskegee University serves as a trustworthy partner to increase utilization of these products and therapies. We also provide leadership and research on varietal screening, structural and physical chemical properties of cannabis, biomass by looking at the impact of cultural practices and fertilizer inputs on the bioavailability and the concentration of THC, as well as cannabinoids. These are just a few of the research enterprises that we already have on board in our research centers on campus. In my role as Special Assistant to the President for Health Equity Programs, I have the distinct pleasure of working with mission-led faculty and staff that have committed their time and talents to increasing the quality of life for Alabama residents. As Principal Investigator for the newly created Center for Rural, Maternal, Child, and Family Equity, I'm excited to investigate potential uses of cannabis in treating postpartum depression in non-breastfeeding mothers. I would like to end my time with you by saying for the record that Tuskegee University was approached by many of the groups that you will hear from this week to partner on this exciting opportunity to increase access to medical cannabis to the citizens of Alabama. Regardless of what you may have heard from any other groups presenting to you today, no other company has an active valid articulation agreement to conduct research with Tuskegee University. Thank you for your time and attention today, and I welcome any questions that you may have at the end of this team's presentation.
Hello to all. My name is Rashawn Figures. I'm an owner and equity partner on the Gemstone team. I live in Mobile, Alabama, and I'm a lifelong resident of the state of Alabama. My family's relationship with the Maisels go back at least 5 decades. In that time, our families have known each other. When Nell Maisel tells you that she's going to do something, consider it done. And it will be done with the class and utmost integrity that you could ever expect. For most of the applicants, this is just about business, but for me, it's a little bit different. I have watched a mother have to look at her son slowly die from leukemia, and she was helpless to do anything about the pain. My brother Ramar Figures died over 20 years ago, at a time when the laws and the policies of the country and the state did not acknowledge the medicinal value of marijuana. That look of helplessness that my mother had watching my brother's demise, there are remnants that are permanently etched in her face. And anyone that knows a mother that has lost a child knows that look. So for me, this is not just about the money and the business. It's about the opportunity to potentially ease that look on another mother's face. This morning, I was thinking about what I would say to this panel. So I got up early, as my father taught me years ago, and went down and got a terrible cup of coffee from the lobby of the hotel. I sat next to a man who was up early, and he was working on something just like me. We struck up a conversation, and it turns out he was from the state of Alabama, just like me. He went to the University of Alabama, just like me. He went back home after college, just like me. His father introduced him to the construction industry, just like mine had. He grew his family company just like me. Turns out he had 4 kids, just like me. After this unique encounter, it dawned on me that my team, we're just like you. We want the best for our communities. We want to make a difference where we can, and we want to pioneer this industry in the most responsible and effective manner possible, just like you. Because of this compatible mission, and because our team's experience, track record, and our commitment to ensuring that this team is a reflection of the very community in which it seeks to operate, Gemstone is the Alabama team that is most qualified. Since day one of this journey, Ms. Maisel, our majority owner, has made it abundantly clear that she thanks the other states that have given her the opportunity and this team the opportunity to gain medical marijuana license in their state and operate successfully. But this was different. This time was different. I didn't understand that at first, what she meant at the beginning of this process, but now I do. She was saying to our team that this is home, and we have to bring our best to a state where we live, work, play, and have chosen to raise our families. So that is what we pledge to you today. Gemstone pledges our best. Now, I'm a country boy from Mobile, Alabama, and I want to talk plainly to you for a second. When people from Alabama want to grow something, they don't call somebody from New York City. New York City calls us. I sit on many boards in Mobile, Alabama, and I know sometimes you get overwhelmed with things and they throw a lot of numbers and statistics at you. But if you don't hear anything that I say today, I want you to hear this. Emily Pauley, co-director of research. Jessica Dyson, director of retail operations. Brett Terry, our COO. John Williams, owner. Brandon and Lyle Stokely, first and second generation growers, owners. Tuskegee University, owner, 132 years worth of experience and dedication to this state. Tommy Polk, owner. Nell Maisel, majority owner. They're Alabama residents, just like me. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Jay Watkins. My wife, Alyssa, and I are owners of an interest in Gemstone, Alabama. We live in Mobile, where I have practiced law for the past 30 years. Since 2009, I've been a managing shareholder for the Maynard Cooper firm, now Maynard Nexon, practicing primarily in the corporate transaction and finance area. For more than 8 years, I've represented the Maisel family in most all of their business endeavors, including working with Ms. Nell Maisel in connection with her investment in the medical cannabis space in Florida, Louisiana, Colorado, and California. This afternoon, I've been asked to speak with you briefly about the regulatory compliance aspects and the financial strength of our team. As you've heard, Mrs. Maisel's husband and his family own one of the largest wholesale beer distributors in the Southeast United States. Over the years of representing the family, I've gained invaluable knowledge of how to work within the regulatory scheme and framework for these highly regulated industries. The regulatory and tax structures established for the medical cannabis space in Alabama is very similar to those for the wholesale beer distribution. We also know, probably more importantly to the state of Alabama than anything else, the Maisel family's operations have been unblemished with respect to compliance with the regulations, but also with tax compliance. The wholesale beer industry remits a tremendous amount of tax to the state every year, and they are audited and they have to report. And we do that, take that very seriously, and it's done without fail and has not been a problem in any aspect whatsoever. The level of experience and history of compliance should provide this commission significant confidence that the Gemstone team, led by Ms. Maisel, will be a strong operator of an integrated facility and be a valuable partner to the state of Alabama with respect to tax collection and remittance. Another important aspect that this commission is to consider when awarding an integrated license is the financial strength of the applicant. I feel very confident in saying that the Gemstone team is likely one of the strongest, if not the strongest applicant for an integrated license from a financial perspective. This team exceeds the regulatory cash requirements by a factor of 4. Additionally, the combined net worth of the applicants of this team exceeds $750 million. The Gemstone investors are also business people. They understand what it takes to start a business. They understand that there has to be investment made in the initial stages to make a business successful. As I expect each of you are aware, obtaining traditional bank financing in the cannabis space is nearly impossible. Banks just won't lend to a cannabis operator given the federal law structure right now. As a result, the investors in this organization are ready and willing and especially able to provide the cash necessary to start this business and to grow this business to success. But as a backstop, as noted in our application, one of our minority partners has provided Gemstone, Alabama, a $30 million revolving line of credit, which will be used as working capital to help establish this operation in the state of Alabama. Having this facility available gives Gemstone the ability to successfully bring medical marijuana products to patients in Alabama within the time parameters established under your regulations. In closing, the Gemstone team's financial strength, experience in operating in heavily regulated and taxed industries, and its track record of operations in the medical cannabis field in other jurisdictions make it a perfect candidate for an integrated license. We hope you all will agree the Gemstone team and Ms. Maisel presents an Alabama company this commission can trust with an integrated license and can have confidence that it will be successful in implementing its operations. I appreciate your time and will welcome questions at the end of our presentation.
I'm Tommy Paul. With me here are Jim Williams, John Williams of Tom Dodd Nursery, Brandon and Lyle Stokely of Stokely Nursery, both Mobile County. I grew up in the agriculture business. My grandparents owned Bonnie Plants, and I assumed leadership of that company as an adult. I later became the CEO of Alabama Farmers Cooperative, the parent company of Bonnie Plants. I am a lifelong Alabamian like these gentlemen with me. I'm excited about the rollout of medical cannabis in Alabama. We've needed this for a long time. Like many of you, I've had family members suffer in the latter stages of cancer or other medical conditions where treatment with medical cannabis could have drastically improved the quality of their lives. And I thank you for your work in now making this a coming reality for Alabamians. I'm equally excited about the team we put together here at Gemstone. We have what, in my judgment, is the perfect combination of Alabama roots, extensive agricultural experience, plentiful financial backing, and operational know-how in the medical cannabis industry. I spent my career growing agricultural plants, like tomato plants, for instance, for sale all over the country. What's different about growing medical cannabis, however, is that you're literally growing medicine. That requires particular attention to the details in growing techniques and growing processes. It also requires partnerships with other cultivators. And if that need arises, we are uniquely positioned to partner with multiple cultivators, because between John Williams, the Stokelys, and me, we have over 250 years of combined experience in Alabama agriculture. So we know most everyone out there. And thanks in large part to the high regard in which these three gentlemen are held by their peers in our industry, most everyone out there knows us. You can be assured we won't have a problem working with the other cultivators to whom this commission has already seen fit to grant a license. Again, I want to thank this commission for your work and for giving us this opportunity. I'll stop and let Lyle, Brandon, and John introduce themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Tommy. I'm Lyle Stokely. I'm owner of the Stokely Nursery. I'm a lifetime resident, born in Mobile County. I have two sons. I have a wife of 47 years, and I'm going to introduce my son, Brandon, now. Thank y'all.
I'm Brandon Stokely, lifelong resident of Alabama. I graduated high school from Faith Academy in 1999, moved on to Auburn and received a degree in horticulture and a minor in foreign language. Graduated in 2004 and been at the family farm ever since.
John Williams, Alabama resident, lifetime. I own and operate Tom Dodd Nursery. It's a 300-acre facility in Sims, Alabama. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Dyson. I'm the Director of Retail Operations for Gemstone. I grew up in Alabaster and still currently live in Alabaster and raise a family there. I graduated from Samford University and got my doctorate in pharmacy. I've been managing pharmacies in the state of Alabama for almost 18 years. I'm excited about the opportunity our team has. Our pharmacy operations experience can assist patients in ensuring that their medical needs from the qualifying conditions will be met. The opportunity to introduce medical cannabis to my state is exciting. Helping patients, including my family and friends, treat those conditions with safe, effective treatments is vital. That said, my main focus is supervising retail operations to ensure our team of pharmacists is following established protocols and ensuring patient safety while meeting their needs.
I'm Emily Pauley, Chief Research Officer for Radical Science and Co-Director of Research for Gemstone. I'm a native Alabamian, an Auburn graduate, and a doctoral level pharmacist. I work remotely and could live anywhere in the United States. I choose to live and work in my hometown of Huntsville, Alabama. I've been an adjunct professor of pharmacy practice at Auburn and was the first full-time employee at Hudson Alpha, serving as a research scientist and working in conjunction with the founders, Jim Hudson and the late Lonnie McMillan and Mark Smith, to get the Huntsville campus built, outfitted for state-of-the-art research, and get their science started. You heard Nell talk about our plans for patient care and clinical trials with Gemstone, overseen by Radical Science and in partnership with Tuskegee University. Medical cannabis is going to revolutionize healthcare over the next 10 to 15 years. Unfortunately, there's not extensive research on cannabis in a clinical setting, leaving medical professionals, including pharmacists and physicians, with inadequate scientific data for appropriately evaluating and selecting medical cannabis treatment. Over the last 2.5 years, I have conducted 100% direct-to-consumer studies on over 40,000 participants across the United States, half of which were on cannabinoid products. Unlike conventional trials, My trials have represented a broad-based cross-section of U.S. consumers that are interested in cannabinoids for a range of health issues. During this time, I've optimized engagement while maintaining gold standard methodologies to provide valid, data-driven conclusion. I look forward to bringing the expertise of Radical Science, Gemstone, and Tuskegee University together to help healthcare professionals in Alabama make informed, science-backed decision for the medical treatment with cannabis. This is where Gemstone is uniquely positioned before this commission. Our partnership across these three Alabama organizations will give Alabama medical professionals unparalleled access to ongoing research and educational advancements. It will also give Alabama patients that same access, and in the end, will dramatically enhance patient care.
Hi, thank you for having us today. They saved me towards the end because they know when it comes to medical cannabis, once I get going, it kind of becomes hard for me to stop. I get a little bit excited about this stuff. My name is Brett Terry. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Gemstone, Alabama. I'm an Alabama native. I graduated from Thompson High School and the University of Montevallo. I've been in the medical cannabis business for 13 years, starting in Colorado in 2010, then California, as well as Florida with our operations at the Flowery. I've seen firsthand the power of medical cannabis by providing this medicine to thousands of patients. I'm extremely excited to play a small part in bringing medical cannabis to my home state of Alabama. As a matter of fact, my sister, Jessica Dyson, is also on our team, and I'm extremely excited about getting the opportunity to work with her. I want to take another moment really quickly just to highlight a few of the aspects of our operations that are unique to us. First is processing. We can do both solvent-based processing and solventless processing. We have extensive experience bringing both solventless and solvent-based medical cannabis products to market safely and effectively, and quickly for that matter. Second, I want to talk a little about our security. I personally have been involved with this team's security for over 5 years, and our security protocols are some of the best in the business. Security incidents are minimized because we commit substantial labor and capital to our security efforts, specifically by utilizing the latest and newest technology in our security operations. Third, I want to talk a little bit about our compliance. Among other things specific to Alabama's medical cannabis law, we are extremely experienced and well-versed in METRIC, the seed-to-sale tracking system the Commission has chosen. I have been using the METRIC program since their first ever training class in Colorado in 2014. I use this program every day. I would like to commend the Commission for choosing METRIC. They are simply the best I have ever seen. Fourth, I want to talk a little bit about our partnerships. Bringing medical cannabis to market effectively in Alabama is going to require a team effort across license classes. That's why we have already discussed collaborations with multiple cultivators, processors, secured transporters, and dispensaries who have already been awarded licenses, including CRC of Alabama, Twisted Herb, Native Black Cultivation, Organic Harvest Lab, CCS of Alabama, and Alabama Secured Transport. If the Commission grants us an integrated license and a need arises for us to utilize these relationships, we will be looking to do business with these other licenses because we know them and they know us. Now, I just want to end with two other quick things about Gemstone's operations. First, Gemstone is committed to going anywhere in the state of Alabama that the Commission would like us to go to ensure product is available at a statewide footprint. If you would like us to move a dispensing site from an overserved area and into an area of the state that is underserved, we would be more than happy to do so at your instruction. Second, as we talked about earlier, we have the most relevant experience of any other applicant because we have actually constructed and are currently operating an integrated facility in Florida, the Flowery. We want you to see this for yourself, what a facility looks like, actually operating in real life. So without further ado, I'd like to present your attention to the video of the Flowery.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Philip Howard. I'm the Vice President for Development at Tuskegee. It's our pleasure to be here today, and I want to keep one number in mind for you all. I know you've heard lots of numbers this afternoon, and you'll do so throughout the remainder of this week, I'm sure. That number is 131. 131 is the number of years that Tuskegee University has been in the healthcare space. It was 1892 when Tuskegee began the only nursing program in the state of Alabama, the only nursing program in the state of Alabama. Since that time, we've been in the healthcare space. We've been on the front lines of battling diseases that hurt Alabamians, whether it's influenza, polio, or tuberculosis in the 20th century, or cancer, PTSD, and other treatments or other diseases in the 21st century. That's where Tuskegee plays. That's where Tuskegee does well. And we've got the track record to prove or to substantiate that this is our space. We didn't come to this lately. We've been in it for 131 years. It's what we do as part of our mission here as fellow Alabamians. And so we haven't done the kind of successes that we've had in the past by ourselves. We partnered with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the March of Dimes, the CDC, and others. And so we have been in partnership with world-class organizations throughout our times of really ameliorating and addressing these issues. Our partnership with Gemstone is no different, and it's why we actually chose Gemstone. We've had several firms come to us over the last 2.5 years to want to partner with us for all the reasons I've just mentioned, but we chose Gemstone for a couple of particular reasons. Sure, it has the expertise. We've talked about our capabilities on the operating side, the marketing, all those kinds of things, the financial capacity that we have. We chose Gemstone because we found a partner who shared our commitment to improving healthcare outcomes just like we do for our fellow Alabamians. And that was distinctive to us. We know of our commitment, of their commitment to what we're trying to do, what the Maisels want to do, and with the team that we've assembled here. We have a shared sense of purpose that we believe will drive outcomes that will even increase the kind of outcomes that the legislation envisioned so long ago. And so we believe that we're a perfect partner in that sense. We provide the business expertise, the research, the education, and the commitment to this state to see Alabamians' healthcare outcomes improve that is unmatched by any of the other applicants. Thank you for hearing us today. Please remember that number, 131. It's a number that's significant. We're not going anywhere. Gemstone isn't going anywhere. We're going to make sure that the decision you make in our favor will be able to help improve the healthcare outcomes for Alabamians in the decades to come. Thank you so much.
I'll give you one more number in addition to Phillips to close us out, and it's 1. You have 1 candidate for an integrated application before you among this pool of applicants whose Alabama ownership team actually has operated and has been awarded an integrated license and is using that license in another state. 1. We're the unicorn candidate. Alabama owned over 70%. Alabama experience in operating medical cannabis facilities in multiple states. Alabama regulated for almost 3 centuries, a majority female-owned company, probably the strongest capital structure among any candidate you'll see. We've never sold a license. We're not selling a license. You've heard it from Ms. Maisel herself. This is personal. This is about her state. It is personal to her. We're in it for the long term. And you don't have to take our word for it. You can see our track record. We've done this. We've got this. We'll make you proud. Thank you. I'll ask the entire team to come up here, and if the commission has questions for us, we'll be happy to answer those. So
Won't you just wait and as anyone has a question, that way everybody hasn't got to.
I like my army up here.
There you go. Well, you got an army, but I tell you what, won't you just wait if anyone has a question from a commission member they want to direct to an individual, why don't we do that way? So, Mr. Harwell.
Mr. Chairman, I got a question for
Go
John
ahead.
Williams and Brandon Stokely. What kind of facilities will y'all be using? Going to come to are they indoors or in a greenhouse?
Indoor facilities.
Brett set some of these up already. So
Yeah.
you can answer this a little
I can
better.
help a little bit with this. We are not growing in greenhouses here in Alabama. I've experienced growing in greenhouses in Tennessee and had a lot of trouble with wet wall, rudimentary greenhouses and mold. We are also looking for a higher quality product in solventless material. In order to grow that, we need our environmental controls very specific. We have to grow really high-end product if we're not going to be remediating it via ethanol. So we're going to be growing indoors.
Okay, are those facilities already ready to go or?
We, like others, have pods ready to go. So unfortunately, these facilities do take a little bit of time to build and are very, very capital intensive. We have cultivated in pods at the Flowery in Florida. That is how we started our operations down there. So we are experienced. We have already purchased and ordered the pods. They're ready to be delivered. Ready to be delivered in June. They're ready to be delivered now. So we are, our facility is ready. Our security is ready. We are fenced and we have cameras and we already own the facility it's going to be in.
Different than growing ornamentals.
It's a little different. It's a little different. That's the one thing I've never grown.
Thank you, Mr. Harwell. Anybody else got a question? Any commission member? Anybody online? Dr. Blakemore, got anything?
Yes, sir. Chairman,
Go
I
ahead.
got a few I got a few questions. First off, you guys are to be commended that you have that relationship with Tuskegee. Personally, I've gone to a few institutions that I've previously been affiliated with, and they all shut the door in my face when it came to cannabis. For Tuskegee, are you guys planning on offering any college credit for students that want to learn about cannabis?
Yes, sir. We already have an agribusiness program that's online in our College of Agriculture, Environment, and Nutrition Sciences. We plan to, as we come online with our partners, to work with even having some of our business students be able to work with the facility as internships become available.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Is that right? I'm sorry. Thank you. Go ahead, Sam.
And then in reviewing your application, a lot of times when you guys are speaking, a lot of us commission members are sitting there reviewing, going through your application as it was submitted to us. I saw that you guys have facilities in Colorado, Florida, California, and Delaware. Which one of those states pretty much mimics what you guys want to do here in the state of Alabama? And how will that help you guys facilitate operationally here in our state?
Well, really, there's no state that is exactly like Alabama. Alabama is very unique to me, coming from Alabama and operating in these other states. We really need a higher level or just a really to understand that we're bringing a new product to a new market. I would say the one that is most similar to us is Florida, especially before Florida was allowing smokable flower. In the early days, Florida was very similar to Alabama in a limited amount of products that you're allowed to provide, and smokable flower was not one of them. And so I would say that our experience in Florida has prepared us to be able to make any of the products that are available for Alabama currently. And that would probably be our license that is most similar to Alabama, but honestly, Alabama is pretty unique in this space.
Can you follow that up with the initial products that you offered in Florida, and were those products pharmaceutical grade in nature?
Yes, they were pharmaceutical grade and they were GMP. It was mostly tinctures. It was really mostly in Florida. The first products you were allowed to give were tinctures, which is the oil, basically the raw oil.
And then the last question I'll ask you, with what you did in Florida, how did you guys handle diversion? Did you have any standard operating procedures related to that?
Oh, absolutely. And that is what Metric is also very good for. Honestly, we really haven't had any issues with diversion. A lot of that can be solved in good hiring practices, and then also by not overproducing and not trying to create an incentive for anything like that. So we haven't had any issues with it. The seed to sale tracking system tends to do its job pretty well. We do inventory audits weekly. We also have outside auditors come in and check our books as well as our inventory. So it really hasn't been an issue with diversion.
Thank you. And just to follow that up, you guys have a plan to contact AMCC in case you have any diversion?
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Yeah. We'll be contacting the police, and we have a very specific plan in our application that details the exact steps that we take if there is any sort of issue with theft, diversion, or anything. It also shows the line of command that we have throughout our company and who would be responsible in relaying that information up the chain, exactly who it goes to, and their exact responsibility to do with it once they receive that information.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Dr. Blakemore.
Just a follow up to that little conversation.
Go ahead, Dr. James.
So now that you have flour, what % of your market is that?
Depends on which state.
Florida.
In Florida, it's over 50% currently.
Okay.
Oh, well, no, actually, I take that back. In Florida, flour right now is only about 35%, but it is another product that Alabama is not currently.
Yeah, and how long have you had flour approved
in Florida? 2.5 years.
2.5 years.
Sorry, off the cuff, I don't remember the exact date, but I think it's real.
And what do you expect the cost for the patient to be on a monthly basis, roughly?
On a monthly basis, most of our products range between, or all of our products range between $40 and $100 a piece. So it really depends on how much milligrams they're taking. As a patient begins in the program, they tend to get accustomed to the medicine and they have to increase their milligrams a little bit over time. So that can increase the cost there to the patient. We are giving 10% discounts to veterans as well, looking at other ways to make this more affordable for Alabamians in the long term.
Okay. Let me see. So you have roughly, when you submitted the original application, between 217 and 294 days for dispensing sites. Do you still see that as
It
accurate?
depends on the dispensing site. That is one of our dispensing sites that is built from ground up. That is just raw land right now. We do have 3 dispensing sites that are already built, and we can get those operational much faster.
Okay.
Dr. Harvey, I know you had a question.
Well, actually, I just had a comment because I'm the newest member of the commission, and I think the rest of the commission knows as a physician. I've been reading through all this and wondering about what are the real indications for THC or marijuana in medicine. And when I was reading the y'all's application over the weekend and I saw the radical science part of it, that was the most unique thing I've seen so far. And I've got about 6 more to read between now and next and Friday. But it is so needed. And this is the first thing I've seen that's really separated one of the applicants from all the rest of them in one particular area, with a very important area though.
Thank you for that. We appreciate that. We're very passionate about the research in this product and what it can do.
You mentioned your couple different processes.
Yes, sir.
Solvent and solventless. Why do you do both? Is what preference?
Well,
there?
we do both because whenever certain products are easier to make solventless with the type of oil that comes out of it. It's a different viscosity to it in some cases. We personally like solventless better because it is a more readily effective product. You're not using solvents, better efficacy. Some say it's hard to really hone in on that if that's true or not, but we personally believe that is a safer, more effective product when you're using solventless. It also requires you to grow in a higher standard because you're not remediating product through ethanol. We do have an ethanol extraction machine that we will be utilizing, and we will be running some of our products via ethanol as well. Certain products that are not quite as easy to make with a solventless, such as the atomizer and things of that nature. It's just hard to get the viscosity down in solventless to be able to put it in the atomizer.
Me to understand, solventless means what? CO2, butane?
No,
Yeah.
water, cold
Water.
air. We're actually doing this in negative 40-degree rooms with parkas on and separating the trichomes from the plant matter via sifts and other proprietary technique. Sometimes it's not even using water. It's either, but at most, solventless means water. Using water as your.
So you're basically either ethanol or this.
Not using ethanol at all. We're basically taking the plant matter.
Well, I thought you said you're using some ethanol.
Oh, yes, sir. Those are different products. So
Right.
ethanol and solventless will be 2 completely separate processes.
So no CO2 or butane?
No, sir. We are not planning on using CO2. We have experience with CO2 and the yields tend to be a little bit less. Is why we didn't choose it.
Okay. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jensen. Some of the questions that y'all are getting, like Dr. Harvey's an oncologist, so it comes from his perspective of watching patients he's dealt with. And of course, Dr. Jensen is a biochemist, so we've all got a different perspective on things. I've got a question for Ms. Pauley. You having familiarity with the Hudson Alpha Institute, do you think that they will ever get to the point that they are doing research with medical cannabis on patients?
That would be really exciting. They do have an agriculture-based campus that they've just opened down in the Dothan area. So expanding across the state, they've done a great job in terms of education about genetics and biotechnology. And they do have a clinic that focuses on rare genomic disorders with the Smith Family Clinic. So I see it as a natural segue for Hudson Alpha to be able to provide a level of education and clinical support for medical cannabis.
You mentioned radical science.
Yes.
What were you referring to?
I am the Chief Research Officer for Radical Science.
And what is their mission or corporate?
Yeah, sure. So Radical Science is a health technology company whose mission is to really change the paradigm of healthcare and bring natural products like medical cannabis back into the forefront of medicine as it was over a century ago. And in doing so, we do direct to consumer studies on health and wellness products. Like I mentioned earlier, I've done research with over 20,000 participants across the United States on cannabinoid products. And this last half have just been on the general health and wellness market to provide valid scientific evidence and data for using and selecting those products. First and foremost, make sure that those products are clean and that they have gone through a QC process that meets the USP standards as recommended by the FDA and the FTC for product purity and safety of non-sterile health and wellness supplements and food additives.
Gee, you need to get into all those herbal supplements.
Yes, that's exactly. And I've had many a conversation with very large retail brands that their product failed my QC and I would not be using their product in a study.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Paul. You might be a great liaison for the Hudson Alpha Initiative. Thank you for the answer. Anyone else have a question or a comment?
Chairman, this is Dr. Salisky. Can you guys hear me?
Who is speaking?
Dr. Salisky.
Dr. Salisky, go ahead. We can barely hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll hold on a second.
That's better.
Okay. I was interested in the discussion about not using greenhouses. And I just wanted to hear a little bit more about, because obviously we've had quite a few people present and they plan on using greenhouses. So I'd just like to hear his experience about what happened and why they moved away from those, if he doesn't mind.
Sure. I think I understood your question. You're saying you have a numerous amount of people looking to grow in greenhouses here in Alabama, and you're wondering why we had problems with it. Well, most of the state of Florida also had problems with it too. If you've noticed, a lot of them started out in greenhouses and moved away from it. Us in particular, we're growing with a company named Beyond Hemp in Tennessee. We had around 50 of these, they're greenhouses like you would see at Stokely Nursery, like they're growing in now. Like a lot of these people are saying they can grow in from day one. Basically, we had the company, before we invested in them, had hired a consultant from California who had explained to them that they needed to construct greenhouses with wet walls using humidity to lower the temperature in the greenhouse. What they didn't realize was cannabis can be very susceptible to aspergillus and botrytis in high humidity environments. So as they're trying to lower their temperature with humidity, they were just growing mold. Within 6 months, we had taken the wet walls out of every single one of those greenhouses. And within 2 years, that company is now a regenerative farm, not producing cannabis. So making a mistake like that can cost you very much in the long run.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Dr. Salisky. Anybody else have a question? Great presentation by the Gemstone folks. We appreciate all of you coming today and bringing the entire Army. Good luck for an LLC. Thank y'all for coming. Appreciate your time today. Before our commission dismisses, we've got a little bit of time left. I'm going to ask Mr. Justin Aday why we have time, and that way we'll have this one item out of the way, to go ahead and go over the 8 other applicants who have decided to not make presentations this week. So Justin, go ahead and make the appropriate comments pertaining to each one. I think it's about 8 of them. Is that right, Justin?
Yes, sir. First of all, I would remind you, as we've previously communicated to you, we do have 2 integrated facility applicants who withdrew their application and they will not be considered for a license. That is applicant number 1647, Good Day Farm, Alabama LLC, and applicant number 1669, Alabloom LLC. So those applicants have withdrawn their application. They will not be considered. We also had 8 other integrated facility applicants who their application is still under consideration for license, but they did not request to make a presentation. You have their full applications, and I'll go through them one by one. You also have their applicant summaries, and that was included in printed format as well in your materials today. But those are 1625 Southeastern Medical Wellness LLC, You have their application, you have the applicant summary. The applicant received a pass-fail show cause notice and provided a response, and that response is included in the materials that you've been provided. Applicant 1634 Beneficial LLC. You have the full application and the applicant summary, and there were no pass-fail notations on that application. Applicant number 1636 Evexia Plus LLC. You have that application and the applicant summary, and there were no pass-fail notations on the application. Applicant number 1650 Alabama Medical Grow LLC. You have that full application and applicant summary. There was pass-fail items noted, pass-fail show cause notice was sent, and the applicant provided a response, and that response is included in your materials. Applicant number 1651 ML Jemison Properties LLC. You have the application and the applicant summary. There were pass-fail items. They were sent a pass-fail show cause notice, and we did not receive a pass-fail show cause response from the applicant. Applicant number 1685 ChromaCan Health LLC. You have the full application, the applicant summary, and there were no pass-fail items noted. Applicant number 1695 Greenleaf Farm Incorporated. You have the full application and the applicant summary. ETS Holdings LLC, applicant number 1703. You have the full application, the applicant summary. They did receive a pass-fail show cause notice, and we did not receive a response from them on that. And that is the 8 who did not request a presentation, but are still under consideration.
Thank you, Justin. Any commissioners have any questions pertaining to those applicants? Tomorrow morning, we have starting tomorrow morning, we have 8 more tomorrow for the 6th, but any questions before we have a motion to recess? If not, do we have a motion to recess until tomorrow morning, December 6th at 8:30 a.m. in this same room? Got a motion from Mr. Harwell, second from Dr. Harvey. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We stand adjourned at 3:48. Recessed, excuse me.